What is going on, everybody? LaggingLelandYT here, back with another video and back on the grind. I'm really sorry that I haven't made any videos in the past month and a half. Around Christmas time, I said to myself that I said to myself, I'm tired of making videos on phone, and because it was really just buggy. It was kind of a buggy experience. The apps would bug, the system would kind of bug. The videos would come out in bad quality once I put them on the computer, and I got really sick of it. And so I said to myself, I'm not gonna work on phone anymore. But I wanted just a PC for Christmas, and unfortunately it took another month to get that PC, about a month and a half maybe to get that PC. It took a lot longer than I expected, but I finally have my PC. The only thing that I need is I need a new mic, and that's basically it. Right now I'm just really trying to get this old mic to work on the PC. And I do need to find my footing on the PC because I don't really know how to edit on PC. I'm figuring it's the same way on phone, and I will learn how to edit on PC. It's just that I need to find my footing. So this video right now, this I think 5 to 6 hour long video, if I'm not wrong. This video, I do not expect anybody to watch this whole video. I would really not recommend anybody to watch this full video. 6 hours is a long time. I'm not even sure how long this video is going to be. But basically, this video is a compilation of all of the lagging reviews that I made in 2022. All of the lagging reviews. And that comes out to several hours worth of content. I'm basically making this video for a few reasons. One, I need to upload something fast, and I feel like it'd be pretty easy to just upload something using old footage and old videos that I made a while ago. So it's, I need something quick to make. And the second reason is that I need watch hours to get monetized. So please like and subscribe and watch my videos. That's one of the most important things. Please watch my videos, like my actual videos, not the shorts, because I need watch time, and that's the number one thing keeping me from getting monetized on YouTube. I need roughly 1,500 watch hours to get monetized. So I need watch hours, and if I can have friends or maybe other accounts of mine watching this video, this 6 hour long video, 6 hours worth of watch time, maybe I can get monetized a little sooner, But this is those are basically the reasons why I'm making a 6 hour long video. I'm not really expecting anybody to watch this video, but I'm making it for those reasons. I really hope you guys enjoy the future content that I'm going to be making. I know these old lagging reviews and a lot of my other videos came out in bad quality. I'm going to do everything that I can to get better in the future and to become a better content creator in the future. And I promise you that things are only going to get better from here now that I have the PC. I just need a new mic, and I just need to find my footing. And I feel like from there, it should be downhill from there. I think everything's going to be amazing after that. So, I hope you guys enjoy this 6 hour, 5 hour long video, hour long movie worth of lagging reviews. Again, I wouldn't recommend anybody watch this whole thing unless you really do want to help me. Maybe have it playing in the background. I'd really appreciate that. But I hope you guys enjoy the video. What is going on, everybody? LaggingLeland here, back with another review, and today I'm going to be reviewing Pixar's newest movie, Turning Red. If I'm being totally honest, I wasn't really excited for this movie because the trailer just really didn't make it seem like it was going to be very interesting. And when I finally saw it, it was interesting, but it really isn't for everyone. Like most of my reviews, I'm going to be doing a quick spoiler-free review, and then we'll move on to some of the more in-depth stuff in a spoiler review. So you guys basically want to know what my general thoughts on this movie were. It's not for everyone. It definitely isn't for everyone. If you're a dude like me who's currently like a teen, a millennial dude, you're probably not going to get too much fun out of this movie. It seems like it's pointed towards a certain demographic, a certain audience, and maybe it's just me, but I didn't feel like it felt like I was not that audience. It really felt like I felt out of place when watching it. Don't get me wrong, the movie was actually good, but it's a lot like Luca, where I feel like it was fun, but it's not Pixar's best. It's if you have like 2 hours to burn, then I would say go ahead and check it out if you want to. But I don't think it's something like Encanto or maybe Onward, where I had a really fun time with that, and I can actually go back and watch it. And it's not like a race thing. It's not really a culture thing. It's just with something like Luca or Turning Red, I feel like they're both pointed towards like other audiences that I feel like maybe I'm just not that audience. because Luca was kind of pointed towards little kids, and it feels like Turning Red's pointed towards like teenage girls, or at least maybe adult women that maybe grew up in sort of the same way that the characters in Turning Red do. But again, it feels like it's very certain audience, and I feel like I'm just not that audience. I feel like, and that's the problem. I feel like it's holding it back. Really, I feel like it's really holding it back because a movie like Encanto or a movie like Onward, it doesn't matter what race or what culture or anything like that. Those movies, it feels like anyone could watch it, any age, anyone at all. And with Turning Red and Luca, I feel like they're just pointed for different demographics, and that makes them really hard for everyone to enjoy. The characters, everything like that, the characters, the pacing, the story, that was all pretty good in this movie. But one of the things that I felt like, and this is a spoiler-free kind of thing too, it felt like the some of the humor, it was kind of like a double-edged sword to me. I feel like some of the humor, it can be perceived as cringy by some people, or it could be perceived as really funny if you think about it in a certain way. For some reason, when I was watching this movie, I couldn't help but think that this was like a furry movie. Every time there was a lot of jokes like that, and I'm over here, and I bet you a lot of people will probably be cringing at that stuff. But I'm over here laughing my head off because I'm thinking this is like a furry movie. I don't know why. It's like Zootopia, if anything. That's a furry movie. But for some reason, I couldn't help but think, like, dude, I kept laughing. I'm like, yeah, man, the animators, they must have had fun with this one, kind of thing. And I don't know why. I laughed way too much at that stuff. Again, the humor, and it's not just like furry related stuff, and nothing like that. Not just that, but there's other stuff like that. There's like the Karen mom, and I'll get into that later in the spoiler review, but that is like a double-edged sword. At times that can be like the funniest joke in the whole movie, but at the same time it could also be like the one thing that kills it for people. And I'll get into that later. And I don't want to spoil this for people, but just know that this is not your average Pixar movie. They actually use some pretty teen dialogue in there. I'm surprised. There's a lot of stuff I guess they're getting away with now. You'll see it when you're watching. There's a lot of like really small sort of adult jokes in there, but like also teen jokes. I bet you a lot of teens will pick up on that. It's so funny, I swear. There's so many little moments in there where I'm like, this is Disney and Pixar, right? Because it's so funny. It just catches you off guard that they would actually use that kind of dialogue and language. And it's not really like cursing, but it's like mild cursing and other terms, not really slang, but like sort of a step below slang. And it's funny because I'm like, wow, they did that, and that actually like it has a shock value, and it also makes you laugh because if you pick up on that, and I'm sure a lot of people are gonna pick up on that. Before I end this spoiler-free review, basically just my general thoughts. There was one complaint I do actually have with this movie, but it's not. It doesn't have to do with the movie. It's actually just the way they published it, they distributed it. I really hate that I had to watch this on the TV because I thought this movie, which I'm gonna rate it really quick. I would have to say it's probably like a 6.5 or a 7. I really thought that this movie was okay, but I didn't think it was all that. But what made it worse was that I was watching it on my tiny little TV. It's not that small, but watching it on a TV and not on the big screen, that already diminishes the movie for me. I know that you shouldn't feel like that, but it does. It felt like that for me. It felt like this movie, if it didn't feel legit, it didn't feel serious to me because it was on the TV and not on the big screen. I really, really, really hope they don't do that with Lightyear because I'm really excited for Lightyear and I hope they don't do that. I really want to see that on the big screen. But since it's getting released to Disney Plus and Luca and Turning Red were on Disney Plus, it makes it feel like it's not a legit movie. For some reason, when they release a full movie like that to Disney Plus instead of theaters, it throws it off for me. It kind of makes me feel like, yeah, this isn't their best, so they're just putting on Disney Plus, and so that really lowers their expectations. And I had already like, I don't think it's all that. I think it's okay, but for it to be on the TV too, that also just kills it for me. For it to be on Disney Plus, it's not. It doesn't have to do with the movie, but I'm just saying it really was a bad thing for me. It really left a bad taste in my mouth. And yeah, guys, I think that's basically it for the spoiler-free review. I had an okay time watching it. I thought it was all right. If you guys enjoyed the movie, then that's great that you guys can enjoy something that I can't. But I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was amazing. I didn't think it was the best Pixar had to offer. I'd have to rate it a 6.5 out of 10.
I definitely think that it was okay. It's fun, but it's just definitely not for everyone. It's also there's a lot of things that hold it back, but it's a fun movie. If you guys want to go watch it, then go watch the movie, then come back and watch the rest of this review because I do have a spoiler review coming after this. And if you guys have seen the movie, then be sure to watch the spoiler review. But that's basically it for the spoiler free review. All right, now let's dive into some more of the juicy stuff in this spoiler review. Now, there were a lot of things I did not like about this movie, and I did like about this, so this gives me the chance to talk about those. Um, One thing that I felt like I did not like a lot was the Karen mom. The Karen mom, I think her name was Ming, but I'm just gonna call her Karen. She she was like super supportive of May for like certain parts, certain things, like trying to get the panda gone, but I felt like it felt a little bit too relatable to real life moms. How like would you ever liked something where you don't exactly want to show your mom it because then the mom would be like, "That's weird, you're weird," kind of thing. It's so funny. I can relate to that a lot. And when May was like into that dude from the that was he was like that was what did she call him, that shady clerk from the store? I forgot his name, but yeah, that kid, when she finds out about that, and then when May's like, she likes that Four Town boy band thing. I I don't know, cause like I feel like that too. There's things like I like Gravity Falls and stuff, but then sometimes my mom's like, oh well, you don't. It's like you like that weird stuff, kind of thing. It's weird. Undertale, that's weird, and it's funny. It's funny because I can relate to that. I can actually relate to that a little bit, but it feels bad. I feel bad for May at times because no one wants a Karen mom and no one should have a Karen mom. Luckily, my mom's not all that Karen. That's luckily, but I feel bad for May's mom because like I mean not May's mom, May. I feel like so bad because there's a lot of scenes in this movie like that the shady clerk scene, and then there was the Fort Town scene, and there's a lot of other ones where it's just the mom being such a jerk to her kid. And I guess that is like a lot how like real parents would kind of act. It depends on the parent, but that kind of thing, it just felt so painful at times. I'm kind of like, that's just not funny. It's funny and it's not funny at the same time, because it's like that's relatable, but it's a relatable and not a very good way. And I felt like the Karen mom, she could get annoying at times, but also she was nice to May. But I like how the whole movie had the message about balance. Like you need to balance how much chaos and how much order goes into your family, kind of thing. There needs to be a balance because too much order has a craving for freedom. Too much chaos has a craving for order, so you need to find a balance, kind of thing. And I thought that was a good lesson, and that when you have like a problem, sometimes you have to live with it instead of trying to get rid of it, kind of thing. That's another problem I had. The whole lesson with this movie was about puberty, right? That's what I felt like the movie was trying to tell us. It's about puberty, right? But the whole thing, it felt so weird because, like, the message is even the dad of May, he basically just says like, oh, you have to live with your problems sometimes instead of having to push them away or throw them away, kind of thing. But with something like puberty, it's like, do you live with that? Yes, you live with it, but it's only like temperate, kind of thing. The problem with puberty is only temperate. It's gonna go away soon, and then everything's gonna change, and then you live with it later. It felt a little bit shaky as to what the message was. If they had made that a little bit more clear, I think I would have liked that more. I know some people. I saw some reviewers saying that it was cringy, and the scenes in the movie were really cringe, and I felt like some people were saying like the panda scenes were cringe. Some of the ones where like she goes awooga or something like that, those were cringe. I didn't think those were cringe because for some reason, again, I don't know why, I kept thinking this was a furry movie, but it's not. It's not a furry movie. Maybe it is. I don't even know. There was that scene where she's over here like, what's it called? She's trying to distract the mom or something. They're both pandas, and I'm over here just like laughing my head off because this is legit. It feels like a furry movie, but that's why I'm laughing at it. That's why I'm laughing at it because I'm thinking like, Disney, you know what you're doing, right? Pixar, you know what you're doing, right? Kind of thing. And that's funny. That's funny, but was not. What I didn't find very funny was their obsession over that Fort Town thing. That I found kind of cringy. It feels cringy. It feels very cringe, but At the same time, I felt like I could kind of relate to that because a lot of us were like that when you're a teen. When you're 13, you're 14, doesn't matter. You're always gonna have like a stage like that where you're super into something and you're screaming at the mere mention of something like that. So in a way, without you can't make a movie about growing up or about teenhood or about childhood without there being cringy moments like that. So I feel it makes it feel a little bit more realistic. And I guess the Karen mom, that could also be something that was like more realistic. It's meant to be more realistic. It's supposed to make it more realistic, but again, for me at least, I found it very annoying. But at the same time, I like how the mom kind of understood later on that there needs to be a balance with things, and that she learned that being totally like a dictator in your own home is not very good. And so I like that. I like the message. I like that there was the whole balance thing. I felt like that was good. There's not much else to really talk about when it comes to this movie. It was fun, but there is like one big thing that I do want to talk about before I end the video, and that's the tone of this movie. When we grew up, like when you probably grew up as a kid, if you're a boy, you watched only boy things. Like if you got the girls Happy Meal, you were pissed, you were mad. You know what I mean? You were the girl, you probably wanted the girl Happy Meal. You probably wanted the girl movie kind of thing. Princesses, whatever. I don't know. I'm not saying that's not like a stereotype, but I'm just saying we all kind of grew up like that. But nowadays, when you grow up, like me, now that I'm older, I've watched movies like Encanto. Even though there's a girl protagonist, there's a lot of girl protagonists. I feel like I feel like the tone of the movie is very good because a movie like Encanto, I feel like it appeals to all genders, it appeals to all ages, and I feel like that's good when it comes to that. But a movie like Turning Red, and I feel like it really missed that. But at the same time, I feel like maybe it wasn't. You know, it's not made for me. It's not made for me. It's made for another audience. But at the same time, I feel like that whole change in audience, I feel like that might hold it back from being a very successful movie because a lot of people, let's just say if you it was because the whole tone of it is meant more for girls than boys, so I feel like maybe the audience is gonna get like cut in half kind of thing, and hopefully that's not the case, but I feel like that might be. And I feel like maybe if they do that again, I feel like if they do that, they might be cutting off half their audience, unlike if they released a movie like Encanto where the tone was different, so both genders could probably enjoy it more. With Turning Red, I feel like only girls can enjoy it. It's going to be hard for boys to enjoy it a little bit more. But again, that's not really... The movie was made for girls. It wasn't made for me. But I'm just saying from a maybe financial standpoint, from a critical standpoint, it's not made for everyone. But that's basically it. It's not made for everyone, but if you guys enjoyed the movie, if you guys had fun with the movie, that's what matters. Movies are always meant to entertain, and as no matter how stupid or bad a movie can be, as long as it entertained you, it did its job. And again, I hope you guys had fun with the movie. If you did, that's awesome. It's great that you guys could enjoy that. Yo, what is going on, everybody? LaggingLeland here, back with another video, and today I actually bought a new mic. It's a Deity Vlog mic. I'm not really sure if the quality is any better on this mic. Originally I was just using like my gameplay, my game setup mic kind of thing. It was just for like gaming. But now I bought a daily vlog mic, but I don't know, so far I haven't had a very good experience with it. It's just I hear a lot of crackling and it just sounds kind of bad. I don't know, the quality isn't that good. And I just hear like a lot of like ambience and stuff and just little movements and things like that. And I put like the muffle on it. I'm not really sure, but let's just try out this new mic. I hope the audio doesn't come out very bad. I don't know. I know I can't talk with this mic, and like sometimes I can't talk really loud because then you just hear like crackle in the back, and that gets really annoying. But today we're gonna be talking about the Sonic movie 2. A lot of you guys probably don't know this, but I'm actually a huge Sonic fan. I love playing the older games like Sonic Colors and stuff, and those games were just amazing. And I love Sonic. I think I love him more as a character than Mario, and I've always wanted to, like, when the Sonic movie 1 got released, I remember I just hated the design, and I was with everyone else, I was just hating on this dog water design, I swear. And thank God it got changed. Thank God it got changed. And then it's crazy to think that it started out like that with just such a terrible design, and now we have like the Sonic movie 2 already coming out. It was just an amazing movie, and as most of my reviews, before we get into like the spoilers, we're gonna talk about the spoiler free stuff. So I actually loved this movie. This movie was amazing. I had such a fun time with it. I think it's actually one of my favorite video game movies right now. It's definitely my favorite. Uh, because you have other good ones like Detective Pikachu and like the Mortal Kombat 1990s movies, but those movies were good, but I definitely think this one's my favorite. There's just so much to enjoy with this movie, and it's like a love letter to Sonic fans as well. Like, even if you're not a Sonic fan, I still think you're gonna have a lot of fun with this movie. There's so much to enjoy. It's funny, it's action packed, there's a lot of good things, and it's like a love letter to Sonic fans, and I love that. And unlike the games that have been like disrespecting its characters, like Tails is useless, Knuckles is kind of dumb. Uh, this movie, it does such a good job at portraying these characters the way they were originally portrayed and respecting these characters, and I love that. It does such a great job. Well, the games recently, the games they've been making, so like recently, they kind of sucked, like Sonic Forces and stuff. But these movies have been amazing. I'm surprised. I just hope they keep making more of these every few years. And yeah, it was just such a great movie. I'd highly recommend you guys go check it out. So far, it's definitely my favorite movie of this year. My second favorite movie would probably be Uncharted. Yeah, this is just an awesome movie. I'd highly recommend you guys go check it out. It was amazing. It really is just such a great. It's one of the. I think it's still the best video game movie there is. Definitely trumps Detective Pikachu. Definitely trumps 100% trumps the Mortal Kombat 2021. Beats Mortal Kombat 1990. It beats the original Sonic movie. I like the original Sonic movie, but there weren't enough like Sonic characters in that one, and it didn't feel like a Sonic movie because of that. But this one, it feels like 100% a Sonic movie because you got all these characters, you got like so many things to enjoy. All right, we're gonna be diving into the spoilers now. Let's just go into the spoilers again. If you guys haven't seen the movie yet, go check it out. It is an awesome movie. I highly recommend you guys go check it out. Okay, guys, let's talk about that post-credit scene because oh my gosh, it looked something like this. I am so excited for Shadow to be in these movies because he's honestly one of my favorite Sonic characters, and I already know there's like for this new movie, he does such a great job at upping the scales, and the only way for it to like make the stakes higher in the next one is to introduce Shadow. But I swear, they better have Shadow with his gun. He better be all edgy. He better have like a freaking motorcycle like he did in the Shadow the Hedgehog games. He better have those, honestly, or else the movie's gonna suck. They need to do that. I want to see Shadow with a gun. I don't even know who could voice him in the new movie. I can't really think of any like cool edgy people that could really voice him, and you'd have to find someone really good at it. I remember, speaking of voices, I remember like I really wanted to see The Rock voice Knuckles, but Idris Elba did an amazing job voicing him. He actually did an awesome job voicing Knuckles. And they also brought, I can't remember her name, but the original actress for Tails from the games. That was also awesome to see in this movie, which, yeah, man, awesome. Hats up to them for doing that. I'm really happy that they did that. Ben Schwartz as Sonic, he has like a very unique take on Sonic, but to be honest, he's definitely like one of my least favorite versions of Sonic. It's a very childish version of Sonic, and a lot of Ben Schwartz roles that he does in like shows and stuff, he's come out in a lot of stuff. A lot of the stuff he's come out in, it's like really like, what do you call it, oblivious teenager kind of thing. He plays like what's it called, one of the ducks from DuckTales, who's like a kind of a brat teenager kind of thing. He's stuff like that. He voices characters like that, and I'm just not a fan for those characters. He voiced like Leo, but they're all like carefree characters, and I'm not really a fan of a carefree Sonic. I mean, it goes with this style that the movies go for, but he's definitely like one of my least favorite Sonics. You have like I can't even remember his name. The one from the games, the one from the newer games. That's definitely my favorite version of Sonic. Yeah, I cannot wait for this new movie. I don't care if we have to wait another 2 years. I already know it's going to be amazing because we have Shadow. We're going to have Shadow, and that is so hype. That's so hype. Honestly, there's so many cool things that they can do with Shadow in a movie. And I think now What I think they could also do in the next movie is probably introduce Amy. I think because if you think about it, the first movie was like Sonic 1, then the second movie was like Sonic 2 and 3, or like Sonic 1, 2, and 3. So this third movie seems like it's going to take a jump to the adventure games, but in the way they skipped a Sonic CD. And Sonic CDs was where Metal Sonic and Tails were. Not Tails, Amy. So that what's it called? They might be in this new movie because they're making that jump. Maybe like Sonic CDs, all characters are gonna be in it as well. I would love if the next movie took a kind of turn to like a Sonic X story. I would actually love that. That would actually be really really good. Having like the worlds collide, and I actually would really really like that. I liked how they foreshadowed things in the first one. Like, a lot of people were pointing out the emeralds on the map in the first movie, and they came back in the second movie. And then when I saw that Master Emerald break into pieces, and then like the little emeralds were there, the Chaos Emeralds, oh my gosh, I already knew what was gonna happen. I knew we were gonna get Supersonic. I knew it was gonna be awesome. I wish like we would have got more like Sonic character versus Sonic character fights. Like, we got one good Knuckles fight. Like, Knuckles attacks Sonic a lot in the movie, but like Sonic only fights back a few times, and there's one time where he fights back and it's actually like epic. It's actually really really good, but I would have rather had a little bit more of that. Speaking of Knuckles, I actually loved this version of Knuckles. It's kind of like the more tribal Knuckles, and he's also kind of like, he's really smart but also oblivious to, like, he's strong but he's not dumb, he's just oblivious to things, and I actually love that take on Knuckles. The only thing I wish they would have done a little more with Knuckles is kind of like Eggman in like the games and stuff. And even in like the Sonic X anime and stuff like that, I remember, I'm pretty sure this is how I remember it. Eggman was very manipulative over Knuckles, and he would actually like control Knuckles, kind of thing. Like, he would always put those ideas and stuff into Knuckles' head. But I would have liked if they had gone into that a little bit more into this movie. Jim Carrey, he does such a good job at playing Eggman that I would have actually loved if he could have been a more manipulative character, trying to manipulate Knuckles and put these ideas into his head. And I think Jim Carrey could do an amazing job at that. But he doesn't do that in the movie, which I think that was one thing I feel like they definitely should have done with this movie. They should have made Eggman a little bit more manipulative. I love like how Knuckles is one of those characters who's just like a stranger in a strange world kind of thing, kind of like Thor in the Thor movie, like in the first Thor movie. He just doesn't understand human customs and stuff like that, and so he would like throw freaking glasses all over the place when he wants another drink, kind of thing. That I found kind of funny. Knuckles is one of those characters. I think he's a very fun character. Jim Carrey Eggman. I'm gonna miss Jim Carrey if he retires. Jim Carrey, I know a lot of people don't like Jim Carrey, but he's actually one of my favorite actors. He's come out in a lot of stuff that I like. He's come out in like The Grinch. He's come out in The Mask. He's come out in the new Sonic movies, and I love his take on Eggman in the first Sonic movie, and even in the second one, he was just such fun to watch. And I'm gonna be sad if he doesn't return in the other Sonic movies, especially since the next one is gonna have like Shadow, and that would like tie into Eggman's past kind of thing, like his family history. That would be just epic, and I want to see Jim Carrey return for that. But he does want to retire, and again, that'll be kind of sad. I kind of hope that he makes an exception for the Sonic movies. And he just kept like, he's like, okay, you guys are gonna make another Sonic movie. Okay, I'll complete the trilogy. That kind of thing. That would be really cool, but I'm not really sure what's gonna happen. I'm gonna miss Jim Carrey if he's not in the next one, because especially like Shadow's a big part of like Jim Carrey's or not Jim Carrey, Robotnik's past. And there was a lot of things that I found really funny and really like good about this. There was that whole Chad, that Giga Chad guy that was a spy. That was just hilarious. I found that kind of funny. Just the idea, like this Giga Chad, I found that kind of funny. I liked how Tails was a fun character as well. Like, he wasn't as like enjoyable as I was thinking he was gonna be, and that was actually one of my biggest like worries about this movie. Is I thought like, is Tails gonna be like a throwaway character? Is he gonna be just useless? And it also for me, it felt like in like the Sonic, in like a lot of Sonic media, the way like the dynamic works is it's like little brother, big brother. And I guess like in the original games it wasn't like that. Maybe it was just like brother brother kind of thing, little buddy, little bigger buddy kind of thing. I don't know how to explain it. But I think that's it. I think that's the way it worked in the original games, and that's the way it's working in the movie. And when I looked at it that way, it actually worked a lot better. One thing that I found very, very cringe, though, I wish they would stop doing this in these movies. They do like there's this cringe dance scene where there's like a dance fight and that kind of thing, and I found that kind of cringe. It's just the stuff like that is cringe. Like Eggman doing the floss. It would have been kind of funny if he did the full floss, but he only like jerks his like arms to the side. He starts moving like he starts like I don't know fidgeting his arms to the side, like not even a full floss. If they done like a full floss, I would have actually paid to see that. That would have been kind of funny, just for the memes, you know. And we didn't see Eggman say Pingus, bro. He didn't say it in the first one, and he didn't say it in the second one. Like, oh man, like. And they need to do that. I want to see Jim Carrey say that. That'd actually be really funny. Just for the memes, man. It's just for the memes. I swear, like, this movie is just amazing. I had such a good time with it. And I'm so excited because I remember 2 years ago, and it feels like it was just yesterday, I was there sitting down in the theater, waiting for the post-credit scene, and then I see Tails, and I was so hyped for that. And now I see Shadow at the end, and now I'm so hyped for that. And I'm so excited, and I love it. I love that unlike Detective Pikachu, like, Detective Pikachu was just, like, one movie. That's it. The Sonic movie is like setting up an Avengers kind of thing. It's setting up an MCU, and I love that. That's what I love. I love how they're doing that, and I want to see more of these Sonic movies. There's also a lot of other stuff going on with Sonic, like that Sonic Prime show. I don't know how to feel about that. The concept art looks kind of weird. It looks kind of off. I don't know. It just looks like the shoes. I mean, look at them shoes. Those shoes are kind of goofy in that. I loved, because like the first movie was like really good. I loved it a lot, but it wasn't like a full-on Sonic movie. The climax was kind of underwhelming because it wasn't anything like huge, and then like there were no Sonic characters in the first movie. But in the second one, bro, we straight up got like Tails, we got Knuckles, we got Shadow, we got Eggman, we got like the bald Eggman, we got this cool Death Egg machine. I don't even know I forgot what it was called. It's not the Death Egg, but it's something else. I forgot the name of it. But then you have like they raise the stakes, and they do such a good job with that. And it's so good. They did everything that the movie did. The first movie, they took the first movie, made it better, and then anything that the first movie was missing, like more Sonic characters, they just added that. And it feels so good. It just looks so good to see all these favorite Sonic characters just on the big screen and being respected like the characters that they were in the games. And I love that. I love that. I want to see more of that. I want to see just more of these characters, you know. Supposedly Knuckles is getting a spin-off series, which again, that would just be amazing. I can't wait for that. I hope it's not something stupid though, because like I know like what's it called, Disney's doing that stupid like Doug Days and like Scrat Tales, where it's just like freaking like it's just them screwing around doing random stuff around the house, and I don't want to see that. I want to see something a little bit more with Knuckles. Speaking of Knuckles' backstory, I noticed like the whole thing with Longclaw and Knuckles' like whole tribe dying. I found that kind of like weird. That was kind of sus. Like, there's no way that Longclaw and their whole the whole tribe died. Okay, there's no way they would have killed Longclaw. Maybe Longclaw like opened a ring and took them to another dimension or something. I don't know. I wish they had like made Longclaw not like a giant owl. Make Longclaw like look like a Sonic character. Even if it's an OC Sonic character, I don't even care. If it looked like a Sonic character, I would have been much happier with Longclaw, because it's just a giant owl, and everyone else is like these really cool animals, like these anthropomorphic animals, but Longclaw is just this like owl. If they had done like I think like if they had made Longclaw in a more Sonic style, I think I would have been a little more satisfied with the first movie, because it's like, hey, we get to see more Sonic characters, more of this world, you know. And I was very, very excited to see this movie. I'm just so happy with the way it came out. It's such a fun movie. Dr. Robotnik's hilarious. Knuckles is hilarious. He's also really menacing as well. and I loved everything about this movie. If you guys can go, if you guys have the time, go check it out. It was just an awesome movie to begin with. And if you guys have any questions about the movie, what I thought about a certain thing that I didn't talk about here, let me know in the comments. I'd love to chat with you guys. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to Lagging Reviews, the show where I just ramble on about movies for 20 minutes. Today we're going to be reviewing The Bad Guys. Now, this one is actually really cool because it's from DreamWorks, and if you guys don't know, DreamWorks is actually like one of my favorite studios. They produce a lot of amazing stuff, from The Prince of Egypt, Shrek, just so many good movies that they have, and Troll Hunters as well, Troll Hunters. And the Boss Baby one was the last movie that I remember them making was the Boss Baby before The Bad Guys. Boss Baby 2 was like the last movie that they had made, and that one was alright, but not as good as The Bad Guys. The Bad Guys is very unique, and it's actually really, really nice. Obviously, before we get into the spoilers, let's talk about some spoiler-free stuff, my general thoughts on the movie. This was actually a really fun movie. I had a lot of fun with it. The style, I like the style of it. It's a lot like Spider-Verse, and it's like a mix between Spider-Verse and then kind of the designs of like Turning Red, sort of. But they nerfed the designs a little bit to the point where they're enjoyable to look at. The only thing I didn't like understand about this movie is that there's like a bunch of random animals with a bunch of humans. That just didn't make sense. Uh, if it was more like Zootopia, where everyone's an animal, that would have made a little bit more sense. But then again, wolf, there would be multiple wolves, there'd be multiple tarantulas. So in a way, that would kind of make the main characters not that unique. This was a fun movie. There were a few things that didn't make some sense. Like I feel like some characters they kind of. There's one thing that I will say, but I'll talk about it later. That I thought what like that made no sense, and they needed that sorry, that's something that they should have changed, and I feel like why didn't you change that? But I'll talk about that later. uh there's a lot of fun things about this movie. For one, there's a lot of enjoyable characters. There's a lot of jokes. The jokes in this movie are not as like I had a high expectation for this movie when it came to the jokes, because people were saying like it's gonna be the Shrek 2 of the modern era. It's not really the Shrek 2. Maybe it's something else like the Kung Fu Panda, but it's not the Shrek 2. Shrek 2 was hilarious. I think it's one of DreamWorks' best movies behind like The Prince of Egypt. Shrek 2 is amazing. It's so funny. But one thing I didn't like about this movie, I feel like they should have added a little more of, is like adult jokes. Not like inappropriate jokes, but more like I don't know, stuff about like death and stuff like that. I don't know, a little bit more dark jokes would have been funnier, since this is like a heist movie. It's supposed to be a parody of heist movies, so I thought if they did like some more adultish jokes, something a little bit more dark humor, I think that would have been fun. The hamster jokes and stuff like that were a little bit, but not as like they didn't lean into that, or they did lean into the hamster jokes, but they could have leaned into other stuff that would have been a little bit more funny. In a movie like Shrek 2, I love Shrek 2 because it's got a lot of dark jokes, some adult jokes that are not like bad. They're not super, super bad, but they're ones that are going to fly over kids' heads, and then teens and adults are going to really have a kick out of those. I would have really liked to see more of those in The Bad Guys, and it's unfortunate that we didn't get anything like that. We did get a few, but like very, very few. Especially since it's like a heist movie. It's a heist movie, maybe lean a little bit more into that. They could have. And I think that's one thing they could have done a little bit better. There were some like fart jokes in this movie with the piranha. Now, I hate fart jokes, but something about the way they did in this movie, it didn't seem like that bad. In like something like Breadwinners or something, where they do a fart joke and it's like they're so proud of it. That's when it gets annoying. But here they kind of used it as like a plot device, and no one was really, whoa, like, I'm happy that I farted. No, bro, you're not supposed to be funny about this. It's not supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be fun. But instead, they used it as a plot device, and the characters were, I don't know, they had the same mentality as us, like, bro, why did you do that, But it's used as a plot device in the movie, and I feel like that's way more clever, and so I was able to tolerate it a lot more. Uh, Bro, this movie is for even more furry than like freaking Zootopia. This one is way more furry. Like, stop looking at me like that. Stop looking at the audience like that. You guys know what you're doing, DreamWorks. Y'all know what you're doing. I know how many furries you're creating with one frame of animation. Each frame of animation, like 10,000 furries have been created. That's so funny to me. I just like, dude, you think Zootopia, you think Turning Red? Nah, bro, that was just the tip of the iceberg. The bad guys is where it's at. Oh my, oh my god. I found that so funny. It's like, yo, with every single frame, you're creating another furry. Especially with, I can't even remember the fox, Diane, I think her name was. That I'm like, I don't know, DreamWorks. Just moving away from that. Um, there was a lot of stuff I did like about this movie. There's a few twists. I guess not spoilers, but there are a few twists. Of course, it's a heist movie, so I thought those twists are actually really well done. They're really creative. The whole premise of this movie is very creative. The whole plot is very creative. I love it. It's the idea like, hey, you see a wolf, the big bad wolf, you know this guy, he's bad. Tarantulas, you're afraid of spiders, you know she's bad. Sharks, you go to the water, the first thing you do at the beach is look around for sharks, you know? And that makes sense. I like that. I like the way they did that. It's very creative, it's very fun, a fun premise. I enjoyed the characters as well. The only thing I didn't like was maybe sometimes I felt like characters were a little bit too, like, trusting of one another. I guess I was gonna say this later, but I guess I'll just say it now. There's a scene. There's some like a good piece of the movie is where the villains, the main characters, they go to this billionaire's house and they start trying to learn to be good. I guess they said that in the trailer as well. So I was kind of like, okay, okay, okay. I guess this is all right. But when you notice that there's like no guards, no one around making sure that they don't escape, it just makes it so weird to me. Like, what's stopping these guys from escaping? And if they are really like some of the most dangerous fugitives in the world, why are there not like a bunch of guards pointing guns at them, making sure that they're not getting out? That makes no sense. Which is why I just kind of felt like, I mean, Diane and I can't even remember his name, the hamster. Like those guys, both they should be like, yeah, they're dangerous criminals. Put some heavy surveillance on them, but they don't do anything like that. And I wish they would have done some more with that. But there's a lot of twists in this movie that I really like, and I feel like they're so clever. They're so well done, and I like the idea of them wanting to become good. That's fun as well. I like some of the character tension and stuff. Some of the dynamics. They're also fun. The only thing I would have liked a little bit more of is like, it mainly focuses on Wolf and Snake. I would have liked if they had focused a little bit more on the other ones. But then again, supposedly there's a Bad Guys cartoon like show coming out soon, maybe on Netflix. I don't know. If that happens, that yeah, maybe they can focus a little bit more on the rest of the team. That would be fun as well. But again, I love this movie. It was great, really creative, really fun. There's a lot to love with it, especially the animation. The animation is just gorgeous. It looks amazing. If you're furry, I know you're gonna enjoy this movie. Oh my yeah, yeah. Go check it out if you can. It's an awesome movie. Had a lot of fun with it. Is it DreamWorks' best? Definitely not. I still think that DreamWorks' best is like Kung Fu Panda. It's Shrek. Shrek 2. It's Prince of Egypt. That was like the best era for DreamWorks. But this is still a really good movie. Uh, it definitely tops like Troll Hunters Rise of the Titans and The Boss Baby 2. Definitely like towers over them because those ones were just not as good. They got rid of like Tobey Maguire and Boss Baby 2. I mean, what the hell, bro? Like that's stupid. Honestly, like that movie should have flopped for that one reason. And Troll Hunters Rise of the Titans is one that I want to talk about because it is a flaming piece of garbage. And oh my god, I want to talk about that one soon. But this one was a really breath of fresh air because, we just hadn't had a lot of DreamWorks. Disney and Pixar are just trying to throw out movies every year, but DreamWorks takes their time with their movies and they make some pretty good ones when they do. And so, again, if you guys can go check it out. It's a fun movie, creative movie, had a lot of fun with it. So, that's basically it for my general thoughts and for the spoiler-free stuff. This time around, I don't have a lot of spoiler stuff to talk about because I just don't think there's like anything in depth that I should really cover. In other reviews, I've said like there's this thing that I really don't like, there's this thing that I really don't like. This movie, I feel like there's nothing like spoilers. There's no spoilers that I really, really want to talk about that I feel like need to be brought up. So, there are a few things that I do want to mention when it comes to this movie, though. I do want to mention that there's a lot of things I love because the animation in this, it reminds me a lot of Spider-Verse, because you have like the way that the lines are drawn, the way it's stylized and everything. I love that because I think a few reviewers have also said this. They said, well, it doesn't have to be hyper realistic; it can be stylized, and I love that because that also it's a big thing to do with like 2D animation and 3D animation, and I hope this becomes a bigger thing because I hope that later on in the future we get stuff that is more stylized instead of stuff that looks the same. So with like, and I hope the styles that we get in the future, the way things look stylized, I hope that is good because like a movie like Spider-Verse, it already has influenced the animation industry with a movie like The Bad Guys. The Bad Guys has similar animation, and that's awesome. And I hope that this similar animation, this similar comic book sort of really tune. It could also be like cartoons. The Bad Guys kind of looked a little bit more like a cartoon, while the Spider Verse looked a lot more like a comic. So I hope this kind of comic books, tune style animation and stylization. I don't know. I don't even know if that's a word. Um, I hope that influences on other movies and stuff. And that's also the same thing when it comes to like 2D animation as well. If you've been on my channel, you'd probably know that I don't like the way most cartoons nowadays look. A lot of them look really round. A lot of them look just kind of weird looking. But if you look at some of the other cartoons, not, like some, a very few of cartoons, but there are a few ones like Villainous. I like the way Villainous looks. It doesn't look super simplistic. It looks really like not too complex, not too simplistic. The designs, the style, and the animation looks really nice in that. And hopefully that influences other stuff the same way that Spider-Verse has influenced Bad Guys. And there were a few things when it came to like the Bad Guys that I feel like, that's there are like there's very few nitpicks here and there. But there was one thing. There's the twist that Diane was that one villain that they mentioned earlier in the not villain crook or burglar that they had mentioned at the beginning of the movie. I like that because this movie does one thing extremely well, and that's there's a word for it when it comes to writing. I can't remember the term for it though. It's when you bring something back into play earlier in the movie. They do that so well in this movie. I can't even remember Diane's secret name, but it was something else. It was something else. And in the beginning, they mentioned how someone tried stealing the gold reward and like they never got caught, but they never stole it. I can't remember what the name of the burglar was or the villain, the thief. Why did I say villain? But it was Diane. It was revealed to be Diane, and I liked that a lot. I really liked that because it was a really cool twist. It was a really cool twist. And then later, towards the end, they do a lot of cool things, a lot of cool twists. There's twist on top of twist on top of twist, but they're all so well done because it kind of like changes your whole perception and your whole view on everything. It's like, I didn't know that was going on. Um, like you'll look, and it'll be like, hey, while you were doing this, I switched out the rock for the moon rock for another moon rock and stuff like that. That's so interesting and that's so clever, and I love the way that they do that in this movie. And I found that really clever. I found that really cool. The way like Mr. Snake, I think Snake did something as well in the movie. He did like he turned his back kind of thing, and I find that all really cool. The whole thing though with the moon rock, that was a bit weird, but in a way it's kind of like I think Doug Walker as well said this. He's like, this is a wacky universe, and since it's a wacky universe and they don't tell you what can and can't be done, they do whatever they want to. And that's so cool. That gives you so much freedom when it comes to a movie like this. Again, the only thing I found a little bit weird is that you just have these random humans, and then there's just like you have a bunch of humans, and then there's just these random animals. That makes like no sense, but I'm totally okay with it. It's cool. It's stylized. It doesn't have to be super realistic. It can be a little bit off. It can be a little bit weird. It can be a little bit strange. It can be out of the ordinary. Do whatever you want. Because in this like universe that they created for the bad guys, and he's Doug Walker's right about that. He's like they don't establish anything. They don't establish rules like in Zootopia. If a human showed up in Zootopia, it'd be like, what is that human doing here? That's weird. The rule says you can't do that. No, in this movie, it doesn't. They don't give us rules. So it's kind of like, what do you want to do? What do you want to do in this playground with no rules? And that's what they do with this movie, and I love that. That's awesome. That's really awesome. The villain of this, I thought it was kind of cool. the way that a hamster, or not a hamster, guinea pig was the villain, because in the movie, I like this also. It kind of shows that stereotypes are not like the way that, I don't know. You can't define yourself by a stereotype, right? That kind of is the message of the movie, because the main villains, the group, the main characters, the bad guys, I guess that's the name. That's their name. Um, they kind of they're like, oh well, we're bad, we're wolf, I'm a wolf, you're a tarantula, you're a snake, you're a shark, you're a piranha, we're bad guys, we're the bad villains of every story, that we need to be bad because we're bad, you know, that kind of, everybody treats us like monsters, so you might as well be monsters kind of thing. But the movie kind of teaches us that stereotypes did not define you. And I find that really cool, because the hamster even says at one point, he's like, no one would expect a guinea pig to be the one behind everything. He's like, everyone would expect a big bad wolf, and even places the blame on Wolf. He's like, no one would suspect me because I'm a guinea pig. He's like, you're over here, you're a wolf. Everyone's gonna expect you, and I like that a lot. I feel like that can kind of portray society in a way, with some stereotypes and stuff. Again, a stereotype does not define you, that kind of thing. And I like the message. That's a good message. I like it. And I like, there's a lot of things I liked about this movie. It's kind of like Wolf at one point. He goes like, well, I'm a wolf. He's like, so everyone treats me like the bad guy of every story. Everybody treats me like the bad guy. So you might as well. That stuff is really deep. I like that. That's really deep into some character development. That's great. And I like, I don't know, I like some of the stereotypes, or they're not the stereotypes, they're characters, right? It's kind of like, hey, well, the wolf's the kind of, I don't know, the wolf's the leader of the pack kind of thing. The fox is really sneaky, but it gives you the trait, it gives them the traits, but not exactly the stereotypes. Just because you're sneaky doesn't mean you have to steal things. It means you could help people in a clever way. That's cool. I like that. That's interesting. It's clever. I like that a lot. Um, and I love the animation. I've said this before, but the animation, it's already getting, I swear, people like with Pixar and stuff. Pixar, Disney, those guys are great. They're doing awesome stuff with their animation. And people, I feel like it's those two at the top, and then it's kind of like, okay, you got Illumination, you have Sony, you have DreamWorks. DreamWorks for me is right on that same level as Disney and Pixar in terms of their movies and animation. It's on the same level for me because I love all their stuff. DreamWorks stuff is always great. They always like make some amazing stuff, whether that's like Troll Hunters, whether it's Shrek, whether it's Kung Fu Panda. They always have great stuff out. Well, I feel like nowadays Pixar is kind of hit or miss, even though they have great animation. I feel like the bad guys, or not the bad guys, DreamWorks can bring some good animation, but also some awesome movies, and I love that. I hope we get to see more DreamWorks stuff in the future. There's also that new Puss in Boots movie, which I'm looking forward to as well. I love the Puss in Boots movies; those are awesome. The last one was awesome, and we haven't got one of those in a long time. And I remember the first one was just great; it was awesome. So hopefully that one's good as well. It seems like it's going to be a pretty interesting concept. Puss in Boots as well is an awesome character, and I just can't wait to see him on the big screen again. What is going on, everybody? Lagging Leland here, back with another review, and today I'm going to be reviewing Uncharted. Just quick disclaimer, I've never actually played any of the Uncharted games, so I have no idea how faithful this movie is to the games. I'm sorry, but I went to go watch it anyways because it looked awesome. I'm a sucker for like adventure movies like National Treasure, The Mummy, stuff like that. I'm a sucker for those movies, so I just said I have to go watch this, and it was amazing. I actually really loved this movie. Again, I just want to let you guys know have not played any of the games, so I do not know if there's something that's wrong or contradicts the source material. I don't know. I really don't know. But I can tell you guys what I thought about the movie, and if it was a good movie. I can't tell you if it was a good adaptation, on the other hand. I can't. But let's get into the review, of course. We'll talk about some spoiler-free stuff first. Uh, wow, I really love this movie. My general thoughts, I loved this movie. It was great. It was so fun, too. It was really, really fun because it's a video game movie. It's a video game adventure movie. So you get to do some crazy stuff in this movie that you would not do in other movies, like that plane scene or the you've probably seen it, that one where he's hanging out of the plane. Stuff like that, you're not going to see that in Indiana Jones. You might see that in, like, The Mummy, something that's a little bit more out of bounds or kind of silly at times, but still fun. Something like not National Treasure, The Mummy. Something like The Mummy, I could expect to see that in The Mummy. But since it's a video games can go wherever they want. They can go out of bounds. They could do whatever they want in video games. So what do you do with a video game movie? You do crazy stuff. Just go insane. That the final battle was insane. They do some really crazy stuff that you would not see in Indiana Jones. You wouldn't see it in other movies that want to be more serious. Nah, they tried to do what they could with a video game movie. It's a video game. Use the wacky and unrealistic stuff and use that to its full potential. And I love that. And in terms of it being like a good adventure movie, it's good. It's a lot less like, I don't know, National Treasure, where they kind of dive into the history behind the relic. They could have dived a little more into that, I think, but it was still a really cool idea of what the treasure was. I like that. And in terms of like casting and stuff, I thought Mark Wahlberg I like Mark Wahlberg. He's a great actor, and I like the stuff that he comes out in. Tom Holland is kind of a mixed bag. Sometimes I just don't like his acting, but in this one it was pretty good. In Onward it was decent, but I don't know why all his characters are like the same. They're kind of the same person. He's like The Rock. The Rock and Tom Holland, every one of their roles is practically the same person, practically. And I supposedly some people were complaining that like I forgot his name, Nathan. I think his name was Nathan Drake, the main character. Supposedly people were saying, well, he's really really young in this movie, and that Tom Holland might have not been the best pick. Some people were saying that maybe they should have had Sully be no, sorry, Mark Wahlberg be Nathan. I'm sorry, I get the names mixed up, but yeah, I have not played any of the games, so I can't tell you anything like that. I plan on, like, if I could, I'm getting a PS5 soon. Hopefully, if I can get a hold of some of the Uncharted games, I will. Hopefully, they look really fun. I've seen some of the gameplay. They do look really fun. And the cinematics, there's a cutscenes. Um, the only thing I didn't like about this movie, and spoilers, I not really spoilers. No spoilers. Not now. Basically, I felt like they could have done a little bit more with the villain. I feel like they could have done a little bit more with that. That, and there's one twist in this movie that really kind of got me, like, not mad, but, like, that made no sense. Like, now, even for a video game movie, that was pretty unrealistic. But a lot of this movie, it's a lot like The Mummy. The Mummy can be so silly and out of bounds. I don't know how to say it. I say out of bounds. I guess like out of nowhere kind of thing. The Mummy can be like that, but it's nonstop fun. And Uncharted, I feel like, is also nonstop fun, even though they do some really crazy stuff in this movie. And it's really, really fun. I love it. There's some twists here and there. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, but they're still really, really great. I loved a lot of the things about this movie. I feel like it had a good sense of, like, treasure hunting and as well as action. See, like, The Mummy didn't have a lot of treasure hunting. It was a lot of action. This, and then, like, a movie like National Treasure has too much treasure hunting, not enough action. This movie, I feel like, blended the two together. And I felt like it did a much better job with that. And now I loved it. It was so fun to watch this movie. They also have like this heist scene in the movie. That is also really fun as well. I love those too. I need to watch more like heist movies. I feel like the way they plan things out is always like really interesting to me. And the villain, I've already talked about a little bit about the villain, but he's such a cool idea. I can't remember his name sometimes. I think his name's like Antonio Banderas. I could be wrong about that. But he's such a cool actor, and I feel like he could have played an awesome villain in this movie. And he did for a while. He played like a really intimidating villain. But I feel like they do some things with him. They don't fully develop his character in the movie. And I feel like if they'd done that a little bit more, I would have been like all in this movie. And that would have been really cool. Now, luckily, I looked at the casting for Indiana Jones 5. Supposedly Antonio Banderas. Again, I might have butchered that last name. I don't remember the last name, but supposedly he's gonna be in Indiana Jones 5. So if he's in Indiana Jones 5, he might be the villain of that movie. And if he is, then he gets a second chance to be a great villain. And hopefully they do more with him in that movie than they did in this one. Again, I feel like the stuff that they were hinting at with this villain, I thought it was all like really interesting, but they just didn't dive into it enough. Um, I'm trying to think. Is there anything else that I can really talk about for my general thoughts? This was just again. I would recommend you guys go check it out, but I know it's already out of theaters by the time you see this. It's probably out of theaters by now. But if you get the chance to watch it, definitely go check it out. Especially if you're someone who's into the adventure or kind of treasure hunting movies like National Treasure, The Mummy, Indiana Jones. If you're into those, go check out this one. It's great, and I loved a lot of the sequences. A lot of the sequences, sorry, in this movie were really creative and fun. I loved a lot of them, especially when they were underground. That was great. That was a great one. But yeah, that's basically it for the spoilers. Not spoilers. Sorry, spoiler-free part of this review. Those were basically my general thoughts. It was a great movie. I loved it. Again, I can't tell you how accurate it was to the games, the source material, but I can tell you it was an amazing movie. I had a great time with it. You're just gonna have so much fun with it, and even if you don't have a lot of fun with it, like no, even if there's things that don't make sense, have fun with it. Have fun with it, because that's what I love about movies. You can just have fun with any movie as long as you just say, "Hey, I don't care how wacky this gets. As long as it's not stupid, you know? Like something doesn't make any sense and it like ruins the whole thing." But when you have awesome action scenes like the ones in this movie, yeah, I'm all for it. Go as crazy as you want, cuz I'm not going to see this in any other movie. That's what I loved about this movie. So, again, if you guys get the chance to go check it out, it was awesome. I loved it. But that's it for the spoilers. So let's talk about the spoilers because there was one thing, that twist I was mentioning earlier. When that one assassin kills Antonio, again, I can't remember his name, the villain, the main villain. When she killed him, I thought, this is weird. For one, they kind of like teased at it and it was built up a little bit. But what I didn't like was one, there's so many guards around there that could have killed her or shot her because he was getting attacked, or the slit throat. Definitely the slit throat, it did shock me. It definitely had that shock value to it. But I feel like, I would have really loved to see this character get a well-rounded story, kind of a well-rounded development. And we didn't get that with this character. But I would have loved. What didn't make sense, it just didn't make sense because like she goes there. I think she shoots him at one point. Maybe I don't even remember. I know she slits his throat, but there's so many guards there that would have probably shot her if she did that, and they don't shoot her. They don't do anything. They just look at her and she's like, okay, I'm the leader now. Now I would have thought she is actually like an intimidating villain for a while when she was in charge, but the problem I had with this was she got beaten by Sully earlier in the movie when they were in a Domino's. They were in a Domino's. She gets beat by Sully, and so that kind of made her not seem like that big of a threat. So when she's in charge, or when she shoots that guy, or I don't even remember if she shoots, but when she kills the guy, the main guy, the bad guy, uh, I was kind of like, why don't you guys shoot her? They didn't shoot her. If she was like a feared assassin to the like a Black Widow level assassin where she could kill like a whole room of people and get out unscathed kind of thing, then it would make more sense. But the fact that she lost a 1v1 against Sully earlier in the movie, not to mention Sully was like, "Oh, my hips hurting," that kind of thing. That didn't make any sense. I was kind of like, I don't know. That seemed a bit off, but it was built up, I guess. Again, like I said earlier, at least we're probably gonna get to see Antonio Banderas again. I'm not sure if I got that name right, but we're gonna get to see him again in Indiana Jones 5. We're gonna get to see him again, which is gonna be awesome. That's what the casting says, at least. Um, there was so much I loved about this movie. The one thing I didn't like, or I felt like they could have done a little bit better, And I know Doug Walker said this as well. Uh, the relationship with the brother and Drake, I feel like they could have done a little bit better. That they could have done that a little bit better because he kind of just like, oh well, I love my brother. If they had done a thing where like, if Tom Holland's character Nathan had said a little more like, oh, he's my only member of my family, the only thing I have left, kind of thing, or maybe he's the one that raised me, something like that. It would have made way more sense. Like, okay, this is how much he means to his brother, but he's just like, I love my brother. I love my brother. That's it. You could have said he raised me. He could have said he raised me. He could have said he's the only thing I have left of my family. Something like that would have made way more sense, and I would have been more into it. But it wasn't. There was a cliffhanger at the very end, and hopefully we do get a sequel. I'm looking forward to that. If we get a sequel, definitely looking forward to that. But supposedly Mark Wahlberg did not sign. I saw these articles saying that like Mark Wahlberg did not sign on for like more movies, but like Tom did. I don't know. I heard a lot of rumors about that. I don't know. I hope Sully's in the next one. He was definitely the highlight of this movie for me. Him and Antonio. They were the highlights of this movie. One, I thought Antonio did an awesome job as the villain. He just was super intimidating. He looked like some kind of mob boss from Spain or something. That was cool. And Sully was super funny. I don't know. Sully was super funny. Mark Wahlberg super funny. I love his dynamic with Nathan in this movie. Again, a lot of people were saying that like they should have switched the rules again. I can't say I haven't played the games. I'm getting a PS5 soon, though. I'm getting a PS5 soon, hopefully around my birthday, which is in September. If I do get the chance, I will 100% buy the Uncharted games to understand what's going on and to, I don't know, they look really interesting. They seem really interesting. And I want to dive more into like PS4 games as well because I know they got a lot of cool ones, but I'm a Nintendo kid, you know. Um, Dude, that final battle with the ships. There's these two giant pirate ships, or like freaking what's it called? And conquistador ships that are just flying on helicopters and they're battling each other. That's just so out of bounds, so out of the ordinary. But you're only gonna see it in this movie, and that's what I love. I mentioned earlier, you're only gonna get that kind of action in this kind of movie, and I love that. I think that was taken from the games. I could be wrong. I know that plane thing was taken from the games. I saw clips of that. Uh, yeah, that was amazing. I loved that scene. It's so fun. It's just out of bounds. It's crazy. It's unleashed. That's what you could say. It's unleashed. Just go as crazy as you want with a final battle like that. Because the plane one was an awesome scene. How are you gonna top it? You have two giant pirate ships on helicopters fighting each other. That's awesome. I think they get that cannon working, but it's like, I don't care. I'm having fun with it. And I feel like nowadays, people don't appreciate movies as much as they used to. Nowadays, people are always like, oh, well, the pacing sucks and the overuse of CGI. It doesn't matter, bro. I don't care what you say. You know what matters? If you had fun. Because movies, television, it's all meant to entertain, and this movie entertains a lot. It does such a great job at that. And as long as I'm happy and I walked out of that theater with a smile on my face, that movie did its job. People nowadays, they get all upset because they're like, oh, well, the movie had bad pacing, or it had terrible writing, this didn't make sense, or the CGI was bad. Look, man, as long as you have fun with it, then you had fun, then you had a good time. That means it served its purpose. Now, a lot of movies, I can say there's a lot of movies, especially recently, have bad writing, bad stuff like that, overuse of CGI. But when you try to criticize a movie that I think is already awesome, and then you just like try to throw these random insults like, oh, it's got bad CGI. Bro, shut up. It's a great movie. I don't care if maybe the CGI looks a little off to you because your eyes are, you got eagle eyes that you could freaking see the difference. I don't care, bro. Look at this. Look at what CGI is doing for us. You got this dude hanging out of the freaking helicopter or the freaking plane. He's hanging out of a plane by the cargo, and that is just so awesome. You're not going to get that with normal effects, or maybe you could, practical effects. Maybe you could, but it would be super expensive, super hard. but we get to see that with the wonder of CG, and I feel like it's really well used in this movie. So I feel like people need to stop complaining about that. As long as you have fun with it, as long as you have fun with it. And I had a lot of fun with Uncharted because, again, I'm such a fan of like the of all of these treasure hunting movies. I'm such a fan of those. I love Indiana Jones. I love all those National Treasure and The Mummy. Stuff like that is awesome. And I feel like Uncharted, it kind of pays homage to that. It kind of, or not, maybe not pays homage. It's like that. If you grew up with something like The Mummy, where it's just nonstop action, you're gonna get something like that here. And there's also, I feel like it balances a lot of great things in this movie. The action's great. The heist scene was also amazing. I love that as well. The CG was pretty good in this. There was CG, like where I don't know if it was exactly CG, but for special effects and stuff like that. I'm not even sure the name for it. I guess CG. Like when he's out of the car, green screen effects. That was all good too. I liked all of that. Now, Tom Holland. I don't, again, I've said it earlier, I'm not a big fan of Tom Holland because I feel like some of his acting is a bit iffy at times. But in this movie, I did like his acting. And I feel like he did a good job at playing this character. Maybe not playing the video game version of this character, but playing I don't know. You take the personality, or I don't even know how to explain it, but like, you tell me who's Nathan Drake. Nathan Drake is a young 20-year-old person living in an apartment trying to make a living. I feel like Tom Holland does a perfect job at playing that kind of character. That kind of character. I don't know if he does a perfect job playing the game version of Nathan Drake, the one from the video games, but I know he did an amazing job playing the version that the movies had him as. And I feel like that was perfect. I feel like he did a perfect job at that. And Sully as well, I feel like, or Mark Wahlberg, I feel like he did a great job at doing that. A lot of these actors in this movie, they do a great job at playing the roles that they were given. I feel like they all did. They were all really great picks. Today I'm going to be reviewing the new Pixar movie Lightyear. I had my hopes really set high for this movie, but unfortunately it really did not live up to the expectations. Real quick before I get into any spoiler stuff, I just want to give you guys my general thoughts on the movie and tell you guys some stuff about it that's not spoilers, but it's still worth talking about. This movie is surprisingly boring. I'm really disappointed with it because the trailer, the thing that had me hooked with this movie, it's the fact that it looked so mature and it looked so adult and it looked like it was going to be gritty. It looked like it was going to be action packed, but it was none of those things. It really wants to be gritty and it wants to be dark and more mature, but it really doesn't try hard enough to be that. There's times where movies will try too hard to do something, but this movie it honestly wanted to, but it didn't try at all. And I hated that because this movie, when I watched the trailer, you watch the trailer and it looks so suspenseful and dramatic and it looks so good and it looks so mature and dark. But when you watch the movie, the first act, I think the first third of it is pretty dang good. I'm not gonna lie. The first act, the first third is so well set up, and I feel like they really took their time with it, and it's well done, and I liked it so much, and it felt really suspenseful. It felt really what do you call it? It felt like it was subtle. But man, after that, right after that, the movie takes a really steep fall to just decline. It takes such a steep decline to just, I don't know, just boring. It's just boring. You know, the whole movie's like, oh, to infinity and beyond. I never once felt that with this movie. Only towards the beginning. That was it. Because, look, I'm pretty sure you guys have seen this cliche before. There's a cliche that happens with a lot of movies, and I'm talking a lot of movies. And I remember one that I watched as a kid was Clutch Powers. That was a movie I really loved, and I had a lot of fun with it. Clutch Powers, basically the cliche is this. You have this person who's a professional in everything he does, but he's forced to work with a team of a ragtag team that is a bunch of rookies and they don't know what they're doing, but together they all pull through and they win in the end. From the very moment that I met the team that Buzz had and I saw what the setup was going to be for the rest of the movie, I knew exactly what was going to happen. Everything was so predictable. The only thing that wasn't predictable is a twist that happens in the later half of the movie, and I won't spoil that for now, but everything was just so predictable. I already knew what was gonna happen. You know, the moment you have this ragtag team, and honestly, the ragtag team in this movie, it's not even that fun to watch. The only ones that I'm really gonna remember is Buzz and Izzy. That's it. I'm not gonna remember the other two at all. Or that robot that they had for just a little bit. The cat was honestly the only fun character of this movie. I know Doug Walker said that as well, but other than Buzz and Izzy, and that other girl, I forgot her name, Hawthorne, I think, Hawthorne. Other than that, the cat was honestly like, the cat was actually kind of funny. He had some good lines and stuff. There was a lot of stuff that came back into play with the cat. And I honestly thought he was going to be annoying because I feel like, hey, you just have a cute cat there for, you know, the kids. But no, it was actually funny. It was actually funny, and I thought it was good. The only, again, the what's it called? The gang that they had, the little ragtag group, it's so forgettable. I've honestly already forgot the two other people. And with a movie like Clutch Powers, I felt like, hey, these were actually enjoyable characters to watch. Sure, they were sort of stereotypes in a little way. You could just say, oh, this one's the kind of nerd, this one's the buff guy. But they were still enjoyable characters, and I feel like each of them really did have a part in the whole movie, and they were enjoyable to watch. These characters, I'm just bored. I'm just bored for a good majority of the time. And honestly, it feels like they're not essential to the movie. I honestly feel like at times Buzz could have done the whole thing by himself, maybe with Izzy, and that's it. I feel like they didn't need the other two. And man, it's such a old cliche, and that kind of got me mad. That got me mad because Pixar is always like, or Disney and Pixar, they always like, oh, we strive for creativity and we're for that, you know, kind of thing. But honestly, this movie did not feel creative. It felt like they just used that same old cliche, and it got so boring so quickly. And you know, it got me mad because there was so much potential for a Buzz Lightyear movie. I loved the way the trailer looked in it, the way it set up everything. It looked so awesome. It looked so awesome because it was just Buzz Lightyear, but like as Doomslayer. It was like him, but in such a mature style. But that's the problem with this movie. The movie, it has a mature paint style. It looks really nice and detailed. Like, imagine a painting. It looks really nice and detailed. But the moment you take off maybe the first layer of paint, afterwards you have almost nothing there, and it's the same thing as every other painting or every other movie. The moment you get past the first good piece of the movie, the rest of it is just boring. The rest of it is just like everything else. The moment you get past the first layer, it's like everything else. And that's what killed it for me. Because, dude, there's a Buzz Lightyear TV show out there. There's a Buzz Lightyear TV show, and it's awesome. And, I mean, it's not awesome, but that world, it's so cool. And I like what they did with that cartoon. And this movie, it kind of tells you, hey, this is, it tells you this. Hey, this is the movie that Andy saw as a kid, and this is what the toy's based on. It wasn't like the real life person. It was the movie that the toy was based on. Honestly, I don't think there's any similarities. There's similarities, but not enough to say, well, this toy's based on this movie. Because this movie does not feel like the Buzz action that I was really looking forward to. Because there's a big problem. I want to talk a lot about this movie, but I want to keep this review kind of short compared to other ones. With like PG-13 stuff, you can honestly do as much violence and like gory stuff as you want, but as long as it's not with blood. You can as long as it's not with blood, as long as it's green slime, green ooze, stuff like, or robots. Because a lot of stuff like Ninja Turtles, there was a Ninja Turtles cartoon in 2012, and that one, it was amazing because it had a lot of violence in there, but the violence it didn't have to do with blood. A lot of it was ooze, and a lot of it was metal and robots and stuff like that. They'd tear them apart, and they'd rip through them with their weapons and stuff like that. That was always so fun to watch. They could have done something like that with this movie. There's a scene towards the beginning where they're like fighting these bugs and they're slicing them up and there's green slime everywhere from them, and I found that so fun because that was like the mature version that I was looking for. But it only lasts for that one scene, and after that they don't go like stabbing robots with laser swords and ripping them apart or anything like that, and there's not enough action for me. It honestly, like I said, the moment you take off the first layer, it's like everything else, every other Pixar movie. It's so plain. There's not enough violence, and I understand understand. I'm not saying violence, but there's not enough action. I honestly got a kick out of the action in Toy Story. Watching Buzz move around and the way he was throwing discs in the suit he had and all that stuff was always really fun to me. The way that they do this stuff in this movie, they'd only last for just a little bit, and after that, there's nothing left. And I wanted so much more of that. And the world that they built in the Buzz Lightyear movie, it has almost nothing to do with what the toy has. And I'm so mad about that because I felt like they always like, there's like this little saying, right? It's like, to infinity and beyond. But honestly, I did not feel any sort of exploration or, when you say to infinity and beyond, where do you think you're going? That's like the kind of thing we say when we're going to go to the Mars or something. We don't say that when you're going to stay on Earth, kind of thing. Or that, it feels so grounded. It feels like a ship that wants to go off into the sunset. It wants to go off into space, but it doesn't go off into space, and instead it just stays right there where it's at, and it gathers dust for thousands of years, and it never goes anywhere, and eventually it rots. That's what it feels like. It feels like they don't do enough with it. They really don't do enough with it, and I wish they would have done so much more. I feel like it had so much potential to build this Buzz Lightyear world. And there was that's another problem. They had a Buzz Lightyear cartoon back like in 2005 or something, more or less that time. Maybe not. Maybe 2002. In that time, they had a Buzz Lightyear cartoon, and in that cartoon, they had a really zany but also well-made world that I felt like when you watch that, it actually feels like the Buzz Lightyear universe that the toy's based on. That I actually got a kick out of. I mean, not a kick out of, but when you look at that cartoon that they made, and it's not on Disney Plus for some reason, but when you look at that cartoon, I would say that's the world that Buzz Lightyear's from. That's the zany but also interesting and exploration or whatever. That world, and it's so cool to see it, and I loved it. And but this movie, it doesn't. They say, well, to infinity and beyond. It doesn't feel like we're going to infinity or beyond. We're not. We're staying right where we're at. And I hate that. I wish they could have done so much more with that, and stuff like, I feel like, again, like if you watch the Buzz Lightyear, no, not Buzz Lightyear, but if you watch Part 2, Toy Story 2, at the very beginning, that scene where Buzz is just like inside of Zurg's place, that I would say, that's some really fun action right there. I feel like it's so fun to watch, but we did not get a lot of that. And I feel like when you watch, look, when you watch that little scene from Toy Story 2, the opening scene where they're in that video game, that's the kind of world that I imagine Buzz in. The movie that we got does not feel like it's a part of that universe. And if it's not a part of that universe and it's disconnected, and again, it's trying to be more of an adult adaptation of it, I still don't feel like it's an adult adaptation of it. It doesn't feel like that at all. I do want to talk about Tim Allen getting replaced, though. A lot of people were mixed on that, but honestly, I think Chris Evans did an awesome job as Buzz Lightyear. I feel like he did a much better, not really better, but a really fun take on Buzz. Maybe not fun, I don't know. It's hard to say. The Buzz in this movie is alright. It's alright, but Chris is, not impersonation. It's weird. His impersonation and also his take on Buzz Lightyear is also really fun. I loved it, especially since he's Captain America. He's that action hero already. So you have him play Buzz Lightyear, and I feel like he does a great job at doing that. I would have loved to see Tim Allen voice another character who I'll talk about later. I'll give a little spoiler warning before I talk about that. But there was another character where I feel like Tim Allen 1000% should have played that character. I don't know why he didn't. But I feel like, again, Chris Evans, I feel like he did a great job with this, especially considering this is a different version of Buzz than the one we're used to. Trying to think of what else there is, because there's plenty more to talk about. It all comes later. There's also just the whole idea of the movie really wants to balance being a kids movie but also being gritty. Again, like I said earlier, it's like they have a layer, and then the moment you take that one layer off, there's nothing left. That's what the movie feels like, but it's also hard because I saw when I was the very first opening scene. I was really excited for that we're exploring this planet, and after that, they get this weird scene. It's a very cringe sort of scene, and it's with there's like a rookie, like a new cadet or something, and then he's like, it's a really stupid joke. It's just like, oh, don't give me the cadet eyes or something like that, or the rookie eyes. I don't know. It's supposed to be like a puppy eyes joke or something like that. Stuff like that. I feel like that doesn't need to be there. It doesn't need to be there if you're trying to be more gritty. A lot of the jokes in this movie don't land. The only ones that actually landed or kind of got a chuckle out of me was like the ones with the cat. That was basically it. Everything else just feels really bland, and I feel like the movie wants to be gritty, but it doesn't try at all to be gritty and dark. It doesn't at all. The animation, I'll say, is beautiful in this movie. It's amazing, and it's so cool to see Pixar's movies being put to this kind of atmospheric setting, because movies like Turning Red, Luca, stuff like that, I feel like the animation's great on those movies, but I don't think it's really it's not too atmospheric. You'll watch it and it looks okay. It looks good. And it looks really nice. But when you watch something like Soul, Onward, this movie, Lightyear, you'll see that atmosphere and it looks so amazing. Because it really shows what... Those movies, I feel like, really show what Pixar can do with their animation. And I was really disappointed because I feel like they could do something... And I felt like this movie could have broke limits. It could have destroyed barriers. It could have destroyed walls. And it could have started going forward into infinity and beyond. But instead, it stays right where it's at. And it tries to push a little forward. But the moment it realizes there's a wall, it decides to go back. And that's not good. I don't like that. It sucks because it could have been way more violent and dark and gritty, but it decides not to, and it backs up. And it's like, for the rest of the movie, it's kind of like, hey, I forgot we're a kid film. Let's stay a kid film. Let's not try to grow up with our audience. That's disappointing. Again, when I saw the trailer, the one thing that had me hooked was the idea of Buzz in a more dark, realistic setting, and I loved that. That was so fun to me, but it was not that. It definitely was not that. It was just, for just a little bit, and then afterwards, that's all you have. All you have is a Pixar kids movie, and I hated that. I wish, they could have done so much more with that. And there's a little spoilers from now on, just a little bit of spoilers, but there was something like they could have done, towards the end, they have the jetpack and stuff like that. They have they have a bunch of references to the original Toy Story movies. And I love those references. They had a reference to whenever Buzz would have whenever there was a shot that was inside of Buzz's helmet, it would be like looking outwards, right? You'd see the reflection of Buzz's face on the glass, and I love that they do a bunch of little references to that. They do the whole you're mocking me, aren't you? They reference the little buttons and what they're for, kind of thing. That stuff I like. There's a lot of nice little references. I feel like they could have done more though. When Buzz is in space on the jetpack, which he only gets towards the end of the movie, which I think he should have had for way longer. If he had it, if he had it for way longer, I would have enjoyed it more. Especially the laser. The laser pointer, he doesn't get that till the end. A lot of stuff like that, you should have got it towards the beginning. I wanted to see... I think I would have loved it way more if it was all like the cartoon, where he's already a space ranger, and he's already got the full gear, and he's already got the laser gun, and he's already got everything, and then you can have all the fun you want. Here it feels like, hey, well, we have to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait until we finally get the fun we want with the suit, and then it doesn't even last very long. It really doesn't last very long. And Buzz, I feel like there's a scene at the very end. Buzz has the jetpack for the first time in the movie, and instead of blasting off into space or stopping the rocket that's heading towards Earth, they could be he doesn't say to infinity and beyond or anything like that. He could have said something like that, and it would have been cheesy, but we would have loved it. But we don't get nothing like that. There's not enough fan service. And I feel like there could have been way more of that. And let's talk about Zurg, because Zurg in this movie, he's pretty bad. He's a bad character. I honestly actually sided with the bad guy 100% in this movie for a lot of reasons. Basically, Zurg is not, spoilers, big spoilers. Zurg is not his father. It's not Buzz's father. But I would have loved if he actually was Buzz's father. I don't care if it's a Star Wars spoof. I don't care if it's a little parody. We've seen it 100 times. I would have loved it. It would have been cheesy, but it would have been in the zany Buzz Lightyear world that we had from the toys. And I would have loved that. I would have loved it, but it's not like that. It's not like that at all. Buzz, basically, I'm not going to really explain it too much. It's future Buzz. It's basically Buzz from the future, and it's stuff like that. Again, I'm not going to really explain it. I'm expecting the people that have watched the movie are at this part right now. But basically, it's Buzz from the future, and he wants to fix the mistake of his past, and he wants to make a time machine and go back in time and reset everything. And new Buzz is just like, well, no, these guys have families, and these guys have families, and if you do that, they'll all be erased. I honestly side with old Buzz this time, Zurg. If you restart time, you get to undo your mistake. These people get to have a happier, better life. Most of the families would have still been born. They still would have been born in the following years. If it was meant to be, it was meant to be kind of thing. And I don't feel like it was. I feel like Buzz is kind of the villain here, you know? Imagine living in fear your whole life. Stuff like that. It just like, I don't know. It's just I didn't like it for the most part. I don't know. I actually side. It's like Thanos. It's like Thanos in a way. I actually side with Thanos a little bit. I actually side with Zorg a little bit in this movie, and because I feel like I see their point of view, and I see their point of view, and I understand their point of view, and I liked it. And another big problem with this movie. I don't know how long this review is. I really hope it's not that long. It's probably like 30 minutes by this point. I hope it's not that long. But I have a lot to talk about. Hopefully, I'm keeping it interesting. A lot of this movie's really rushed as well. I feel like the first act, not the first, I don't know how you say, the first act or the first third, that is what I feel is so well set up, and I feel like it's very well done. But after that, like I said, everything goes downhill, but it also gets really rushed. They have these characters that they want us to get attached to, and the rest of the ragtag team, right? They want us to get attached to that team, and I'm not attached to them at all by the end of this movie. I don't find them too fun as characters. I don't find them very fun as characters, and I don't get attached to them because I feel like a lot of it feels so rushed, kind of forced. In a movie like Clutch Powers, again, it's the same sort of cliche. Professional has to be teamed up with a bunch of ragtag teams kind of thing. I feel like a movie like that, the characters were way more enjoyable, and I feel like it actually wasn't rushed. We don't wait until halfway through the movie to actually be introduced to these characters. This movie, it's like, okay, we're halfway through the movie, we need to hurry up, we gotta do this and that and that, we have to, all that nice good juice and all that stuff, we gotta be happy and all that, and I don't, it was just so rushed, and I did not grow attached to them, and towards the end, I'm just kind of like, Buzz, you really did that? You really ditched all of the best for this ragtag team that we barely got attached to? It wasn't even like a fun ragtag team. And I remember, I think they stole this. I want to say they stole this from the Buzz Lightyear cartoon that they made. I want to say in the Buzz Lightyear cartoon, Buzz likes to work alone as well. And Buzz has to have a sort of group. He has to have a little team now. I want to say that was a thing in that cartoon. And again, when I look at that team, because they do have a team. I'm not sure if it was that way though. But looking at that team that Buzz had in the cartoon, I would say, yeah, that's a really cute, zany, but also imaginative world. And I would say that's what I imagine Buzz's squad to look like. The squad in this movie, no, I don't feel like that doesn't feel Buzz Lightyear. A lot of it doesn't feel Buzz Lightyear. Again, I feel like the movie's always trying to balance one thing or the other, and it doesn't do either. And the first part of this movie, I actually enjoyed. I actually thought it was super creative, the way they're stranded in time. We're not stranded on this planet, but it's because of time travel, and I felt like that was all so creative, and I felt like that was good. But after that, they're like, oh, it feels like, and Doug Walker said this as well, that it feels like two different scripts, but it's because of different sci-fi scripts. I'm saying, for me at least, it feels like two different people were writing this movie, and both of them had severely different ideas of how the movie should come out. The first third feels so creative and it feels so well done, but after that it feels like the other writer was just like, hey, you know what we should do? And maybe there were two writers, who knows? They're like, hey, you know what we should do? we need to go. We need to just do this old cliche. Professional. He likes to work alone, but he has to work with a team now. I don't want to see that, bro. I've seen that so many times, and they don't do any twists with that. The only cool twist was the only cool twist, which again was super rushed, was Old Buzz. I feel like Old Buzz as Zurg was a cool, interesting idea, but it's so rushed. It's so rushed. They don't take their time with it. And I feel like that's probably the most rushed thing in this movie. He gets no development. He gets no development as a villain. And he puts on the Darth Vader mech. He puts on, I don't like that it was a mech. I would have rather it been like a normal suit, but instead it's a mech. He puts on the Darth Vader Zurg mech, and next thing you know, he's the villain. That's not cool. I want to see more. Why is he the villain? Why is he the villain? He could have just worn his old Buzz Lightyear suit for all we know. That could have been what he wore. He could have just worn that, and it would have been all right. But that's not how it went. I don't know. He's not very villainous. He's not very evil. He's not very cool as a villain either. He's not like Thanos, where he kind of looks like a villain, but he also looks like a hero. So he's kind of both. He's both in a way. It depends on the perspective. This movie, I feel like you could have done the same thing, but instead, he just puts the Darth Vader Zurg armor on, and now he's the villain. No, bro, you got to develop him. You have to develop this character more. Why is he evil? Is it like other villains where you need to have him bad because he's the bad guy, the opposing force? Okay, but can we go deeper into his side? We know his side, but can we go deeper? Like Thanos. Thanos had a deeper side to his meaning and stuff like that, and I liked that. Here he gets zero development. He gets nothing, and I would have liked way more of that. Also, I don't want to talk about this too much, because I really don't like to stick my nose in this, but because I know you can't, honestly, nowadays with the whole internet thing, but I honestly think Buzz is the father or grandfather, I guess, of Izzy. I think Buzz is the father. You are the father. I actually think he's the dad of Izzy. Think about it a little more. And the more you think about it, the more it'll make sense to you guys. I'm not gonna talk about it anymore because YouTube. Let's just say YouTube. I think Buzz is the father though, but I don't really know what else there is for me to talk about Pixar. There's nothing really more else that I want to talk about this movie other than the fact, because I've already basically said everything I like about it. Is it a good movie? No, it's not like it's not insultingly bad. If you go take your kids to go watch it or something, they're gonna enjoy it. But honestly, you might as well boot up the old TV, the cassette, whatever. Go turn on Disney Plus. Go watch the old Toy Story, because that's an infinitely better movie. This movie, I don't think it has enough action to keep kids entertained, and I don't think it has enough deep meaning after the first third to keep adults interested. I don't think it has, either one. Again, it tries to balance both, but it doesn't do either. I would recommend you go check this out, but not in theaters. I'd recommend you guys go check this out when it comes to Disney Plus. It will eventually come to Disney Plus, but I would not recommend you really go watch this in theaters. If you really want to, you think it might be fun regardless, then go watch it. Go ahead. But from a critical side, I'd say that this is definitely it's better than Pixar's recent movies like Luca and Turning Red, but it's just not. It's not the expectations. You watch that trailer and you think, hey, Pixar's finally learning and they're growing up with us and they want to make something more dark and gritty. That's not what you're going to get. Your kids are probably going to be satisfied. The little people are going to be satisfied. Not in that way. I didn't mean that way. I didn't mean it that way. The kids are going to be satisfied with it. But I don't think it has enough for adults. A lot of Pixar's recent movies don't have enough for adults. I feel like, again, if you just want to watch a movie and enjoy it regardless, then this could be your movie kind of thing. But if you're looking for something any deeper, this is not what you're gonna be disappointed. But again, if you guys want to do that, then that's all right. Enjoy it. I enjoyed it to some extent. But there were some things that really disappoint me. That really did disappoint me with this movie. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to Lagging Reviews, the show where I talk about movies for 20 or so minutes. Today I'm going to be reviewing the newest and supposedly final Jurassic World movie, Jurassic World Dominion. I'm going to be totally honest with you guys, Jurassic World Dominion is one of the worst names I've ever heard for a movie. Legit, I don't know who came up with the name Jurassic World Dominion. That sounds so lame. Honestly, I don't think anyone's going to remember that name. And it just sounds so bad. I don't think anyone... It doesn't sound like a cool final, like a cool finale title. Like, you'd say Avengers, Endgame, Star Wars, The Last Jedi. This is Jurassic World Dominion. Like, that just sounds so lame. Sorry to start it off like that, but that really gets on my nerves. As always, obviously there's gonna be spoilers in this video, so sorry about that. I'm gonna warn you guys before I go into that stuff, but I do want to go into my general thoughts first. I'm gonna tell you right now, this movie is probably the worst Jurassic World movie. The worst Jurassic Park movie. For a lot of reasons, and I mean a lot of reasons. But before we get into that, I want to talk to you guys about something, because I want you guys to do this for me. Don't watch. I want you to do this afterwards. Okay, I need the watch time, but watch the trailer for Jurassic World Dominion. Watch the trailer, and then if you've seen the movie, and tell me how many things that trailer tried to hint at us and told us, hey, well, this is gonna be it. They're trying to hint stuff, and they're trying to throw stuff in our face, like, hey, this is gonna be the movie. This is gonna be the movie. This is gonna be the movie. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. And how many of that stuff was not actually in the movie? Because, dude, that got me mad more than anything else. And I remember Doug Walker was talking about this, how that he's sick of these movies lying to us. And I totally agree, because, dude, this movie, that trailer straight up lies to us on so many things. And it talks about Blue. It talks about Blue, that one raptor that can be trained and stuff. And it's like, oh, well, Blue, we gotta protect her. It's our job, kind of thing. And they even put clips of Blue walking through the woods, kind of stuff like that, to make it look like they were talking about Blue. They're not talking about Blue. They're talking about that British kid. And that... And I'm just saying, little stuff like that, it gets on my nerves, because they really tried to lie to us about stuff like that. And the problem is that they don't have to lie to us about it. I'm excited either way, but they do that, and it gets me mad. And even the trailer goes like, oh, we created an ecological disaster, and we messed up and stuff like that, and we got to fix our mistake. No, they don't fix their mistake at all. They freaking throw that to the side, and they start doing something else. That's not what you do with this, okay? Now, my dad, who's probably watching this right now, he's probably watching my review, because I know he watches my videos, but my dad does not like a lot of the new Jurassic Park or Jurassic World movies, because he thinks that they're unrealistic. I'll say, yeah, they're unrealistic. That's really stupid, especially Fallen Kingdom. And I would say, I thought that was the worst one, but I think Dominion's the worst now. The movie has become very unrealistic, but that's not the problem for me. The problem is lost potential. You see, and I was saying this in my Uncharted review, that with an Uncharted movie, since it's based on a video game, you can do stuff that you would not see in Indiana Jones, you wouldn't see in Mummy, you wouldn't see in National Treasure. This is the kind of movie where, think about this real quick, you're not going to see dinosaurs out in the cities and stuff in any other Jurassic Park movie, except for maybe Lost World, because the T-Rex, but... Imagine the cool things that you can do with that. I know it's stupid in some areas, but think about that. Imagine pterodactyls making nests in the Eiffel Tower. Imagine a bunch of triceratops, and remember Jumanji, how there's just animals out in the city, stuff like that? That kind of stuff would be really, really cool in here. We had a T-Rex in San Diego. That was awesome. That was so awesome. Just one T-Rex was already awesome enough to watch. Imagine what they could do with so many dinosaurs all over the world. Everywhere. Now, I would love for some dinosaur action like that. You would get this kind of stuff in Jurassic Park rip-off movies, a lot of those Asylum and very low budget movies. You get stuff like that, but it's not going to be well done. But if it's a Universal movie, a Jurassic Park movie, you know that they can do something awesome with that. That's such, I know it's an unrealistic setup and it can be stupid, but man, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. What do they do with it? There's so much that they could do it. What do they do with it though? They do absolutely nothing with it. Absolutely nothing. They sideline this. And guess what? And I remember Doug Walker was talking about this. And guess what? Guess what? He's like, they just put the dinosaurs on this chunk of land that's isolated from everywhere else, and that's where the movie takes place. I totally agree. That sucks, okay? You have the whole world to play with, but you don't do anything with it, okay? Though, think about it, they even have I remember they had this short film, Battle of Big Rock. I'm sure some of you guys have seen it. That short film was awesome because it really showed what dinosaurs would be like if they were just out in the world and messing with our normal lives, kind of thing like that. That would be awesome. I know it'd be stupid, but it'd be awesome to watch. What do they do with this? They do nothing. They have dinosaurs out in the wilderness, but they never go into the cities. They never go to, there's only like, they go to places and there's dinosaurs out and about, but that's not the main focus at all. That should legit be the main focus. There's so many good sequences and attacks and stuff like that you could do with dinosaurs. They do none of that. The only time that they really had dinosaurs in the city was midway through the movie in Malta. They had this awesome underground kind of thing, and it's like an underground underground fight club and stuff like that, and a market, black market kind of thing with dinosaurs. That's awesome. That's awesome. I want more of that. Think about that too. What would if dinosaurs were out in the world, all the cool things that you could do with that? Of course, there'd be illegal trading and stuff like that. That's cool. I want to see more of that. We don't get the second half of this does nothing. And I swear, it's really the second half of this that gets really bad. After the Malta part, that's when they just go to this place in Italy where they put all the dinosaurs on a little thing and like a chunk of land. That's where I think that the movie really screws up. And it's sad, and also this movie, it's very poorly edited in some places. It feels really rushed sometimes. There's a lot of places here and there that I feel like are really rushed. And dude, there's a lot of places that I feel are really rushed, and they could be fixed. They could be fixed, and there's good news and there's bad news, because there supposedly is going to be a director's cut of this movie. Colin Trevorrow is going to make a director's cut. That's great, because I want to see, because this movie, at times, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like there's parts that just, hey, what the heck happened? Like, hey, this feels rushed. This feels choppy. This feels weird. They cut out the prologue as well, which I thought the prologue was amazing and had some crucial information in there, but they cut that out. The director's cut is going to be awesome. The problem with the director's cut is that it's not going to fix the plot of the movie. It's going to make it way better. It's going to make parts that felt choppy not choppy. It's going to make it, instead of feeling rushed, it's going to feel nice. But man, it's not going to fix that really crappy second half where they just go to a piece of land that has a bunch of dinosaurs on it in the jungle. I know that's what we're used to, but man, I want to see something a little different. I would have loved to see dinosaurs in New York City. I don't care if it's New York or not. Like, I want to see dinosaurs just eating people. That's another problem with this movie. So a little bit of spoilers, but there's only really 4 deaths in this movie. Only 2 of them are really cinematic. The other ones are not. The other ones are just people that, like, die in the background. There's 2 deaths. One of them, and again, spoilers here, really big spoilers here, okay? Maybe just mute your mic for the next few seconds, okay? Or mute your headphones, whatever. What do you got on? There's a death, right? It's a guy, and I hate this too. Maybe I won't even spoil it. Maybe I won't even spoil it, okay? But the deaths, right? They're off screen. That sucks. I hate off-screen deaths in a PG-13 movie for a lot of reasons, especially because this is Jurassic Park. Okay? Now, off-screen deaths can be very awesome, but there's a problem with the Jurassic Park movie because, I've noticed the more and more that these movies go on, the deaths and the dino attacks, they start to like fluctuate from being totally awesome to bad, off-screen deaths, too many on-screen deaths, too many off-screen, and I hate that. I want to see more on-screen deaths. You know what that means? When we actually see the person getting eaten. That's the thing that sucks, because, the first Jurassic Park movie, you see people getting mauled by these dinosaurs, and the second one, same thing. Third one, same thing. And we got a few off-screen deaths, but those were good. They were done tastefully. This one, every death is an off-screen. Almost every death is an off-screen death. That sucks for a lot of reasons. there's this I'm sure my dad who's probably watching this has not seen it, but they had this Jurassic World cartoon called Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous, right? Supposedly it's canon. It does have to do with the story. And Colin Trevorrow himself, the dude who directed Jurassic World and Jurassic World Dominion, he said it'll be weird watching Jurassic World Dominion without watching that cartoon on Netflix. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, that cartoon, I mean, there's one more season that hasn't been released, but let me tell you right now, that cartoon has nothing to do with Jurassic World Dominion so far. There's nothing that came back into play. None of the characters showed up in Dominion, nothing. So I don't know why he said that. Then, that show has a lot, since it's a kid show and stuff, and for the most part it's good, but it's a kid version of Jurassic Park. It has too many off-screen deaths in there. And so I was really dying for some more Jurassic Park deaths and some gruesome ones like we had in Fallen Kingdom. It doesn't have to be a bloodbath, but I want some deaths. I want to see some Jurassic Park dino action. We barely get any of that in this movie. Hardly anyone dies in this movie. And I'm sick of that because it's like, okay, we had Camp Cretaceous. You can put all the death scene, the off-screen deaths over there in that cartoon, but we're over here the kids had their fun. Now it's adults' turn kind of thing. It's our turn to have some gruesome deaths in Dominion. We don't get any of that. That's so annoying, especially there's two deaths. Again, they're off-screen. I feel like if you had them on screen a little bit more, they would have been so much better. And another problem is the dinosaur attacks. Well, I went to go watch this with my parents. My mom said, oh, well, that was really fun because they had a lot of dinosaur attacks and they were constantly getting chased. Now, that's cool. That's cool to have them chased a lot because really, in the end, we're going to these movies for the dinosaur chases. You know, honestly, especially with these newer movies, we're not here for the humans. We're not. We're here for the dinosaurs, especially to see them running around and killing people. We don't get to see a lot of deaths. That's another thing that sucks. But they have a lot of fight scenes, attack scenes. And this is a big problem because they have a lot of attack scenes, dinosaur attack scenes, but a lot of them are very, very short. They go by so quickly, and they're not very good at all. I mean, they're good, but they're not long. They're not long at all. There's this scene, you've probably seen it in the trailer. There's this awesome new dinosaur. It has a beak, it has a long neck, it's humongous, it has these claws, it looks so awesome. The problem with that dinosaur is that it doesn't get a lot of screen time. It shows up towards the end, it shows up towards the middle, that's it. We don't get a cool attack scene. Imagine being in a car and that thing just starts slashing through the car and it starts poking its giant beak into the windows and it starts shoving those giant nails into the metal and ripping off doors and stuff. That would be awesome. We don't get that. We just get one scene, and it's an awesome scene, don't get me wrong, but there's nothing cool like that. There's no cool, hey, well, the car got flipped over and we're getting attacked kind of thing. And there's another scene, the Dilophosaurus, my favorite dinosaur, the Dilophosaurus comes back. The Dilophosaurus gets, I don't know how much screen time, not even 10 minutes of screen time. I swear, it's very little. They attack Claire at one point. And I was like, yes, the Dilophosaurus is back after 30 years. I don't know how many years. The Dilophosaurus is back. You know what? Dilophosaurus doesn't, right after that, spoilers, Owen just grabs him by the neck, puts him aside. And I'm alright with that since Owen's like, he's handled dinosaurs, so we know how to put one down like that. But we barely get any cool fight scene or attack scene with the Dilophosaur. That's it. He comes back later for something else, and it was really cool. But again, that's it. And they have these other dinosaurs. They're not dinosaurs. They're called Dimetrodons. You've probably seen them before, but I'm sure someone's told you they're not dinosaurs. They have, imagine a lizard, sharp teeth, sail on its back. That's what they are. They have a really cool scene with them in a cave, and I really liked it because I really love to see these new animals that we have never seen before. Guess what? Those dinosaurs get even less time. They get a nice, cool attack, but we barely get to see them. We get a cool attack for just 2 minutes. That's it. After that, they like, yeah, okay, go. We don't want you anymore. That's it. That's how the attack scenes are in this movie. They just go, they come and go. That's not cool. In other Jurassic Park movies, they had these nice, long not fight scenes, attack scenes, right? Like that raptor scene from Jurassic Park 3. Imagine that scene. That scene, it starts in the lab and it ends in the jungle. They have a long, nice scene where they're getting attacked and they're running away and they're hiding in the trees. And that one guy gets pinned and he dies. And that's another problem, bro. There's no one dies. No one dies. So there's I swear the plot armor is humongous. I swear, it's terrible. There's so much plot armor. No one dies. And I like to get these nice long scenes because we have enough time to process these cool attacks. Here, we're just getting attack after attack after attack. And they're awesome, but they don't last very long. They don't last very long. And even a movie like Fallen Kingdom or Jurassic Park 3, which, again, they're not as good. They're not very good, but the attack scenes in those movies are still pretty freaking good. They're still very fun. Those are awesome. These, they just go by like that, man. They go by really fast, and I feel like they shouldn't go by that fast. And, oh, man, I feel like I'm going to be talking a lot during this video. I hope it's not very long, but let's talk about the Giga. The Giganotosaurus, whatever you want to call it. There's this new big bad dinosaur that they have. And it would be awesome to see it in action, but it's not. It has one cool attack scene towards the end of the movie, and I feel like that should have been the climax. I feel like that should have been the final. But man, they have a scene. They have all the main characters running away from this dinosaur. This dinosaur, in other movies, this dinosaur would have probably just started going ballistic. It would have been awesome. They would have been running away. They would have been like, one of them would have got eaten, kind of thing. This is not that at all. They're hiding behind this car. The dinosaur sees them for a good, 5 minutes, looking at them. Just, maybe not 5 minutes, 2 minutes. Still, just looking at them, seeing them move, and it just doesn't attack. It's so slow. And this dinosaur, it's an awesome dinosaur. I love it. It's so cool looking. But man, my boy Giga does not get enough respect in this movie at all. He does not get enough anything, really. It just, yeah, man. Okay, there's a thing, right? The prologue, they had a prologue, but they cut it out. Now, I'm hoping you guys saw this, right? The prologue showed that before the dinosaurs got cloned, this was back 65 million years ago, right? When they were still alive. It showed the T-Rex and the Giga fighting, and they died. The T-Rex dies in a battle. It dies. It for real dies. It dies, and then the mosquito comes, takes the blood, and that's the same Rex that we got now. And that's cool. I like that, but there's a problem with that, okay? The Spinosaurus, to us at least, is the Apollo Creed of this series. The Spinosaurus will always be the one that's the rival of the T-Rex. They throw the Giga out of nowhere. They bring it here and they try to get us to think, oh, well, hey, it's the Giga. You all know the Giga. It's been around forever. No, we don't. Get this loser out of here, okay? We need the Spinosaurus. The Spinosaurus is a long-time rivalry kind of thing. And because they got rid of the prologue, we never know that that's how the T-Rex died. There's a rivalry between the T-Rex and the Allosaurus, but we don't even know it exists because they cut out the prologue. They cut it out. And we don't get attached to the Giga. It's just okay. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. Okay, imagine the Rex is Rocky, right? And Rocky fought Apollo, but when he lost the first time and he's gonna go for a rematch, instead of fighting Apollo, the Spinosaurus, instead of fighting the Spinosaurus, he goes up against the Giganotosaurus, which is Clubber Lang. It would not make sense. There's no long-lasting rivalry between them, kind of thing. It's just a new guy that shows up out of nowhere, and they treat him like he's some long-time rival. That's not how it works, man. That's seriously not how it works. You need to have. It's just, it gets me mad though, and it gets me really mad. Another thing, and we need to talk about this, okay? Because I noticed some of the reviewers, they don't talk about this. Clayton Fioriti and Doug Walker, they did not talk about this, but honestly, it's the one thing that got me mad the most. The final battle sucks. The final battle sucks in this movie. I'm going to tell you right now, every single Jurassic Park movie has an awesome final act, final battle. Okay, I don't care what. Every single movie at least has, look, every single Jurassic Park movie or Jurassic World movie, maybe they suck, maybe they could be better, maybe they're not as good as the first one, but man, every single movie always has good dinosaur attacks, every single movie always has a good final battle. This movie has a terrible final battle. The first movie had the Velociraptors versus the T-Rex. The second movie had the T-Rex in San Diego, which was awesome. It wasn't really a final battle, but it was still awesome. The third movie had the Spinosaurus looking for them in the water on the boat. That was awesome. Then part 4 had the Indominus and the Raptor versus the T-Rex kind of thing. That fight, that was awesome. You had Blue and Owen versus the Indoraptor. That was amazing. This movie, oh my gosh. I look, you need to understand this. A final battle is crucial. It's always going to be crucial to your movie if you have one. This movie does not know how to do one of those. It does not. And it's so weird because Colin Trevorrow's done a good one before, so what the freak, man? You should have had a good one here. They had an awesome setup as well. They have, again, they try to treat the Allosaurus like he's a longtime rival, but he's not. But, they have the Allosaurus versus the T-Rex. T-Rex gets his butt whooped. And, dude, oh my gosh. Then this, the one with the giant claws shows up. And I love the way it looks kind of thing. It's awesome. And it shows up, and they have this setup like it's going to be an awesome Allosaurus versus, or not Allosaurus, I don't know why I said that. It's Giganotosaurus versus T-Rex and Long Claws. And it looks like it's going to be a 2v1 kind of thing, and it looks like it's going to be an awesome final battle, and it sets it up like it's going to be an awesome final battle. Maybe the director's cut will fix this, but they just double team on the Giganotosaurus. They double team on him, and he's dead, just like that. They stab him, like the T-Rex pushes him into the claws of the other one, and I'm talking, the battle's like not even a minute long. Not even a minute long. I'm talking it must be like 30 seconds, 20 seconds long. It's so bad because they had such an awesome setup, but it's just like that. Even Jurassic World, and people are not complaining about this enough. I feel like they need to complain about this more, okay? Jurassic Park 3. Yeah, the T-Rex died, and, you know, you shouldn't screw around with that, okay? The T-Rex is always number one. But, dude, the T-Rex needs to fight his own battles kind of thing. He fought against the Spinosaurus, and I know people got mad that the Spinosaurus won and the T-Rex died, and it was so short, and there was a lot of hype around that. But look, at least the T-Rex put up a good fight in that movie. I like to think that he died because he had already eaten something beforehand and he was already tired. I like to think that's why he died so quickly. But this movie disrespects it even more. The battle's not, it's like, I swear, honestly, the Spinosaurus attack is probably like 6, I don't even know. It's like 10 times longer. This final battle goes by so fast. Sorry. It goes by so fast. And it just got me so mad. I was just like, yeah. You know what I mean? I had my hands up and I was like, yeah, come on, man. Come on, T-Rex. You're number one. You're the, T-Rex. You know what I mean? It's a nostalgia critic joke. You're the Fajan T-Rex. You know what I mean? I hope y'all know what I mean. It's a nostalgia critic joke. I'll put that towards the end. Yeah, they're like, yo, man, you're the freaking T-Rex, man. You know what I mean? You're the T-Rex. You never lose kind of thing. This movie, it's just, this final battle sucked. I can't get over that. Because it's such a crucial part of any Jurassic Park movie, and they just throw it away. And let's talk, because I'm focusing a lot on the dinosaurs, but let's talk about the humans really quickly, because I haven't liked the humans in these movies. But we gotta talk about them. Let's talk about Allie and Ellie coming back, though, because I'm gonna be honest, it's awesome to see Laura Dern and Sam Neill come back for the final movie, but man, they don't have to be there. I'm just gonna say it right now, they don't have to be there. The movie does not treat them like they have to be there, though. You could have, like, if you wanted to modify this movie just a little bit and it wouldn't change anything about it, You could have legit replaced Ellie and Alan with any other characters from the movie. You could have replaced it with that millennial duo that you had in the last one. I think his name was Justice Smith and that other girl. You could have brought those people back. They could have been the detectives. You could have had Timmy and Lex from the first movie and the second movie. You could have brought them back, and they would have been probably the same effect as characters. It could have had the same. It wouldn't have made much of a difference. In like Jurassic Park 3, they made it feel like Alan was essential to this. They made in Jurassic Park 2, they made it feel like Ian was essential to the movie. This movie makes it feel like, okay, we're bringing you guys back to make the fans happy. That's it. They don't feel like they're needed. And I don't want to say that they're like bad actors or anything. They're amazing actors and stuff, but they don't feel needed in this movie. They need to make them feel a little more needed. Also, I hate that, like, freaking Alan Grant, like, I know it's been, like, they have amazing chemistry, Alan and Ellie, since the very first movie. Even in Jurassic Park 3, they had amazing chemistry. But this movie, they do have good chemistry, but I hate that they just pull the sort of, well, I'm not into her, kind of thing. Dude, like, that's too cliche, man. And I know they're great actors and they do a great job at playing these characters, but here they're written kind of poorly. They're just like, oh, Alan's denying that he's in love with Ellie kind of thing. Okay, we know it, but can he do a little bit of a better job at hiding it? We don't have to, like, that can't be that doesn't have to be the only joke between these two kind of thing. And I'm happy that they kind of got together towards the end. I mean, I don't know. Ever since the very beginning, they were supposed to end up together. That was legit confirmed. There was a kiss scene that was cut. Now that was 65 million years in the making. I remember saying that to my dad after he saw that after saw him kiss at the end. I was just like, now that's 65 million years in the making. But I don't know. It's still such a pleasure to see them come back, you know. But I feel like they don't have to be there, kind of thing. I wish they could have made it feel like they were more essential to this movie. And let's talk about Dodson, man, because Dodson, we got Dodson here. Man, he's one of the worst villains I've ever seen in these movies. Man, they could have done him way better. The Jurassic Park books, which honestly, I'm talking about the original ones. You guys, if you're into Jurassic Park, I'd highly recommend you guys read them. They're amazing novels. It really shows how different the source material is. But man, I feel like they're just amazing and really well done. Especially Lost World. They're just both amazing and well done. And in those books, Dodson, I'm not sure if you guys even remember Dodson. Let me just refresh it for you guys. Dodson was the guy who paid Dennis Nedry, that one dude who stole the Barbasol can. He paid him to go to the island to steal embryos so he could clone his own dinosaurs with his own company, Biosyn, in the very first movie. There's not a lot that's told to you about him, but if you read the books, you'd know way more about him. But Dodson, his personality in the books is like he's the worst person that you can imagine. Just imagine such a terrible person, like the most evil person you can imagine. That's who Dodson was in the books. In this movie, he's honestly just like your average Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. There's nothing special about him. He's just a rich old person. That's it. Not even like eccentric rich old person like Lockwood or John Hammond. Just eccentric old person who's 60 or something. That's it. That's all there is to his character. He's just Elon Musk, but less crazy, you know? That's it, you know? And like, there's so much that they could have done with him. I would have loved if there's these scenes where like there was a scene right where they're in this like control room sort of, and he gets mad, and I would have loved if he went just crazy on everybody, and he would have started hitting his employees, and he would have started cussing them out, because the one in the book just cusses everyone out. He hates, like, he just gets mad. When he gets mad, and he cusses everyone out, kind of thing. He's such a terrible person, you know, and this one is just so plain. I can never express a more plain character ever. He's so plain. Again, like I said, he's just your average Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, just a little less alien, just a little less crazy. That's it. They could have done so much more to develop his personality, and it's cool because I actually like that they brought him, because in a way he's the longtime villain of Jurassic Park. You know, he is the very first villain of the Jurassic Park, because he started this entire thing If you think about it, he's been around since the very beginning, and I love that. But man, dude, they screwed up. They screwed up on every front, on every side of this building. They screwed up, and now they just have a terrible house. You know what I mean? It just sorry, I'm losing my breath. I'm just talking so much. Man, I just feel like they really screwed up at everything in this movie. They really did. I guess I've talked so much. I've talked crap about this movie so much. Let's talk about something that's good. The animatronics. I gotta give one thing to this movie. This is the best that the dinosaurs have ever looked. I actually, like in all the world movies, this is the best that they've looked because I think that it was an amazing mix between animatronics and CGI. They use the animatronics for the nice close-ups, and they use the CGI whenever they have to walk and stuff like that and jump and run. That's awesome. That's awesome. They used animatronics and they went back to the roots of Jurassic Park, and that's awesome. I loved it. It was amazing. And because I actually felt like they were there. Especially in that underground black market that they had. That was awesome. Like, I love the way that place looked, but the way the animatronics looked in that looked great. They had them all in cages and stuff, and the animatronics looked just really well done. It looked so real, kind of thing, and I loved it. That's really my biggest compliment, because the first three movies were a good combination of CGI and animatronics. That's really the wonder of Jurassic Park, is that the CGI mixed with animatronics, and those movies, even three, they had, for the most part, amazing, they had an amazing blend of this. The world movies did not do as good of a job. The CGI, they used, overuse of CGI. But finally, I felt like the dinosaurs were actually there. Maybe, I think in Fallen Kingdom they did as well, but this one, it really stood out to me. It felt like, yeah, there were times where I could tell, that's an animatronic, that's a CGI, you know? That looked great. I still loved it. That's probably the most fun I had with this movie. Let's talk real quick, spoilers real quick, for Dodson's death scene, okay? I talked about Dodson earlier, but Dodson, and I forgot to mention this, Dodson, since he's like such a terrible person in the books, he has to be one of those characters that you actually want to see dead, kind of thing. Every single time that they've had a villain in these movies, I've always said, hey, this guy's such a piece of junk. I want to see him dead. Kind of thing. This is not a character that I feel like, well, I mean, he dies? Okay. I don't feel like, oh, yeah, die. I never said that once when I saw him die by the Dilophosaurus. And I liked that it was a nice callback to, like, when the Dilophosaurus killed Dennis Nedry. That's, you got a little taste of that. That was cool. I swear, if I could cuss in these videos, I would, but YouTube and other reasons, I swear, this is one of the worst death scenes that you could have ever given us. Dodson, the villain of this movie and the villain of Jurassic Park, is killed in such a lame but also cool and interesting way. He gets killed by the Dilophosaurus poisoning him, and he gets confined in this little space, and the Dilophosaurus start showing up. They kill him, but it's off screen. It's fully off screen. I want to see a shot that takes place from the back, like really far off, but you see the Dilophosaurus is spitting on him and eating him. That would have been awesome. I would have loved it. I would have loved to see Dodson get eaten. But again, when he dies, I'm just like, he dies? Okay. I didn't care about him at all. I didn't want to see him dead, but I also didn't care to see him live. So when he dies, I'm just kind of like, okay. His death had zero effect on me. I'm talking zero effect on me. And and such a big villain like him should not be killed off in such a boring way off screen. Like, it just gets me mad. I hate off-screen deaths, especially in a PG-13 movie, because PG-13 movies should try to always push the boundaries. Like Fallen Kingdom, I feel like pushed the boundaries because it had the most gruesome deaths. This movie does not have that at all. It does not. And I hate, again, I told you guys earlier that this movie, it wanted to have that sort of, it wanted to have like, oh, well, dinosaurs are out running loose. They ignore that all the time. They ignore that. And I also hate that the one thing that actually had like, oh, the one thing that made the characters say, well, the world's ending, we need to save it, was locusts. It wasn't dinosaurs ruining resources or killing everybody on the planet, or anything like that. No, it was locusts. Locusts are what killed everybody, or gonna ruin everything. That's so bad. That's such a bad explanation for all of this. It's just, man, I hate this because, and it gets me mad. It gets me really mad because all of the movies, even the ones like World and Jurassic and Fallen Kingdom, which were not as good, but I still thought they were really fun. I still thought they were good for the most part. I still think they were put together well as Jurassic Park movies. This one just feels so bad because it's so, every little thing about it, it's like every little thing about it is just worse. Everything about it. The characters, for the most part, they're just not, I don't know, they're not better, but they're not worse. The death scenes are worse. The attacks are worse. The dinosaurs are better. The animatronics and stuff is better, but everything else, the character development, the villain, the final battle, character arc, stuff like that. It was just it all got worse with this movie. And that disappoints me so much because I was honestly willing to just put my nostalgia goggles on. I've heard that somewhere, I don't know where, but you just put your nostalgia goggles on and you just say, hey, I'm a kid again and I'm watching Jurassic Park for the first time and I'm watching Jurassic World and it's awesome. But it wasn't awesome, and I hate that because I'm growing up and I see movies for what they are now, and I see that this movie is not at all what it should be. This is a movie that wants to be the finale of the Jurassic Park movies. It wants to be the finale. It wants to be the big bad. And, they always teased it like, oh, this is the final one. This does not feel like the final one at all for a lot of reasons. And it feels like they don't even try to fix the problem with the dinosaurs running on the mainland. They're not trying to kill them all. They're not trying to put them on an island. They don't do anything like that. They do kind of, but like it's just, it's so bad, man. And especially like the final battle, I can't get over that. And like I said, it really is one of the worst Jurassic Park movies. I don't know. The highlights of this really for me were the way that the dinosaurs looked. And the CGI was great in this. I still love that. It's my favorite thing about it. My favorite thing about this movie. Seeing Allie and Alan and Ellie on screen again was just great. Especially seeing them interact with the old cast. That was. Again, I feel like that could have been better as well. But you get what you asked for, kind of. And I would have loved, and it's such a lost opportunity, if Owen had said at one point, well, yeah, my dad took me to one of your dig sites in Montana, Snakewater, Montana. That would have been awesome. And if it turned out that Owen was that little kid who was like, that doesn't look scary, when that kid that Alan Grant was making fun of and was trying to scare, that would have been just such a fun thing to do. But of course they don't do that. They don't do so many things in this movie. But honestly, I think you guys are going to like this movie if you want to just watch something and enjoy it. If you want to watch something and enjoy it, and like just to have fun, I think you guys are going to like this movie. It has a lot of entertainment value, but man, if you're someone like me who just really needs to look at a movie more, and the more you look at it, the more you notice all the flaws, then maybe this is definitely not the movie for you. But if you wanted to go take your family to go watch this, then I think there's a lot of entertainment value, but man, does it screw up on so many things. It really screws up a lot. Hopefully the director's cut can make it a little bit better. But I'd love to know what you guys think in the comments. Please make sure to let me know what y'all thought of this movie. I'd love to know. I'd love to chat with you guys. Let me know if there what you guys did and did not think of this of this movie. The highlight for me was the dinosaurs. They looked amazing in this movie. They looked good. What is going on, everybody? LaggingLelandYT here, back with another video. Today we're going to be talking about Minions: The Rise of Gru. There will be some, not really spoilers, there will be some like minor stuff, but it's mostly like referencing Easter eggs and stuff like that. I know there's a lot of memes going around about this movie. I know everybody's memeing about it with the gentle minions. Supposedly theaters are actually banning suits in the theaters and stuff like that. I found that really funny, but it's stupid too. If they had a Despicable Me 4, not a Minions 2, I would have gotten all suited up and dressed for that, but not this, okay? Uh, I guess real quick, before I, like, get into this movie, I want to kind of, give a little recap on the other Minion movies and the Despicable Me movies, because I really enjoyed those, and I want to give you guys my opinions on those real quick. The first Despicable Me was a true masterpiece on both the meme front and just as a movie. It was so fun. A lot of good memes came out after that, but also just a genuinely great movie. The second one, just as good. Maybe not just as good, maybe a little bit worse, but I mean, compared to that masterpiece, of course, you know, the sequel might not be able to top the first. The second one was awesome. Third one, not as good as the other two, but still thoroughly enjoyable. And then you had Minions, okay? Minions, you know, this is the thing. They don't really understand Illumination nowadays. They don't understand what makes the Minions work, okay? The Minions only work if you have Gru with them, because everybody would watch them, like in this first Despicable Me movie, right? Everyone was watching the movie for Gru and his family, and then the Minions were a nice bonus that were funny, somewhat funny, and they were also there for the kids. You know, so that way you had the group for the adults and the Minions for the kids. But the problem is that with the Minions movie, you had nothing but Minions. The Minions, that was it. That was it. And the problem with that is that with just the Minions, it really screws up what made the Despicable Me movies work. And they almost did the same thing here, but this time they had Gru, which was way, way better. This one's way better than the first Minions movie. But, I mean, Minions was just bad, you know, it's just annoying. This one, I feel like it has, and here's another thing, okay? It has, half of the movie has Gru in it, the other half has the Minions. The Minion half is super annoying, super stupid, but I know kids were laughing at it, because that's what kids do nowadays. Back in my day, in 2010, we were laughing at good old hey, He-Man memes. What's that called? Yeah, but the Gru half where, you know, you got Steve Carell doing this super funny, Gru, kid version of Gru. That's so funny to me. I found it so funny to listen to, Steve Carell do this, like, little baby version of Gru, kid version of Gru, and that's funny to me. I liked seeing Gru go on all these little mischievous heights and stuff like that. Mischievous, I don't know. Mischievous, he goes like, and then I love his voice. I love the voice too. It's just so adorable. It's so adorable, but also like super funny to hear. Because there's like that one scene where he gets mad at the Minion. And he goes like, "You traded my future for a stone," like something like that. It's so funny to hear it. And if they had just stuck to Gru, if Gru was the main focus, then I would have said, yeah, you know what? Decent movie, okay, fun. It's adorable, but I think we can all enjoy it. The Minions, though, like, you see the problem. Another problem is, you see, we already have a little kid version of Gru, a mischievous version. You know, he's over here doing these little heists and these little pranks and stuff like that. He's going into like the ice cream factory and stealing ice cream, stuff like that with his gadgets. That's all fun and entertaining, right? But if you already have a kid version of Gru for the kids, and I guess the adults can somewhat enjoy him, why do you have the Minions? Okay, like, what is this movie rated? Embryo to and under? What? Like, infant and under, I guess. And I hate this, okay, because, like, the Minions, man, they're always revolve around stupid, fart jokes, and honestly, they're like the cash cows of Illumination now. I swear, every studio gets, like, their Mickey Mouse, and they milk everything they can out of it. Nickelodeon is milking SpongeBob. Illumination is milking the Minions. What else is there? DreamWorks doesn't really have one. Yeah, they don't really have one, but that's a good thing. DreamWorks is learning. They're making a crap load of money off these, like, Minion movies, but they're so bad. They're so bad. Honestly, I don't get what, like, kids enjoy these movies, but they're so bad, and I feel like they encourage, like, disgusting humor. Like, a lot of it's, like, the fart jokes, poop jokes. That stuff's so dang annoying, and I feel like by just having these Minion movies focused mainly on that, I feel like you really encourage, like, a stupid kind of humor that shouldn't be encouraged. You should always try to go for something else like Gravity Falls, where it's entertaining, but man, they have a lot of cleverly thought out jokes and fun ones. Not some stupid poop jokes. I don't think there's a single poop joke in Gravity Falls, but man, is it so funny. It's so funny, Gravity Falls. There's so many cleverly themed jokes and so much stuff that falls into place there. This is something where they just, hey, you know what? We don't give a crap. Let's just do some fart jokes and kids will be happy. And what Illumination does, and I'm really worried about this, okay? Illumination, what they do recently, they waste so much money on big actors. Then they get some somewhat decent animation, really decent animation, and then they get a lot of like trendy pop songs and like stuff like that. And then they like a lot of color, and they just say, "Here, you know what, kids, look at this. You want to watch this, don't you? Don't you? You know." Like with Sing 2, that movie's all about music, right? So they just have like Justin Timberlake and crap that like kids bop crap. I'm talking like stuff little kids would watch kind of thing. You know, it's like, or listen to. They'd be listening, kids would be listening to Justin Timberlake and whatever, all that crap, and trendy music. They even had the freaking Grubhub song in Sing 2. That's so annoying, I swear. So, and then, like, I want to say this new upcoming superhero movie with pets is made by Illumination. I want to say that that's the case. If it is, then, bro, they got The Rock, Keanu Reeves, and Kevin Hart in that one movie. That's a lot of money for casting. And on what? Like, freaking Superdog. Oh my god. It's like, this ain't what you're supposed to be doing, bro. And it's so bad. Because that's what they do. They get the big actors like The Rock and Kevin Hart and Keanu Reeves, and they say, "Hey parents, you like these actors, don't you? Watch this movie. Take your kids to go see it." The kids will get their fun out of the cute dogs and minions, and the adults will just be freaking bobbing their heads, wondering what, like, they'll just be questioning what the heck they're watching, and it's so bad. Like I mean, you know, it's just. And that's another problem, because that's what they do with their movies, and that's what they're gonna do with the Mario Bros. Movie. Just by looking at the casting, you could tell that they're gonna do the same exact thing. They have Charlie Day, they have Chris Pratt playing Mario, and you have Jack Black playing Bowser. I feel like that one could actually work. I feel like Jack Black playing Bowser would be kind of fun. But, you know, this cast is just filled with the most famous people you can imagine. Kind of thing. Maybe not like the most famous people ever, but still big actors, you know, that I don't think would fit the part. And I can already assure you that movie's gonna be the same way. They're gonna have stupid, trendy songs, and they want to connect with us and be like, "Oh, y'all love Justin Timberlake, don't you?" No, we don't. That was like 5 years ago. Okay, gosh, dang it! Like, stop playing that cringe music. Okay, like, we're in the new generation. Nah. But again, and I wish they would stop doing that, you know? And here's another thing. The Minions memes, the Gentle Minion meme, it actually ruined and saved this movie, because it saved the movie from flopping, because it would have definitely flopped. I think critics would have mostly destroyed this movie. But the memes saved it, because so far I think it's made a lot of money, right? These Minion movies make a lot of money with, like, the kids, right? But by making the movie a lot of money, they're actually doing something really bad, okay? They're actually promoting and encouraging the bad movie that they're making. They're getting these big actors, and they're getting all these trendy songs and popular songs, and they get this really garbage story and garbage humor, and that's what they decide to do with it. That's what they decide to do with their movies. And I feel like by making this movie succeed, the memes and all that, they made it succeed, they actually made a bad choice there, because now Illumination is going to be like, "Oh, you know what? People like that. Let's keep making stupid movies, stupid fart jokes, waste all our money on a big cast." And just like, you know, that's encouraging and promoting just like a bad form of like movie, you know? If we do this movie if we did not do it with this movie with Minions, and they made it Despicable Me 4, and we did it there, then oh my god, my voice cracked. Then they would have a reason. Hey, you know what? People like the more serious, slightly serious, but also family friendly and fun movie here. Despicable Me 4. Let's make more of these. That's what they need to do, and they don't do that. And they need to do that, but the memes might have actually ruined some future movies for us, and that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing at all. I know everybody was freaking out, like, oh, they got some, like, big rappers and big songs in this movie. That doesn't matter, bro, honestly. They do so much to try to get people interested in this movie, but of course, like, it's just like everything else. Like, it's like everything else Illumination makes. It's just, hey, you know what? Like, your kids, right? You like Justin Timberlake. You like all this, like, trendy music. Yeah, you like that? Here, let's play that. Yeah, it's just so annoying. It's really so annoying. But I know a lot of kids enjoyed the movie because I remember a lot of kids were actually like laughing their heads off when they were watching it. So I guess they got some enjoyment out of it. But they shouldn't be like Illumination should not be like encouraging this kind of humor and this kind of like stupidness. You know, I feel like these movies make you dumber, or make kids dumber by watching them. What is going on, everybody? LaggingLelandYT here, back with another review. Today we're going to be reviewing Morbius. It's Morbin time to review Morbius because I'm really late to the party, okay? I actually didn't get to watch this movie when it came out in theaters. I didn't get to watch it. A lot of stuff came up, so I didn't get to watch it, right? And my mom surprised me as of recording this video. Today she surprised me with a DVD of Morbius from the Redbox. I don't know if people still use Redboxes. But it was a pleasant surprise, and now I have something to review. I'm gonna be dead honest with you guys. I know there's so many memes and so many reviews roasting this movie and saying it's the worst thing of all time. I'm gonna be dead honest with you guys. It's not that bad. It's actually not that bad. Okay, I've seen so much worse compared to Morbius. Okay, I've seen Red Ape Family. I've seen Cryptoland. I've seen so many worse things. And honestly, movies like Attack of the Clones, movies like that they were not very good. They were not very good. Those movies actually got on my nerves a little bit more than this one. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This movie, I feel like, like that meme, right? It's, oh, the characters are acted, the story was written, right? I'm gonna be honest, it's all decent. It's all decent, okay? I've seen other movies that have the same level, and I'll say, you know what? It's a decent movie. You don't have to, it's not like anything special. It's not anything that's like, mind-blowing, but it's decent. You know, if you want to waste a few hours and watch something new, go ahead and watch it. It's actually decent. There are some things in this movie that do not work, like the special effects, some of the writing. Towards the very, very end, the third act, or the climax, that part of that did not work, but a lot of things in this movie did work. I feel like the first half of this movie is genuinely good. I feel like it's actually decent. Like, you want to actually get invested in this. But again, towards the end, it does kind of fall off, but I still enjoyed it nonetheless. And, now I can finally say that I watched it, because this is one of those movies that everyone says was either everybody's saying either it's the worst movie of the year or it's the greatest movie of all time. You know, it made $1.7 more billion at the box office. And I love those kind of memes, you know. But, it's kind of crazy because Morbius is not the worst movie that I've seen this year, okay? I'm going to be dead honest with you guys. It's actually not the worst movie that I've seen this year. The worst movie that I've seen that's come out this year is probably Jurassic World Dominion. I'm not even going to lie. That movie got me so mad, and it ticked me off so much. And, Rise of Gru is also a movie that I would say is towards the lower end of like my list of movies that have came out this year. Okay, it's not very good, right? The Minions movie, again, the same kind of meme happened where everybody's like, oh, well, it made $4 grillion at the box office, right? Stuff like that, jokes like that, you know. I'm gonna be dead honest with you guys. The Minion movie is worse than Morbius. Morbius is honestly better than Jurassic World Dominion and the Minion movie combined. I'm being dead honest with you guys. The Minion movie was just annoying. It was annoying. Half of it with Gru was really fun to watch, but the parts with the Minions, which is a good piece of the movie, That's annoying as heck. It's annoying. And Jurassic World Dominion, it actually got me so mad that, again, both those movies combined still are not better than Morbius, okay? I know I'm complimenting this movie, and I know it's weird. And real quick, a lot of people don't. I'm not really sure if this is true or not, but I've heard from plenty of people, plenty of trusted reviewers, that supposedly Rotten Tomatoes, what the tomato meter, it's not like, oh, we asked thousands of people what they thought on the movie and they gave us our ratings and that's the percent. No, it's actually supposedly it's like 100 of their top reviewers, and they asked them what they thought of the movie, and only 17 of them said that they liked the movie. That's, I think, what the tomato meter on Rotten Tomatoes actually rates the movie. It's like 17 or something. I'm like, again, that's not very accurate. Okay, already that's not very accurate, and the audiences seem to like it enough. The internet exploded with this movie, and again, it's not even that bad. Again, I will admit, the effects were kind of weird, but there is still a lot to enjoy. Some of the fight scenes could have been better if they were a little bit more choreographed, but man, there was still plenty of good scenes with the special effects. I like the way Morbius uses his echolocation, some of the creative ways that they tapped into that. That's really good. That's really creative. I like the story with him and Milo. The acting in this was pretty decent as well. Jared Leto, I know a lot of people supposedly hate Jared Leto. I don't care for him too much, but again, he did a decent job in this movie. He did a great performance. A lot of the actors in this movie did a great performance, especially the two main actors. They did great in this movie. Again, the characters are acted decently. They do a good job at their acting, you know. And I feel like it was acted. It was decently acted, you know. And I feel like there's not much to hate really. The biggest sorry, I voice cracked there. The biggest problem that I have with this movie, I feel like, are like the biggest problems with this movie again are like some of the stuff feels forced. Towards the end. Some of the stuff does not work towards the end, but I can honestly look past that. It's not like other movies like Attack of the Clones, stuff like that, where I'm just thinking like the whole movie feels awkward. And then Attack of the Clones had a lot of awesome stuff that I loved, but again, it just wasn't very good compared to Morbius. I can't believe I'm saying that. And what was I at? Oh yeah. One of the biggest problems with this movie is that it's trying a little too hard at times to try and like connect to the MCU. Supposedly this got delayed a lot, and it was supposed to come out like a long time ago. It was supposed to come out before No Way Home and stuff like that, but again, it got delayed a lot, right? So there's like this post-credit scene that has the Vulture. And it's so bad. It's such a bad post-credit scene. And if you watch the trailer, you'll notice that they really clickbaited us. And they tried to make us think that so many things were going to be in this movie that were not in this movie. They tried to make it seem like it was connected to the MCU. And maybe it is. But again, they tried so hard to make it seem like it's connected to the MCU that's one of the biggest problems with the movie. I feel like if you look at this movie the way you do other movies, like let's just compare it to like Shang-Chi or Black Panther. Those movies are their own solo movies that you don't need to watch anything else to watch them, right? Those movies are also decent. They're also really good. The thing that they do way better, though, is that they set up world building and they set up more characters in the future much better than Morbius. And I feel like that's the one thing that those movies have over Morbius that's way better. And again, I feel like Morbius, it tries a little too hard at times to connect to the MCU and stuff like that. But if you look at it like as its own solo movie, like Black Panther. And again, in the times where it's not trying to build a world and it's not trying to expand into the MCU, then I feel like it's actually good. It's actually good. But once they try a little too hard to try and get into the MCU, that's when it goes off the rails and that's when it messes up. Because any Marvel movie, even if it's made by Sony, it has that burden or responsibility to be connected to the MCU. And I feel like that's the biggest problem, is that they didn't know how to handle it. But I don't blame them, because setting up stuff is really, really hard. Setting up a world and characters and future movies is very, very hard. And I feel like I don't blame them for this. I honestly don't blame them for this. Again, a lot of the movie is not that bad. It's actually decent. I got a real kick out of Milo and a lot of these other characters. A lot of the characters were decent, and I don't think the movie deserves the hate that it got. Like, everyone was saying it was the worst thing to have come out in recent years, or just like one of the worst movies of all time kind of thing, and other people were memeing about it, saying it was the best thing of all time. And nah, it's somewhere in the middle. Again, there's stuff that doesn't work. There's stuff that does work. A lot of it's enjoyable. A lot of it's decent. The effects could have... the effects... I'm not going to lie to you guys. The effects in Morbius are still better than modern Marvel effects. In case you guys don't know, a lot of the modern Marvel movies are being rushed, and they're being, like, spat out to try and reach the deadlines and stuff. And so the CGI looks a little bit shoddy and stuff like that. And... you know, I feel like Morbius actually has better CGI than some of the new Marvel movies and shows. So, it has that going for it. And I'm not really sure if I said this earlier, but I love the way that Morbius takes, it's really different compared to other Marvel movies, okay? It actually takes a sort of monster movie vampire feel to it, and I actually love that. It's something that I feel like we haven't seen yet, and it feels unique, and the effects, they're a little bit weird, but it makes the movie feel unique, and I like that, because I feel like we've seen some Marvel movies, and eventually they're gonna start repeating themselves. Sometimes they are already repeating themselves, but it's cool to see something brand new. And, you know, of course, there's some stuff, maybe there's cliches here and there, stereotypes, but it doesn't matter. I feel like you know, you still got a decent movie going, and I can look past that. And real quick, I want you guys to comment this. Okay? If you made it this far into the video, I want you guys to comment. I love that scene in the video where Lagging Leland says, "It's lagging time," and then lagged all over the people that were trying to 1v1 him. Or 10v1 him, okay? Let's put that. And I want you guys to comment that, okay? If you guys comment that, then I know that you guys watched the full video, and I'll be very happy, okay? I'll be very happy. Yeah, Lagging Leland just lagged all over the people, or whatever. What is going on, everybody? LaggingLeland here, back with another video. Today we're going to be reviewing Beast. I'm going to be honest with you guys, this was a very pleasant surprise. This was actually, I think, one of my favorite movies to come out of this year. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. So, real quick, there will be spoilers in this video, and I want to go through kind of the plot of the movie, because I honestly, I forget to do that in most of my reviews. So, the plot of this movie is this guy, right? His name is Nate, and played by Idris Elba. Idris Elba takes his daughters. He's also a widow, right? His wife died. So he takes his daughters to Africa, where the mom grew up, and to go back to these places and kind of stuff like that, to relive the past kind of thing. And they, you know, just in memory kind of thing. And eventually, while they're there, they end up getting attacked by this lion. And this lion has, its whole pride was killed by poachers. And it goes on like a rampage, just killing people. And eventually they just get caught in the middle of it, and you know, that's the movie. And it's really, really cool to me, because it reminds me so much of all of those movies from the 80s, because yeah, I'm sure you guys, you know, Jaws, Anaconda, they fall into that category of like monster movies that are not monsters. I guess you could call them like animal monster movies. They have this animal, or it's this animal, right? It's an animal, and it's just so big. Let's just say it's so big and so beastly, and it's such a monster, and it's over here killing people, and you know, it's the main character's job to just survive through it. And this is one of those movies. It's like one of those movies, and I love that, because honestly, I can't remember the last time we had a movie like this. Just nothing stupid like sci-fi, trying to be thrown in the mix. Nah, just animals, just fierce beasts and survival, and I love this movie for that. And I'll say this real quick. One of my favorite things about this movie is the cinematography. Okay, I haven't been focusing too much on this, but lately I've been really taking notice of stuff like this. The cinematography was just amazing in this movie. I'm not even gonna lie. I noticed they do this awesome thing in the movie where it's one long continuous shot, and they do this for a lot of the movie. It's one long continuous shot, and it shows so many things about the movie. One, it shows the skills of the actors, because the actors do such a good job to stay in character for that long, and to like, keep acting without, they must have taken so many takes to do something like that. And not to mention just the ambition of it. It's such an ambitious thing to do. And I take notice of that. I watch like Cobra Kai and stuff, and I notice when they do that long shot and stuff like that, the actors like acting for so long in one shot, and everything's like just going through. They go through the like houses and stuff. That stuff, it's really, it makes it feel real. It makes it feel so real because it's all in one long shot, and it's showing the just the skill of the actors, the skill of the director, and just a lot of awesome things. It really feels realistic, and they do that for a lot of this movie, and I really got to give props to the filmmakers for this. They did a really good job at that. It's definitely one of my favorite things about this movie. It utilized that very, very well. And this movie's rated R. It's actually like my second movie that I've seen in theaters that was rated R, actually. It's rated R, but mainly just for like blood and stuff. There's a lot of like blood, but I don't know. To be honest, I feel like this movie could actually get away with like a PG-13 rating. I'm gonna be dead honest with you guys. There's like blood, there's gore, there's some cursing, but like they actually don't curse a lot. Surprisingly, I feel like they would have said like the F-bomb a million times in other movies, but nah, they don't. They actually they keep it all right. They say a few here and there, but it's only when necessary. I'm surprised. I don't remember a single F-bomb in this movie. I'm kind of surprised. It's mainly for gore. There's a lot of gory stuff in this movie. But there's like there's like lacerations. There's like the lion just slashes through people, and you could see like the blood and just this flesh and stuff like that. But I'm gonna be honest, it's not like Mortal Kombat level violence. I feel like, So I feel like if you take someone to go watch it, I don't think they're gonna be like too queasy about it. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of things I love about this movie. There's one thing though. There's one thing that I do not like about this movie. Okay, now spoilers. Some minor spoilers here. Okay, you've had your warning. All right. Again, and I highly recommend you guys go check this movie out. It's honestly loads of fun. But here's my biggest complaint about this movie, and it's the ending and the finale, okay? So, what happens near the end, again, spoilers, okay? What happens towards the end is Idris Elba and his daughters, right? They're in this, like, abandoned school, or like a old building, right? And they're in there, and they're just, like, trying to heal one of the daughters who got scratched and stuff, and then the lion tracks them down in the house and starts attacking them. They end up locking themselves in a room, the daughters, and Idris Elba volunteers to go out there and do something, right? So what he does is he's getting the attention of the lion goes and follows him, and he runs out into this like field, right? And there's these lions, right? There's these other lions, right? And these lions, they established this earlier, and I love this too. They established earlier that these lions had been born, born among humans kind of thing. And they had been raised by humans kind of thing. And so they had a connection to them, and they were not going to attack unless threatened or they got too close kind of thing. That's good. I like that they established that. And so Idris Elba, he walks into that area where the lions were, and eventually he gets attacked by the lion. And also, I feel like this could have been very unrealistic. It is very unrealistic how Idris Elba doesn't die, again, spoilers. But I like the way they did this, okay? Because I'm sorry if I'm taking a while with this. I just love talking about it. I love the way, because like I've noticed when lions kill something, I notice they either go for like a clean slash and kill their prey, or they kind of like play with their prey. They kind of like just I don't know how to explain it. They kind of juggle their prey around, kind of thing. I've noticed that. I've seen videos of lions killing animals, and that's the way they do it. They kind of just juggle their prey around with their claws. And Idris Elba and the lion, they're on the ground, he's on the ground pinned, and the lion's doing that. He's kind of like just juggling the Idris Elba around, and he's slashing at him. And eventually, though, the friendly ones, they come over because they're so close. And also, they established earlier that that like you can only have one or two males in a pride. After that, like they kill any other lions that come too close, kind of thing. And so one more male lion comes by, and guess what? They go killing it, right? But the biggest problem that I have with this scene, and it's such an awesome setup the way it's done. I actually loved it. I actually loved it so much. But the thing I hated was that we don't actually see the lion, the bad one, getting killed, okay? I'm not sure if there's a cliffhanger. I didn't stick around for the credits. I had to go somewhere. I don't know if there's a cliffhanger that has, like, the lion surviving and, like, it's trying to, like, kill, like, it's still around and it's gonna kill more people, kind of thing. I'm not really sure if there's a post-credit scene like that. I have no idea. I didn't stick around. And I noticed that, like, see, well, here's how it works, right? Idris Elba, he, like, gets behind a tree, or he, like, leans against a tree because he's all bloodied up and, like, scratched. And the other lions are fighting, and I love this. I love the setup. I would have loved to see the lions fighting kind of Jurassic World style, how the Indominus versus Raptor versus T-Rex kind of thing. They team up and they take down the Indominus. That was an awesome scene in Jurassic World, the best thing in Jurassic World, in my opinion. And they could have done the exact same thing here. Just two good lions taking down this evil one, and it would have been awesome to see this, like, honestly, that lion, we wanted to see that lion dead at the end of the movie. I would have loved to see that lion dead at the end of the movie. I know that's going to sound really bad, but, like, it was such a villain, such an evil character that, like, we wanted to see it dead. We wanted to see it dead. And we don't. They immediately fade to black. Idris Elba passes out, right? And then they show him in a hospital healing up, and he's okay. And, he's healing, he got all, like, scratched up. And then they fade again. They fade again to, like, this old tree where their mom had taken a picture, and they take a similar picture, and the movie ends. I honestly, I can just name so many ways that they could have fixed that ending, and I honestly would have loved it. I would have loved if they had fixed that ending. I'm gonna be honest though, it doesn't screw up as bad as Jurassic World Dominion. Like, Jurassic World Dominion just screwed up on too many levels. This one though, all you have to do is fix the ending. And, like, there's other things that you could do to fix the movie a little bit, but the ending is the biggest problem. It's so rushed, and it could have been done way better. Here's how you could have fixed that, okay? One, if they had added a full-on fight, like, the CGI in this was decent, actually. It was pretty good, the CGI. I actually loved it. And, have these lions fighting, and, have these lions fighting, and that would have been an awesome sequence. And then eventually get this bad lion and kill him off, because I feel like we deserve to see that lion die after so much that happened in the movie. And then cut away, like, Idris Elba, after the lion dies. Idris Elba, he passes out, and I'm not really sure if he should end up in the hospital, or he should end up in, like already back in Africa, like, healthy, I'm not really sure how that should end. But regardless, I feel like the ending could have been super, like, I guess, peaceful. The Don Bluth, I think the Don Bluth way of making a movie is that the movie can be as dark and, like, evil as you want it, and then the ending has to be good. Because as long as there's a good payoff, then the whole journey was worth it. This was a movie where I feel like the payoff was not as good as it should have been, but it definitely could have been better. And if they took their time with the last scene, I feel like the last scene was the last very scene when they're at the tree. That could have been a really beautiful scene, and just a really slow and just peaceful scene. And it would have, like, really, after so much chaos and just evil and darkness, you could have had that nice light just showing the happiness of family kind of thing. I know it sounds corny, but that's true. You could have shown the light among the darkness towards the end, and that would have been such an awesome way to do that. But they didn't, and I feel like this. Okay, I noticed the movie's 1 hour 30 minutes long, which is not too long. It's actually a good length for a movie, but I have a feeling that maybe, due to, like, runtime purposes, maybe they had to shorten it down. And if there's a director's cut that fixes that ending and fixes a final battle, I would love to watch that. I actually would love to watch that. This is a movie that I honestly had so much fun with. And I think if they had that final battle, if it had that like good ending that I feel like it should have had, and I feel like again, I feel like it's an easy fix. It's an actual easy fix. If you just like, I feel like I feel like they filmed the full fight scene and stuff, but I feel like they had to cut it out because that ending feels so rushed. Like it feels like they had to cut it out. If there's a director's cut or an extended edition that has those scenes, I'm definitely gonna want to watch it because that is the one thing that would complete this movie. And I love a lot of the things about this movie. I love the whole genre of just these animal beasts that are survival and stuff. I love that stuff. Idris Elba, a great actor. I need to watch more of his stuff. I saw him in Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and he did a really good job in that movie. And as the voice of Knuckles, and he's also a really great actor here. And I love the acting in this. The acting in this is really, really good, especially for me with Idris Elba. And especially in these long shots, it really just shows the skills of all the actors. It just shows how good they are at acting. And I love the survival segments. I love some of the way things played out. Of course, there's some stupid things that happen because it's a survival movie. It's a horror kind of movie. Of course, there's going to be stupid decisions that happen, but I still loved it. I loved, there was this one scene, spoilers, I guess. There's this scene, right? It's in the car. He's in the car and he's asleep, and Idris Elba's asleep, and he has a nightmare that, like, I love the way it was done. You have, like, he wakes up and his daughters are not in the car, and he turns on the headlights of the car. Yeah, even though the car was broken, I don't know why. I don't know why they had him on. Anyways, and like the girls are in front of the headlights, looking out on the horizon for some reason, or like looking out at night. You know what I mean? Just looking outward. You know what I mean? And then the lion goes and like jumps on them, and then it kind of transitions, but not again. It's all in the same shot. And then it transitions again into like different things over and over, and it's really, really well done. It shows like Idris Elba and his wife at one point, like just laying down and like just like, I don't know, just talking kind of thing. And again, it kind of goes back to the some of the running themes in the movie, and then it goes back to reality where Idris Elba's in the front seat and everyone's okay. But it's so well done, and I loved it. I just loved it. And I feel like, again, this is a really, really good movie. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I love this movie. There's a lot of things that are wrong with it, like some of the stupid decisions that they make, but I love the movie. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. This is, I'm trying to think of where it is right now, but definitely in my top 5 so far. I'm going to be honest. Jurassic World Dominion was so bad that Beast, an unexpected surprise, is definitely better than it. Definitely. I loved it. I love this movie so much. Had a lot of fun with it. It reminded me a lot of those 80s and 90s movies against like just survival and like man versus beast. And I love movies like that. I love movies like that. And I wish we get to see more of that stuff nowadays. I know like stuff like Anaconda, they had like through 5 of those movies and stuff. I know some people think that's repetitive, but I still love them. I just love man versus beast movies. Yo, what is going on, everybody? LaggingLeland here, back with another review. Today we're going to be reviewing Stranger Things Season 4. If I'm being dead honest with you guys, this is one of the most overrated things of the year. I honestly, man, I'll be dead honest with you guys, I honestly think Stranger Things 4 is very overrated, okay? Everywhere I look, and there will be spoilers in this video, okay? Everywhere I look, there are, like, so many people praising Stranger Things Season 4 as being the best season of Stranger Things, or being the best, just the best thing of all time, best show of all time. If I'm being dead honest with you guys, I don't think it's all that. I don't think it's as good as everyone's saying it is. Because, I think by this point, it's, like, blind love, if I'm being dead honest with you guys. Let's get into it. But of course, there are going to be some major spoilers, so if you guys don't want to see any spoilers for Stranger Things Season 4, click off this video, or maybe watch through the video, you know what I mean? I need the watch time. Also, I need like 2,000 more watch hours to get monetized, so if you guys could, please help me out with that. But yeah, let's get into this review. I got a lot to talk about. First of all, let's talk about the stuff that I do like about this season. This season, it masters horror. It does such a good job with the horror aspect, especially in the first half. It's like just amazing with the horror aspect. I loved Vecna, like when he was like not talking or anything like that. I loved Vecna. He was super creepy, super cool in the design. He was kind of like an upside down version of Freddy Krueger. It was really really cool. Krueger, whatever. I don't care. And I love that. I love that. He was really creepy, and so they did master the horror. The cinematography was amazing. The special effects was amazing. Most of the writing in this was pretty good as well. Of course, it's Stranger Things. You know, the writing and creativity is always good. There are, and I say most of the time when it comes to the writing, because there are a few things in this season that honestly get me mad. Like, they actually get me mad because of some of the writing. But I'll talk about that later. But again, we're talking about stuff I do like, okay? And a lot of the stuff's good. The actors are amazing in this, as always. It's kind of like, what can I say about Stranger Things Season 4, or just Stranger Things in general, that no one else has said, because it's amazing. It's amazing. I love the first season of Stranger Things. In my opinion, the first season is a masterpiece and is truly the best season of it. It really is almost flawless, if I'm being honest. It's almost flawless, and I think the first season is flawless, and the other ones have some flaws, and that's why I don't consider those better than season 1. Season 1 just had everything going for it, you know what I mean? And season 4, a lot of people are saying it's the best one. I don't think it's the best one because I think it's just not flawless. It's just not perfect. And let's just talk about that now. Let's talk. I've already said a lot of things I did like about this. Some of the characters, everything like that was really good. But let's talk about the things I hate. And let's start off with, let's just talk about the characters, okay? Because, man, everyone I know, because I swear, this is like, I don't know why, this is like the definition of the Stranger Things fan base. They love the things that I hate about the show, or the things that I don't think are that good about the show. And one of those things is the characters, okay? So many people are like, oh, I would be so sad if this character died. I'll be so sad if this character dies. That kind of thing. They're over here saying that so many times, but I'm like, I don't care about that character. I don't care if he gets picked off. The only characters that I would really be sad if they got picked off was like Steve and Robin. Those guys are priceless. I love watching them on screen, especially in season 3. They were hilarious. But that's it. Those are the only ones that I really want to survive. Everyone else can go ahead and die off for all I care. Maybe not Hopper. Hopper and Eleven. Them two. They're fun. But everyone else can die for all I care. And people are like, oh, I'll be sad if Will dies. I'll be sad if Mike dies. Will, honestly, like, Will is not even a fun character, in my opinion. Like, the first season, it was cool because we didn't see much of him, but he was the driving force. He was the reason our heroes were trying to save him and stuff. They were trying to get him back from the Upside Down. That was really cool. In the second season, he's a puppet. In the third season, he's also kind of a puppet, and he's just in the background. And season 4, he's in the background. And there's some development with him, but it's not much. And people, I know Noah Schnapp is a great actor, and he plays Will very well. But man, people are saying that Will is such a great character. He's not that good of a character. I don't find him very enjoyable. I really don't find him very enjoyable to watch compared to everyone else. And everybody's like, oh, we'll be so sad if he dies. He's barely had any cool development or any good development as a character. He's honestly, he's just an awkward teen. That's all he is. But not in like a cool or fun way to watch. He's just awkward, in my opinion, at times. And if he's not awkward, he's just a background character, in my opinion. That's all I see as him. I see him as a background character. And Mike, everybody liked Mike. In the first 2 seasons, I did like Mike. He was the leader. Season 3, I kind of understand why he became more of a jerk and more ignorant, and that was because he was like, it's a teen phase, stuff changes when you become a teen with Eleven and Mike, and I thought that was okay. They sort of did make up, but man, in this one, he's just such a jerk. He's such a dang jerk. Like, oh man, that one scene, that bully, man, all the bullies, I forgot that other dude's name. I think his name was Tyler or something, that blonde bully. The dude, the jock guy, that I don't know who plays him, or that one girl. I forgot her name. What was that girl's name? I forgot that girl's name. I forgot her name. But the girl bully, right? The girl bully and the boy bully, man, those guys are very well acted. I hated those characters, but oh my gosh, you could just tell that the actors were doing a great job playing them. I think the girl's name was Angela. I think. Yeah, dude, they played those characters very, very good. They played them to a T. I'm being dead honest. Like, those characters are total pieces of crap. Like, and I love that they did such a good job. But man, there were some things about this season, right? Um, what was I on to? Yeah, Mike, right? He just doesn't do anything when Eleven's getting bullied. And I feel like Mike in the first two seasons would have done something, even in season 3. But I don't know, he's just kind of a jerk at times. Like, you didn't help your girlfriend when she was getting ridiculed by an entire skating ring. It's like, also, that scene is extremely unrealistic. I have no idea what's up with that scene. I guess it kind of goes into, like, the bully 80s thing. Like, back in the 80s movies, like, bullies were super exaggerated. Like, they would do stuff that would be so unrealistic. Unless the 80s was like that. And, I just didn't like Mike because he was kind of a jerk. And yeah, he gives that, like, love speech at the very end. But man, bro, you've been a jerk for, like, 2 seasons. I don't know, man. I don't care if you die anymore. He's not, like, the leader either. He's not really the leader that he was in the first 2 seasons. He's just kind of there. He's like Will. He's just kind of there. He plays 1 or 2 important things, but that's it. He's kind of, I don't know. Again, that's just my opinion. And if you guys disagree with my opinions, let me know in the comments, because I'd like to know your point of view on all of this. This is just my point of view, okay? And let's just talk about, like, Eddie Munson as well. Everybody, honestly, everyone loves Eddie. Okay, I love Eddie too. He was such a good character. Joseph Quinn did an amazing job playing him and stuff. But man, the moment I saw Eddie, I already knew he was gonna die. I knew he was going to die, and everyone acted so surprised when he died. And they were like, "No, but if Eddie dies, man, like if Eddie dies this, if Eddie dies that, bro." Okay, like, it just gets me mad, dude, because it's like the fan base is so weird. Like, honestly, I feel like y'all should have caught on to this pattern, okay? In every season, and I don't think it was, like, season 1, maybe Barb, I don't know. But in the second season, Bob shows up, he became a super lovable character, fan favorite character, they killed him off. Then in season 3, you could say it was Billy, or you could say it was Alexi. I think it was Alexi, basically. Alexi became a super likable character. Everybody loved him. They killed him off. Same thing with Eddie. They built him up as a character, super lovable, super fan favorite. Boom, they killed him off. You guys should see the pattern, man. Y'all should see the pattern. Also, I saw this one meme, but I saw this meme, right? It was a meme, but it actually has some significance, okay? It said in every season, a character that's name starts with the letter B dies, okay? And in season 1, there was Benny Hopper's friend that got shot in the back of the head. And then there's Barb. In season 2, you have Bob. In season 3, who wasn't in season 3? Billy. Billy dies, right? All of them had letter B for their names, right? If you look at season 4, Dr. Brenner. So it keeps going, man. It keeps going. And I feel like for a while I was kind of thinking, well, how is that going to come back? If they keep doing that. Oh, yeah, Dr. Brenner gets revealed. And, it's just, I don't like these characters too much. I feel like people should have known that Eddie was going to die, and everybody fell in love with Eddie. And there's even, like, a petition with, like, hundreds of thousands of votes to bring Eddie back in the show. And I'm just like, what? Like, what? I don't know what's up with this, man. Like, the fan base is weird, man. The fan base is pretty weird. And Argyle's fun. Argyle's fun to watch. He's there. I don't know. So Argyle too. I don't hate Argyle as a character. At times, I think he's pretty fun to watch. But again, I don't know. I feel like, and also I think some of the cast members were saying this too. And a lot of reviewers are saying this as well, that the show is way too overcrowded, and that's what I said. Sorry for that voice crack. That's what I said before I saw Stranger Things season 4. I was just thinking, man, this season's gonna be crowded. They're not killing off enough characters, and some characters I feel like are just dead weight by this point. Some characters, like Argyle, I don't think Argyle has as many connections that he needs. I don't think he has the connections to the story that he needs to really be a part of the Stranger Things cast. And I'm not saying anything bad about, like, Argyle as a character or the actor. I'm just saying I don't think that character needs to be there. I think he's just a background character that's gonna get killed off and everybody's gonna be sad, but it's like, why is he there in the first place, But let's talk about another thing, right? And this is the one thing that honestly got me mad the most, okay? I'm gonna be dead honest, you guys. And it's Vecna, okay? Vecna is cool, but he's also one of the worst villains I've ever seen. One of the worst villains I've ever seen. I already know you're putting down a dislike, even though you can't see the dislike. Also, if you're watching this, can we get like 100 dislikes? I'd actually like that. Yeah. This, honestly, man, like, Vecna is such a bad villain. Maybe not, like, the worst, okay? I've seen worse villains, but, oh my gosh, is he definitely the worst and most overrated villain of all time, okay? Cause like, okay, when he's pulling the Freddy Krueger act, right? Like when he's Bakshi, like I'm gonna kill you, stuff like that. That's pretty intimidating. It was creepy for the most part. But then they explained his backstory, and that's where I hated Vecna. I hated when they revealed his backstory, and it's such a dog crap backstory and motive. Ah, man, it's gonna be hard, man. I swear, I can feel my lungs. They're running out of air. I just keep talking. And if I take a deep breath, I feel my mic. It's just gonna catch all that air. You know what I mean? Let me get a breather. All right. So Vecna, right? Vecna. Oh my God. Okay, I do not like Vecna's backstory because it feels so forced. It feels so forced. Okay. Now, let me tell you one thing, right? I came to this conclusion when I saw the first episode, or the first volume of Stranger Things Season 4. There's that one scene where all of those kids get killed by 11, or what we think they get killed. We think they get killed by 11, right? And we think that Dr. Brenner, like Dr. Brenner's like, what did you do? What did you do? And he's over here, like, looking at 11, and he talks to 11 like that. And I came to this awesome theory and conclusion, because I rewatched all of Stranger Things to see season 4, right? I noticed how, like, manipulative and, like, twisted Dr. Brenner was towards 11 in the first season, right? And in the first season, it made sense because, you know, maybe Dr. Brenner's just a sick person. But I thought, what if Dr. Brenner saw that 11 had killed all these kids, and that's why he decided to use 11 but also torture her at the same time? That would have been really cool. That would have been cool. It would have given more depth. It would have given more explanation. But they don't do that, okay? The Dr. Brenner finds out that Vecna did it. He finds out that Vecna did it. And if he knows that, then why is he torturing 11? Like, it makes no sense. Are you that sick of a person? Like, there's no explanation for it now. Back then, I thought he was a sick person, but the new season just showed that he's not as bad as we all thought he was. And it's so weird because they just throws that explanation I had out of the water, and it doesn't give us a new one. And that sucks, okay? So already it conflicts with a few things that I I thought about Stranger Things, my headcanons. And, Vecna, man, like, Vecna as... Oh, man, I swear there's so much that I want to talk about. Maybe I'll do, like, my own scripted video talking about this, because otherwise I'll be here for hours. Vecna, right? He was the number one. He was number one. You know, there's 1 through 11, number one, right? He was the first. And, man, I do not like Vecna's motive, okay? Vecna's motive is one of the most unoriginal motives in this, okay? Oh my gosh, okay? Stranger Things is known for its creativity. It's known for its creativity and its originality and its uniqueness, right? Like, what other show is like Stranger Things? Stranger Things is so different, and that's why it became so famous. Vecna is so unoriginal, though. He's so unoriginal compared to everything else in the show. He's just Freddy Krueger, an upside-down version of Freddy Krueger, and he has, like, oh my God, man. Okay, here's his motive, okay? You want to know what his motive is? His motive is that he sees the humans as pests, and they're the real pests, not bugs or anything like that. He thinks that nature's fine, and that humans are the pests, right? So he thinks humans are evil, humans are bad, humans are the one causing everything in the world. Do you know how many freaking times I've seen that backstory? Humans are evil, humans are bad, humans are the villain. I know we're the villain, I know we're evil in real life, I know we were, like, meant to just do nothing but destroy, but can you give us something different? I expect better of Stranger Things, not some stupid bullcrap explanation like that. That's such a stupid motive. Like, oh, humans are the pest, and humans are the pest, and they're the bad ones. Like, bro, come on. That's so bad. That's so bad, and people think it's good. It's not. That's not a good motive. It's such a bad motive. It's like, ah, man, it gets me mad. And I have a better motive that would have worked so much better. And I'll tell you that in a sec. Basically, man, Vecna, yeah, he just wants to, like, use the Upside Down to, I don't know, just infect the world with the Upside Down. So that way I don't know, he wants to eradicate humans because he thinks they're the pest. That's it. Is he just a sick person in the head and that's his idea? Like, he just hates humans, he thinks they're the best, that's it? Like, that's all you have for me? Maybe they're gonna reveal some other bombshell that doesn't line up with what we know, but who knows? I don't even know what's gonna happen. But I think that's such a stupid motive, in my opinion. It's such a bad, especially for Stranger Things. Stranger Things is based on creativity, originality, but this is just an unoriginal motive. And here's what would have been a better motive, right? If they had done this, right? There's this cartoon named Ninjago, right? Ninjago. I know it's a Lego cartoon, and you're gonna be saying, why are you showing me a Lego cartoon? Trust me, this is no normal cartoon. It's very, very good, okay? And there's this villain called Garmadon, right? And Garmadon used to be a good young boy. He was a good person, good-hearted person, but he was bitten by a snake. And this snake, right? It was a one evil snake that, like, came from, I guess you could say, the underworld, sort of. That's how evil the snake was, right? And it bit Garmadon. It was like evil incarnate, the snake. It bit Garmadon, and it turned him, it blackened his heart. It corrupted his mind. And Garmadon had these visions and this mindset that changed. It changed his perspective on everything. And he visioned the world in his own dark and twisted image. And he wants to take over the world so he can change the world into his twisted and dark image. That is extremely cool. I like that. That sounds different. Not just, oh, I want to take over the world domination. He doesn't just say that. He's like, I want to change the world into my image. Everyone thinks that I'm the villain. What if my way is the way? That's the way he talks and stuff. And it's a cool, complex, dynamic motive, and that's cool. If you watch the show, you'll see what I'm talking about. If you've seen it, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's cool. It's different. If Vecna was like that, if maybe Vecna had, before he went to the Upside Down, he had a vision on how he wanted the world to be and how his perfect world. And like when he went to the Upside Down, that was kind of the way he wanted the world. That was his image, the Upside Down. And he wants to turn Earth into that because he sees that Earth is not perfect. He wants to make it a better place in his own way. That would have been awesome. That works. That actually works. But man, they give us such a stupid backstory. Duffer Brothers, if you're watching this, I'd recommend you can still change it. It's not too late, okay? And I feel like, that would have been such a better motive, but of course they changed, they just have such a bad one. And if they did that, honestly, I think that would have been amazing. It's original, it's good, But I don't like Vecna, man. And Vecna is, also, again, his backstory, right? It's just his whole backstory. Like, he created the Mind Flayer, he did this, he did that. Again, it falls into the humans are bad, humans are evil. I know we're evil in real life, I know we cause so many problems, but Stranger Things was never focused on that. It was focused on monsters versus humans. Humans having to take out monsters from another world that we do not understand. That was always interesting to me. I love, like, 80s action movies and stuff. If you look at all those action movies, stuff like Predator and stuff like that, you'll see that in those movies, it's not man is evil, man is bad. It's just man versus monster, and that was always so fun to watch. They changed it into some bullcrap thing where it's just like, oh, man's evil again, man's evil again. No, man, there's monsters and there's man. Man is a monster as well, but there's also monsters. I don't know if that makes sense, but He got me mad because it just got rid of a lot of what I liked about Stranger Things. I like how Stranger Things, the Upside Down, it was this other world that we didn't know about, and it was inhabited by these monsters, these aliens, and that was always interesting to me. But now it's, oh, humans created the Upside Down. Humans are the problem. Like, come on, bro. You honestly can give us something better than that. And that gets me really, really mad. And, Vecna just, as a villain, I don't like Vecna. His motive is weird. His design is kind of cool, but again, it's just like a naked Freddy Krueger, if I'm being honest. Naked Freddy Krueger, upside down version. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's not. I can see how it was inspired by Freddy Krueger, but like, I don't know. Whenever he's doing the Freddy Krueger act and he's not explaining his backstory, it's cool. But whenever he does, it doesn't work. It really doesn't work for me. And another thing I don't like about Vecna, right? Like the Duffer Brothers, they said that Vecna was intended since the very first season. It honestly does not feel like that. There's hints here and there that Vecna that he was around since the beginning. But man, it does not feel like that, if I'm being honest. It feels like they could have added Vecna. Like they were like, okay, you know what? We have it called Vecna, but let's I don't know how to explain it. It's like they had the space and like little areas and cracks where they could have included references to like maybe introduce this character, but it doesn't work for me. It honestly doesn't work for me. Vecna's backstory just doesn't line up with some things. Like I told you about Dr. Brenner, it doesn't work up with that. It doesn't work up with other stuff. It doesn't work well, and it honestly, it feels like he could have got added, but it doesn't feel like he should have got added, if I'm being honest. And again, I don't like how the big bad of Stranger Things is gonna be a human. I don't mind the idea that a human is like joining the Upside Down or helping them, but I hate the idea that it's like, oh, humans are bad. Humans are always the villain. I don't know. It's just Stranger Things is always that show that provides us something different, and now it's providing something that's just the same old thing. And again, I've told you guys before, I think a lot of Stranger Things right now is just blind love, if I'm being honest. It's blind love. People love whatever they're thrown at now, and I don't know. It's just not good. It's not really good. My finger hurts. I've had it on this button for a long time. That's how the editing app works. You have to have your finger on the button. And let's talk about one more thing. I'm not really sure how much more I have to talk about. Running up that hill, okay? Another thing that I feel like everybody talks about, everybody loves, is running up that hill. That song is good. I'll admit, it's really good to listen to. I like it. It sounds amazing. But man, bro, they use it all the freaking time in Season 4 of Stranger Things. They use it all the time. Like, all the time. It's actually annoying, okay? And, like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen Digimon. In Digimon, they had this song. It was called Hey Digimon, and it was a really upbeat song that maybe you'd play like towards the ending of Digimon or like the end credits or something like that. It sounded good, but they would put it during like battle scenes, fight scenes, and so you'd see these giant monsters fighting each other in this intense battle, and then all you'd hear was like Hey Digimon in the background, and it just wouldn't mix well. It was like a bad choice of music. And this is exactly the same way. There's some times where, like in the very, very end of the climax. Also, I want to talk about the climax, the final battle. Man, dude, they play that song and it doesn't mix well. It does not mix well. There's like Vecna's getting shot up. He's getting shot up by by the Steve and Robin and Nancy, and all you hear, he's getting burned alive, and all you hear is running up that hill, gonna make a deal with God. It doesn't work. It doesn't mix well. And I don't know why they play it over that scene. Like, I understand that one scene where Max is running up that hill, or she's trying to run away from Vecna. That made sense. I feel like it had some like layers to it. It made sense at the time. But man, you play it during one of the most impactful moments of the season, and it just does not mix well. Also, I do not know I understand it's Max's favorite song in the show, But what is the significance of that song? Like, I don't get it. I honestly don't get it, because like the lyrics are wanna sorry. sorry. It's like, you be running up that hill, you're gonna make a deal with God, ask him to switch our places and stuff like that. The lyrics in my, like, I don't see what the significance of those lyrics are. Like, I honestly don't get it. Other than running up that hill, which you want to run away from Vecna, that's it. I don't see the significance of that song. Like, I don't understand that. Like, do the lyrics have something to do with what's going on? Do they symbolize something? It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. If you guys enjoy that song, that's totally fine. I think it's an amazing song. But I feel like in Stranger Things Season 4, it's used at wrong times. It's used at bad times, like in the finale. And then the fans and like the show, they treat it like it has a great significance, but I really don't think it does. Like, there's no real, I don't know, meaning behind the lyrics. There's probably a meaning behind the lyrics, but I don't know if that translates well to Stranger Things. And for me, it doesn't mix well with me, honestly. And let's talk about the climax, man, because oh my god, man, that was just terrible. Not terrible, but man, like Vecna, or not Vecna. Sorry, my throat's hurting. 11, right? She spends like a whole season learning how to control her powers and all this stuff, and then she learns to control her powers. She gets more powerful, and then, dude, she doesn't even use her powers in the finale. She uses her powers a few times against Vecna, and they had this awesome, and I do mean awesome, setup. It was an awesome setup. It was them in the gymnasium at the snowball. I think that was what it was called, right? The snowball, the prom or homecoming, whatever it was. They had the gymnasium, and they were gonna fight. And I was so excited to see them both fight, because it's Vecna versus 11. They could have done some Star Wars stuff where they're just going crazy with the Force, and they're over here like bending the entire like area around them to try and like fight each other. That would have been amazing. But they don't do that. They do it for just a few minutes, and then it goes away. Then it ends. And I'm like, bro, that should have been a big fight. I feel like that would have been amazing. It's such a good setup. Person that has psycho power, psychokinesis, psychic powers, versus person that has psychic powers. It's such a good setup. It's actually an amazing setup. And it's like, bro, I don't know. It just doesn't really make sense to me, honestly. It honestly doesn't. It's like if I saw this video by these Asian YouTubers. I think they're called the Just Nobody's podcast. Definitely go check those guys out. They're good. They're really good YouTubers, right? And they said that they were talking about a theory that The Empire Strikes Back is very similar to Stranger Things and stuff like that, and how there's a lot of similarities between Stranger Things and Star Wars. And it reminds me of that. It's like, imagine if Luke had decided to like continue all that Jedi training, and then imagine that he does all this Jedi training and then fights Darth Vader, but they don't even use like Jedi. They don't use any Force mechanics, no lightsabers, nothing that was taught, nothing. They just use them for a few minutes, and then boom, like it's over. That's over. Like, it's so bad. It's honestly like, you had an amazing setup in Stranger Things 4, but it's wasted. It's just wasted, and it's just so wasted in my opinion. If I'm being honest, it's just wasted. Such a wasted setup. Hopefully we get something better in season 5. We're not gonna get something that's garbage like that. Also, for learning all of that stuff, like everything, like, oh, how to control the Force, how do you control my powers? She doesn't even use them in the finale. She couldn't save Max. She couldn't beat Vecna. What the frick was the point of that? Like, what was the point of any of that, man? Honestly, like, dude, what was the point of, like, 11? 11, if you're gonna stick around for the Jedi training, for that power, you better be able to use your powers in the end dude, it's just like, it's so bad sometimes. And I don't hate Stranger Things Season 4, it's just there's a lot of things that bug me about it. I really don't like some of the things about it, but I don't hate Stranger Things Season 4, there's a lot to like. And one more thing, I think this might be the very last thing I talk about. Um, Dr. Brenner. Dr. Brenner came back, and I was so happy because I was always theorizing about Dr. Brenner coming back. Is he going to come back? Is he dead? Did the Demogorgon kill him? He's alive. But guess what? We're not going to find out how he survived. Yeah, he doesn't, like, oh my gosh, that also got me mad. He doesn't, like, God, they don't explain how he survived. They don't explain much more backstory. They don't explain how he survived or how he survived the Demogorgon attack. They don't explain anything. And it's like, there's so many times when you could have explained it. This season took a long time because, like, this episodes are way longer and, like, a lot of other stuff. But, man, if the seasons are gonna, or not the seasons, did I say seasons? Episodes. The episodes are, like, 30 minutes longer than the other episodes in the other seasons. If you have 30 extra minutes in each episode, I'm sure you can spare some of that time to explain to us how Dr. Brenner survived. But no, we're not going to get that. We're not going to get no explanation. And it's like, oh my gosh, it gets me mad. Like, there's so many things that are not explained to us, but they could have easily been explained to us, but they're not. And it's like, you had so much time to do that. I don't know what you're doing with all that time. It kind of just really gets me mad sometimes, if I'm being honest. I did not like how Dr. Brenner dies to humans, okay? I honestly, man, I liked in Stranger Things Season 1 because at the time everybody thought Dr. Brenner was dead, right? I liked how Dr. Brenner got killed off, or supposedly killed off, by something that was from the Upside Down. It was kind of Dr. Brenner's own creation that killed him. I loved that. I loved how it was his own disaster, his own creation, his own thing that killed him. In this season, though, he dies to the military. The military. Oh my gosh! If you imagine dying to the military in the Stranger Things world, you don't die to Vecna, you don't die to the Demogorgon, you die to the military. How pathetic! Honestly, how pathetic. Like, I really wanted to see Vecna or someone else kill him, but like, of course, why would we? Why would Dr. Brenner die to one of those things? His own creation. No. I would love if Vecna, like, brings Dr. Brenner back to life somehow and then kills him off again. That would be awesome. But no, he dies to the military. He dies to the military. Also, I don't know what the frick the military's even doing in this season. They're acting, like, really stupid, in my opinion, doing, like, a lot of things. It's like, that's where the military is always annoying in movies and shows. Like, I don't know what they're doing in this season, bro. They're acting mad weird, if you ask me. They just show up like they own the place, which they do own the place, and then they're just like, oh, well, no, Eleven's a threat to society. Let's keep her in a coma and stuff. It's like, what? But, yeah. Like, honestly, I don't hate Stranger Things Season 4. I don't hate it at all. I love Stranger Things. Like, I love Stranger Things as a show. But a lot of people are saying that Stranger Things Season 4 is the best season. It's not, in my opinion. I think Season 1 is the best season. Then followed by, I don't know. Stranger Things Season 4 might be the worst season. Maybe. It's hard. If you were to, like, take out all of the bad things about Season 4, it would definitely be the second best. But it's just, I don't know, the fact that they're in there, and it's tough. Season 2 is probably the worst one, but it's just because it's competing with a bunch of other amazing seasons. And then Season 4, then Season 3, then Season 1. Stranger Things Season 4 would be the second best, but it's just the stuff that's in it that's bad really just rubs me the wrong way, if I'm being dead honest with you guys. It just rubs me the wrong way, honestly. Yo, what is going on, everybody? LaggingLelandYT here, back with another review. Today we're going to be reviewing Rob Zombie's Munster movie. If I'm being dead honest with you guys, this is probably one of the worst movies of the year. One of the worst movies of the year. And if it's not one of the worst movies of the year, it's definitely the most boring movie of the year. This movie is so weird. It's so It's weird. It's really weird to explain, and I don't want to waste too much time talking about it. But man, it's weird. It's boring, but it's also bad. It's a weird combination of those things. So let's just get into it. This is probably gonna be the last review of October. Rob Zombie, right? Have not. I don't know much about Rob Zombie. I don't really know what his filmography is. I know he made I know he's known for making a bunch of horror movies, and he's good at rock supposedly. I don't know much about him, but from what I've heard from other critics, he's actually like the Michael Bay when it comes to horror movies. He's like the M. Night Shyamalan or Michael Bay of horror movies. I'm not really sure if that's true. I haven't seen his other stuff, but a lot of trusted critics have said that, right? And that kind of lowered my expectations when I headed into this. This movie is so weirdly shot. Like, you can tell by watching it that it's low budget. You can tell that, and supposedly it had a budget of like $14 million, and that was it. Like, that's all the money that they had. And you could tell money's on the screen, but it's not much money. You could definitely tell that like a lot of the money was put into other things that were not really focused on like the quality of the movie. You can tell that like the set pieces are very, very well put together. In fact, let me just put all that aside real quick. I want to talk about the two good things about this movie. The first thing being the makeup. The makeup was actually really good. You could tell that some of these characters had lots of makeup on them, especially Herman. I don't know who plays Herman, but they definitely put a lot of makeup on him, and it was enough makeup to look like Herman. So I will give props to them for that. I don't like it. I don't like Herman when he's green though. I think they should have made him like a blue, like the way they did in when they colored the Munsters. In some incarnations, they do make Herman blue, and I think the blue is a little bit better. But yeah, that makeup was really good on a lot of the characters. I thought it actually looked really cool. And then the set pieces, man, the set pieces actually looked awesome. Like, if I went to one of these places and it was like a haunted house or one of those escape rooms, it would actually be amazing to go to. It looks so cool. The backgrounds and everything, like the set pieces, you can tell that those are very high quality. Like the way that these beakers are sticking out and they're like glowing, all that stuff looks so cool looking. That's definitely the positive, my biggest positive from this movie. It's amazing. Those parts are amazing, but everything else is not so good. First of all, let's just talk about the overall plot of the movie, because I actually think the plot of this movie is decent. I think the idea is decent, but man, is it just executed very, very poorly. So the plot of this movie, right? The plot of this movie is the origin of how Lily and Herman met, right? In the original movie, they referenced plenty of time, or not the original movie, the original show, which I have seen a lot of the show, so I know what I'm talking about. I love Munsters, it's amazing. And in the original show, they would talk a lot about how Herman and Lily met, and I think they would talk a lot about how maybe Grandpa didn't approve at the time, kind of like a Hotel Transylvania thing. And I feel like if they had done something like Hotel Transylvania and they just ripped off the plot from that, I actually think it would have worked a lot better. I know it would have been stealing the idea, but it would have worked a lot better. The idea of Herman and Lily meeting for the first time and really getting to see the origins of the Munsters is actually a really cool idea. But it's executed so poorly in this movie. It's executed very, very poorly. So let's talk about one thing, right? And it's a huge waste of time, right? This movie's pacing is really weird. They have these, like, the first, like, 30 minutes of this movie, maybe not the first 30 minutes, but, like, a good chunk of the movie is Herman's origins, right? And we know, if you know of anything about Frankenstein, which, I mean, you should know just the even if you know the bare basics of Frankenstein and how he works, you should still understand how Herman works. Basically, it's just a person, a scientific experiment that was a bunch of human bodies put together with the brain. That's it. Like, it came to life. That's it. That's all you have to know. And that's all that we knew. That's all that we knew about Herman, and that was fine. We knew enough about Herman in the original show and in some of the spin-offs. That's all we needed to know. In this movie, they have to give us a super long, super annoying / boring explanation. There's these two grave robbers that go stealing like corpses and like zombies and stuff, and they're like they find, and so I don't know what like they're, I guess it's supposed to be funny, but it's not. They're I don't know, just to me at least, the acting is very corny with those characters, and they have to like they have the science experiment. They put Herman on the thing, and they end up they spark him up, and boom, he awakes, right? They wanted to put in like a very very smart person brain into his head, but instead they accidentally put like a stupid comedian's head into Herman, and so that's where he gets his personality. But it's just, to me, I just think it's a big waste of time. It's a huge waste of time. You could have cut the last few, like, you could have just cut it to where they were about to, like, make Herman, and boom, you would have had the entire, boom, there's Herman's origin. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. But instead, they waste a big chunk of time with this, like, just overly dragged out backstory. And it's like, we don't need a backstory for that character. And I feel like it also, towards the end of the movie, right? They have this like, and then, and the plot, I've already told you about the plot of this movie, is how Herman and Lily met and how they got married, right? They get married, and there's still like another 30 minutes of the movie left. And I'm over here scratching my head wondering, what the heck are they possibly doing with that time? Well, it turns out, and it's a weird side plot, there's this like cousin of Lily's, this like werewolf. I think he was in the original show, if I'm not wrong. This cousin, and he accidentally like gambled on the grandpa's like mansion, house, castle thing, so they can't live in Transylvania anymore, and they have to move away because they got evicted and stuff like that. But it's like, it's such a, like, I don't know, the side plot is not really good. I think it's just kind of confusing at times if you're not paying a good attention to that, which honestly it's hard to pay attention to any of the movie. It's really boring. This movie is really, really boring. And then they go to the U.S. They go to America, and they go to, like, I think California, wherever they moved to. And boom, just like that, they're at the house. And then I thought, okay, you know what? They're going to end the movie there. Nope, then they don't end the movie there. They still keep going. And they're, like, spending a few days at the residence, the first few days of them moving in. And then, okay, it's still going. And then, like, the werewolf cousin that, like, I don't know, he sold the house to, like, pay off his debt, right? The werewolf. And so he comes back and he's like, oh, I went to Vegas and I gambled and I got a lot of money. And then they end off of such a weird, like, no, it's so weird. They find out that they're rich. They don't show us how much money, but they're like, oh my God, we're rich. We won the he won the jackpot. Now he's giving us some money. And they're all celebrating. But it's so weird. It's like you could have cut off at any moment in time and it would have been so much better. But of course you don't cut off. You just drag it out. That doesn't make sense. And that also doesn't line up with another thing in the Munsters canon. I don't know if you count this as canon, but there was a Munsters movie made in like the 80s. I think it was the 80s or 90s. And it did not have the original cast playing them. But a lot of people, a lot of like fans that have seen it, it's also kind of obscure because it's kind of hard to find. There was no official release of the movie. But fans of Munsters that have seen it, they said that it actually is a really good, faithful adaptation of a movie of the Munsters, right? And they even got some of the original cast members to make a cameo appearance, right? And in that movie, the plot is that, also, I hope this review is not very long, but the plot of that movie is how and why the Munsters had to go to the mansion. Why did they have to move out of Transylvania? Why they had to go to the U.S.? And it's because of, like, mobs, I think. I haven't seen the movie. I think it's because of mobs. Here they have a weird side plot that, like, they got evicted. They got evicted because someone sold their house or to pay off a debt or something like that. And it's just so weird, man. You could have explained it the other way and it would have... Dude, they could have explained it in another way and it would have gone by just like that. Like, it would have... Such an easy way to explain it. But instead they have this weird subplot that doesn't make sense. Or it does make sense, but it's just boring. Everything in this movie is pretty boring. The acting in this movie is pretty bad as well. Or at least most of it's pretty bad. You can definitely tell that some of the actors are actually trying in this movie. You can tell that some of them are trying. some of them are trying a little too hard. Like, I don't know, some of these characters, like these actors that are playing them, they just don't feel like the original characters that we're watching. It feels like such a poor imitation. Like, they got, from what I've heard, every Rob Zombie movie has his wife playing a character, which is, like, supposed to be, I guess, romantic, but it's just, she's not a good fit for the character. The whole mannerisms of her is just not, it doesn't match Lily. If you just watch these two characters, they seem like totally different characters because of the way that they act. And you could say, well, it was a young Lily, a young Herman. It doesn't matter, man. They still act like totally different characters. And let's talk about Herman's personality, because Herman's personality in the original, it was just, he was funny, he was dumb, but he was kind of like Patrick. He was a lovable dumb. And in this new movie, they tried to play him off as like a bad comedian. So he's like cracking puns all the time, and he's making bad jokes all the time, and he's laughing. But he laughs at basically anything. It's like an overreaction to everything. And sometimes Herman would overreact in the original Munsters show, but it was always done like tastefully. It was always done periodically, or not periodically. It was a one-time thing in an episode. It wouldn't happen all the time. In this movie, all you hear is, oh, 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 oh. That's not funny, bro. They do it over and over and over again, and it gets annoying. It honestly gets annoying. Not to mention, I don't know who plays Herman in this movie, but the voice of the dude is honestly kind of annoying. I'm not trying to be mean towards the person, but whenever you hear Herman, you know, like in the original show, Herman was like, oh, Lily, or Herman, or that. He had a deeper voice, kind of, right? It was a humble, deep voice. Here, it goes from a sort of deepish voice to like I'm looking for a vision. It's weird. If you watch the trailer, you'll know what I'm talking about. And there's these, like, it doesn't make sense. His voice just swaps from, like, one to the other. And then he's also screaming in a lot of scenes, and I just don't think it works. It really doesn't work. And another thing about this movie that I honestly feel like is just so weird is the way that it's filmed. The movie is like filmed in such a strange way. I'll try to show you some clips if I can. If I can show you some clips from the movie. There's these clips, these scenes where, like, okay, also they use like stock effects as well. You know, like when some people fall in love in like YouTube videos or something, or like movies where they play like the harp, or there's that, like, I guess pixie dust sound effect. That stuff is played in the movie at times, and honestly, it seems really low budget. Like, the way that it's presented is just so cringe at times. There's these scenes, I think it's the scene where Herman and Lily fall in love, I think that's where it was. In the back, it has like Herman and Lily, I guess they're on a green screen or something, and then the background has these like hearts on a black background, and they're spinning or something, and it's done so, like, I don't know, it's done so cheaply, but it's like, it's weird direction. It's just really weird direction. I don't know who would be really, like, I don't know, I if I was making the movie, I wouldn't have done it like that. I don't know, I just think it would, I don't know, it's really, really weird to explain. But scenes like those are just weird. Some of the scenes of this are just weird. They're boring, or they're annoying, or they're just unfunny. A lot of the jokes in this are unfunny. And there's only 2 jokes in this movie that actually made me laugh, okay? There's one joke where, because, you know, in the original show, Herman was a crybaby when it came to pain and stuff, or doing things. But he was also indestructible, so that was kind of funny at times. He would be a crybaby. He'd be like, oh, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. It's too dangerous. He was indestructible. He couldn't die, you know? But he was still acting like that. In this movie, they have a scene where Lily and Herman are getting tattoos of each other. And I love how, like, Lily, she's just, she sits down in the thing and she's fine with it. Herman's crying like a baby when he's getting tattooed, right? And I love that. That honestly felt like something that would have been in the original show. I actually like that writing. And the only other joke in this movie that actually had me laughing is this one scene, and it was, it's kind of hard to explain it in, like, great detail without making it sound, like, confusing. But basically, Grandpa was mad at Herman because he thought Herman had sold the castle. And so he goes to their like honeymoon hotel room, and Herman's like, "Oh, I ordered room service," and it was like a bottle. He ordered like champagne or something, right? And he opens up the door and Al's there. No, not Al. The Al's the name of the Al was the name of the original actor. I don't know why. Sometimes I call the character that, but no, the grandpa, the count, whatever you want to call him. Uh, so the count is there, and he has a wine bottle, and he tries to hit Herman with the wine bottle as an act of violence, right? But Herman thinks it's the room service and grabs the bottle and just closes the door. But it's done in such a comedic kind of way, and I don't know, the timing and pacing of that joke was actually really well done, and I actually liked that. And it felt like something that would have been in the original movie. Like Herman tries to, no, not Herman. Their grandpa tries to hit Herman with the bottle, but since Herman is so strong and unknowingly strong, he just grabs the bottle with ease as he's trying to hit him with it. And boom, he just closes the door really subtle, like just really, really fast. And it goes by really, really fast, but it's actually really well done. I'm not going to lie. Those are the only two jokes in this movie that actually got to me because they felt like they would be in the original show. But that's basically it. There's nothing else in this movie that's funny to me. I don't think anything else in this movie is funny. I think some people are going to see this as a so bad it's good movie or just a movie that's kind of funny, but to me, none of it was that funny. And it's directed very strangely. There's a lot of things that just don't make sense. It's kind of a waste of time. If you're a diehard Munster fan or just someone that's looking to watch something, I guess you could watch this, but if you want to watch something else over this, definitely go watch the other thing because this is just not worth the time, in my opinion. There's not enough really to be like to enjoy in this movie. There's not much to enjoy. There's not really much to just have fun with. I know James Rolfe, I think that's how you say his name. I think it's how you say his name. James Rolfe, the video game nerd, the angry video game nerd. I love his reviews. He said that he had a lot of fun watching this movie, but he's one of those people that really has, he finds enjoyment even in the worst things, and I'm not one of those people. And so for this movie, I just see it as kind of a waste of time. It's one of the worst movies of the year, but that's not saying too much because a lot of other movies this year were pretty good. But again, this is just one of the worst movies of the year. I don't think it's really good. If you're curious about watching this movie, like you're curious about it, I would honestly say that this movie's kind of just a waste of time. If you want to do something else with that 2 hours, do something else with that 2 hours. Again, the only thing that I really laughed at were those two jokes I told you about. The only things that are really worth watching in this movie are really seeing the backgrounds in this movie, the set pieces. That was amazing. But other than that, the writing and everything else is just so cheap. It's really cheap. It's really just unfunny. But that's basically it for this review. What is going on, everybody? LaggingLeland here, back with another review. Today we're going to be reviewing Black Adam. Honestly, I don't really know what to think of this movie. I know a lot of people seem to like it, a lot of audiences seem to love it, and a lot of critics seem to say that it's very entertaining, but I'm not really sure what, there's a lot of problems with it, so it's hard to say if it's a good or bad movie, because there are a lot of problems with the pacing is kind of off, the final battle is kind of, it's alright. There's like the villain, sort of, not to spoil much, but he kind of gets introduced in the last third, and there's a lot of things about this movie that I could see people not liking, but there is a lot to like. There's a lot to like. The Rock plays a very menacing character. The action in this is actually pretty good. The effects in this are pretty good as well. They're much, much better than anything that Marvel's been doing recently, and there's a lot of things in this movie that are very, very entertaining. So it's hard to say if this is a bad or good movie. If you guys want to know my personal thoughts, I thought this movie was just, it's decent. It's pretty good. If you're looking for something that's inventive or just something new, it's hard. It's really, really hard to say if this is a good movie or bad movie. But I personally think it's very entertaining. If you're not one of those people, if you're one of those people who just doesn't really care about it being a perfect movie, I think you would have a lot of fun with this movie. There's a lot of things to have fun with in this movie. It's very entertaining. The action is very good. The story, well, the story can have its ups and downs. It is mostly pretty good. So yeah, I would definitely recommend watching Black Adam if you're looking for something fun to watch. But if you're looking for something like super complex or just one of the best movies of the year, this isn't that. But it is very entertaining. So let's dive into some spoilers with this movie. Just some of my, I guess, spoiler thoughts and some things that I did and didn't like about this movie. Go into more depth into it, you know what I mean? So, one thing, this is my biggest complaint with this movie because the pacing and stuff was kind of awkward, but I was able to look past that, right? The one thing that I did not like about this movie, and honestly, the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of this movie, like until Black Adam shows up, the first 10, 15 minutes honestly don't grab my attention. They honestly were having me think, oh, is it going to be like this movie? Is it going to be like this bad movie? Is it going to be like a Shyamalan movie? And thankfully, it wasn't like that, but it honestly could have been because that's the way that it felt. They have this flashback where there's this kid. He's talking about the story of Black Adam and the history of Black Adam. And the whole way that it's like set up, the way that it's shot, the way that it's set up, it honestly reminds me so much of if you guys remember M. Night Shyamalan, his version of Avatar, the movie, the last the Last Airbender movie, if you guys remember that one, the way that the stuff would get like explained and the exposition was so awkward and the narration and everything like that, it honestly feels a lot like that movie. It feels like how they add there's not enough visual storytelling and they just have narration to explain things during that like backstory. And that honestly, that honestly feels like a Shyamalan movie. And then when they get over with that, when they finish up with that backstory, we get these characters. There's like a mom, and there's a mom, a kid, her brother, and then like this, like they're a group, right? They're like a group of, I guess you could call them rebels, treasure hunters. I'm not really sure what you call them. But they're looking for Black Adam. They're trying to, reveal his, they're trying to get the tomb. They're trying to free him and stuff like that. And I honestly, man, I had a bad feeling because I felt like it was going to be like Thor, the Thor movie. I don't know if y'all remember that one. Like in that Thor movie, Thor goes to the human, he goes to Earth. And the whole movie is kind of just him tagging along with a group of like uninteresting characters. Except for Jane, the rest of them were kind of forgettable and boring. And if they weren't boring, they were annoying. And if they weren't annoying, they were boring. They just were very forgettable characters. You know, they didn't have to be there, and they just they were kind of boring. And thankfully, that's not what happened here. The characters are very interesting. They're funny. They're really, really good characters. But I honestly thought that it was going to go in the direction of the original Thor. I thought they were going to just have it to where there's this one superpowered being that doesn't understand the ways of Earth and how things function. And you're going to have this group of people that are going to try to explain things to him like the original Thor movie. And while the original Thor movie, it has that like Marvel charm to it, it still failed when it came to that because the characters were just not interesting. It was still, a lot of people still like that movie, but it was because of Thor himself. Thor was such a fun character as a superhero. He was able to carry that movie. But here, I'm not sure if it would have worked if you had the boring characters. Luckily, they're not like that. So, but it had me worried. Both of those things, the backstory and the characters, the setup that they were having towards the beginning, it all had me worried. It had me worried. But thank God it wasn't like that. And they revealed later on that, I was wrong. They were interesting characters, and it wasn't like Shyamalan where they were just going to add narration over parts that should have had more visual storytelling. The action in this movie is amazing. I love how they use these slow motion shots. A lot of critics were saying this, and I do agree. A lot of this movie is action. Like a good, 70% of this movie is action. It takes like, they have like fight scene, little bit of talking, fight scene, little bit of exposition, fight scene. And usually I feel like in some of their movies, I feel like you could really get tired of that. But because the fighting was so good, I actually was totally fine with it. I feel like this is the kind of story that doesn't require as much exposition as you'd think. This story was able to get away with that. And I feel like that's good. That's really, really good. My biggest complaint when it came to the fight scenes, though, and I saw Doug Walker was saying this too, and I totally agree with this. A lot of the fight scenes take place in this city, right? They take place in the city. I can't remember the name of it. I'm pretty sure it's a fictional city, and it takes place in this city. And most of the fight scenes take place at like in the afternoon or during the day, and honestly, it kind of blends together. Like it's hard to distinguish one fight scene from the other because they all take place during in like similar areas of the city and in like a similar time of day. You can easily tell that it's like all in the afternoon or it's all in the day. You know, there's none that really take place at night. None of the fight scenes really take place early in the morning. You know, it always looks like it's either sunset or just during the day. And over time, you know, you kind of think, hey, didn't we have this fight scene before? You might get confused with one fight scene of the other. You know what I mean? That is one of the big problems with this movie. But it's not that. It is pretty distracting, but it's not going to kill the movie. I liked a lot of the superheroes in this movie. I loved Dr. Fate. Dr. Fate, I am no expert when it comes to the DC Comics, but Dr. Fate is pretty freaking cool. I actually love Dr. Fate. The way he does his magic, his whole design, that's awesome, and I want to see more of that. Dr. Fate is such a cool superhero. Spoilers, again, I hope you haven't been watching this, but huge spoilers. This movie kills off Dr. Fate, and honestly, I was so mad because he was the one character that I wanted to see get his own movie. Hopefully we get a Dr. Fate movie. I think that would be awesome. He's definitely one of my favorite DC heroes. I don't know as much about him as other heroes because like he doesn't show up as sorry. He doesn't show up as in as many shows and movies as other characters, but he is a really, really cool character, and I want to know more about this character, and I want to see him in action. Seeing him in action is amazing. Seeing him in action is amazing. And I really hope we get a Dr. Fate series or a Dr. Fate movie. He's such a cool character. He's so much cooler than Doctor Strange, in my opinion. I think he's such a cool superhero, and I want to see more of him. The way he does his magic, his costume, everything is so cool, and I want to see more of him. They could do like a prequel movie. Supposedly there's a lot of past with Doctor Fate that we don't know about. And I want to see more. I also want to see a Fortnite skin. If they have a Dr. Fate Fortnite skin, I'm buying it. That honestly would be amazing. I am 100% buying that if it comes to the game, and I really want to see more like series for all the characters. I want to see movies or shows for the rest of these characters or the superheroes. I want to see an Atom Smasher movie. I want to see a Cyclone movie. I want to see a Hawkman movie. I think all of these characters are really interesting. They're really cool superheroes. I want to see more of them. And I'm not sure if we're going to get a movie or series for these characters, but they were really cool in this movie. They were really cool to watch. And I honestly loved this movie a lot because it had a different feel than a lot of other movies that Marvel's been making. The CG in this movie is actually amazing. It's so much better than anything that Marvel's been making. And now that Marvel's slacking off with their movies and stuff, DC finally has the chance to push that barrier and to finally break that chain of making hit or miss movies and shows, you know? And finally, they can actually compete with Marvel. This movie is so much better than anything that Marvel's made recently, except like No Way Home, if that's what you want to count, if you're counting that. But it's so much better than what they've been making recently. And I do love the DC style. It is different than Marvel's. And it was cool to see something from DC instead of Marvel, to see something that, you know, we've seen so much Marvel superhero stuff, and finally seeing something from DC, that was awesome. The Rock was pretty menacing in this movie. I thought Black Adam was a really cool character. I think there's more to Black Adam's personality, though. I think there's more to his character that we're just not going to see yet. I think they're going to do something more with him in future movies. Henry Cavill got a cameo at the very end with the post-credit scene. Not sure how to feel about that. Everything's weird with this DCCU. Honestly, I feel like they need to wipe the slate clean if they want to do a cinematic universe. But yeah, what did you guys think of Black Adam? I thought it was an amazing movie. I had a lot of fun with it. It's very entertaining, but there is a lot of things that are pretty bad about it. There are some problems, the pacing. that devil bad guy shows up at the very, very end. But considering the movie's like 2 hours long, I think that's okay. Before I wrap up the video, there's one more thing that I had a problem with, and it's in the very, very beginning, right, with that the backstory of Black Adam. They have this scene where Black Adam gets his powers, and they talk about these 5 demons that have like created this evil crown, and then they talk about these 5 like celestials, these wizards that gave Black Adam his powers. I have not seen the Shazam movie. There's probably some more explanations in that movie, but I honestly don't know much about these wizards. And they give such a short and brief explanation that honestly, like, I'm just clueless as to who gave him his powers. They did not do a very good job at explaining that. They did not give a job explaining the crown either. That crown, they treat that crown like it's super important throughout the whole movie, but they give us barely an explanation as to why it's so evil and why it's so dangerous that I'm just questioning, why is it? They give us such a short explanation. I feel like if they just made that little explanation just a little bit longer, I feel like it would have been a lot better. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I hope you guys are having an amazing and blessed Thanksgiving. I know I'm going to have one. Hopefully I can get this done by Thanksgiving. I can have it uploaded by that point. I've been really busy lately. A lot of stuff's been coming up. I got sick. I still am sick. I'm looking for a computer. A lot of stuff's been going on, but hopefully we can get back on track soon. So again, happy Thanksgiving. But now that all of that is out of the way, let's talk about Christmas Chronicles. Christmas Chronicles is a Netflix series on Netflix. It's a movie series that is actually really, really good, and not a lot of people talk about it. I don't want to spoil too much about these movies because I actually want to encourage you guys to watch them. They are really good movies, and I feel like if more people can watch these movies, I feel like people will actually like these and will consider them as holiday classics. I feel like these could become classics in the future. You know, there are those Christmas movies I would consider Daddy's Home 2, Elf, and a bunch of these other movies that have come out recently. We consider these movies to be kind of like classics, even though they're relatively recent compared to other movies. And I feel like the Christmas Chronicles series, if given enough popularity, could actually be something really, really special. It is something really, really special. And I feel like these movies are very, very underrated. I feel like not a lot of people talk about them. They're really well-made movies, really, really fun movies, very, very fun Christmas movies. Remember that. A lot of modern Christmas movies, like, let's just say a bunch of romance, Hallmark movies and stuff like that, that stuff is not really, that stuff just fades into obscurity, you know? And I feel like movies like Elf and Daddy's Home 2 and I guess Arthur Christmas, there's a bunch of other ones as well. Those movies are basically classics, even though they're recent. And I feel like this movie series could definitely turn into that. And I want to recommend you guys watch this year, this holiday season. If you guys have not seen these movies, would highly recommend watching them if you have Netflix. They're really, really cool Christmas movies. They're very, very cool Christmas movies. And man, I'm surprised. They came out in like 2018, 2019. And I'm really surprised because already they feel very nostalgic to me. Also, the guy who made this is Chris Columbus, who made Home Alone. He's made a bunch of other movies. I think he also worked on the Harry Potter series. He's a very big director. He's a really big director. He's worked on a lot of other amazing movies. So he did also create these movies, so you know it's someone good behind the director's seat. And that's good to know. You can also get some of that Home Alone charm in this movie. It's not the same charm. Maybe, you know what is kind of weird? I noticed Home Alone, they said in some of the behind the scenes that Home Alone was made to directly feel nostalgic, and even though this movie is not very old, the first Christmas Chronicles movie, it's not very old, but already it feels nostalgic to me when I first saw it. So maybe it's Chris Columbus's charm. But again, it is, you know, the creator of Home Alone, so it is a good movie. It has that Chris Columbus charm to it that is always very welcome. And I would highly recommend you guys watch these movies because I feel like they could really be something in the future if more people keep watching them. They usually do hit the number 1 or number 2 on Netflix whenever Christmas comes around. But I feel like other than like the people that have Netflix and watch everything on Netflix, I feel like not a lot of other people are like encouraged to watch these movies. And I love, and again, I don't want to spoil too much because I would highly recommend you watch these for yourself, but I do want to say a couple of things that I love about this series. The first movie, it really has something to it. It has this feel to the first movie. It's hard to explain, but it is really, really fun to watch. It has a Christmas spirit to it, a Christmas spirit that is kind of, it's modern, but it's not like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a Gen Z Christmas spirit, but it just feels like a timeless Christmas spirit, if that makes any sense. It has that good feel to it that I feel like just is very, very enjoyable to watch. And I love this version of Santa. Santa in this movie, like usually if you think about movies like The Santa Claus or Elf or other movies like that, that try to expand on the Santa Claus lore, you would usually see that Santa's just the fat guy who loves cookies, he's jolly, this and that. Well, I was gonna say, was it Christmas Saint or Saint Nicholas, whatever his name is. This version of Santa is actually really, really cool. Kurt Russell's version of Santa is very, very unique, and it's very cool. It's different than other versions of Santa. It's a unique take on the character, and is very, very, I swear, I say very a lot. It's a very cool character, and I love to see this version of Santa. If you're wondering what he's like, he's kind of self-aware about everything. When he sees a billboard or a Coke can with Santa on it, and he sees that Santa's portrayed as an old fat guy, he kind of gets offended, and he's like, bro, I'm not like that. He's like, I'm not like that. Yeah, it's just the Coca-Cola. He's that kind of Santa. He just kind of looks at this stuff, and he's like, that's not what I'm like. He goes like, oh, ho, ho, ho. That's a myth. I don't do that. Stuff like that is fun, and it builds character, and it builds worldview. Not worldview, world building. And this character, the Santa, is different than other versions of Santa and is very fun to watch. It's a different version of Santa. It's not the usual jolly, fun-loving Santa. It is also jolly Santa, but it's a different version that is very welcome. I like to see different interpretations of Santa. I love to see different ways that Santa is portrayed. And, you know, the Santa Claus version, I do love the Santa Claus version, the Tim Allen one, of Santa. The Kurt Russell version is something that's different and it feels new while also feeling like a good spin on the character. So I would say that watching these movies for Kurt Russell Santa is definitely worth it. And I love the way that they have the Christmas lore, and they like to try and combine the Christmas lore from all these different places, and they combine them into this one awesome world. And I love the way that they show off the North Pole in this movie. Movies like, again, I'm going to compare it to the Santa Claus. The Santa Claus movies, a lot of people love those because of the way that they showed off the North Pole and how things worked. This movie is a lot like that. It has a unique way of showing things, the way that the North Pole works. They even show how, like, they create video games and they give away video games and stuff because they're self-aware at the fact that kids don't want toys anymore. And they say, like, oh, well, if you combine Amazon, eBay, and all these other shipping companies, and you combine them into one, that would equal a quarter of what the North Pole does every year. That is really cool, and I like how they expand on it. They try to explain things the way that Santa Claus does, but it does it in a different and unique way. So you're not going to get the same thing from the Santa Claus. You're going to get something that's unique and different, and I like that. It's done very welcomely. I love the way that they do it in this movie. And the North Pole, like the Santa Claus movies, the North Pole is not really in the first one too much. It kind of leaves this feel of mystery. But then in the second one, you do get to see more of the North Pole, and it is very, very cool to see. I love the way that the North Pole looks, and I would love to walk through the North Pole and have fun in the snow, the way that it looks, the way that they have the shops set up. It looks like something straight out of Disney World if it was a Winter Wonderland. And I love that, the way that they portray this movie. And I love a lot of the things about this movie. I love the way that they have, like I said earlier, the Christmas lore is combined. They say they have a star at the top of a tree in part 2. And they say, like, oh, what's that tree made out of? Oh, or not the tree, the star. And Santa Claus, he goes, oh, well, that star was made out of a fraction, a little piece of the Star of Bethlehem from, you know, the Bible story. And I love that, you know. The story about the Messiah, the story about Jesus, and they actually incorporated that lore into the movie. You know, I love the way they did that. They also acknowledged, like, the Yule Cat. I want to say that's a part of the Yule Christmas lore, like the what was that called? The old Christian Viking tales and stuff like that, the Yuletide carols and stuff like that. They incorporate like Jabba the Yule Cat and some of the other stuff into this. And I'm pretty sure if they do a third movie, they're gonna include Krampus and a couple of other stuff. The way that they create this sort of combined and joint world with all this stuff, like the Star of Bethlehem and Jabba the Yule Cat, they combine it all of these like different Christmas cultures and these Christmas stories and stuff, and they combine them into this one awesome world. I would love to see more of that in another movie, and I think that would be really, really cool. I think if we do get a third one, which we haven't got a third one, but if we do get another one, I'm pretty sure it'll be next year. I would love to see Krampus as a villain or something. I bet you they're going to do something like that. They're going to, again, they do that very, very well in this movie. They combine all of these different cultures and the way, or not really cultures, but these stories about Christmas, and they combine all these legends into one cohesive universe, and it's really, really cool. I think a lot of the things about this movie are really interesting. I would highly recommend you guys watch them. Watch these movies if you haven't. They're on Netflix. They're free on Netflix. Very, very fun movies. Incredible, incredible movies. I just love watching them. They're very good Christmas movies. I would highly recommend watching them because I feel like a lot of people don't know about these movies. And as much as I would love to keep talking about them, I don't want to waste too much time. I want to get this done by Thanksgiving. But I want to recommend this to you. I want to recommend these Christmas movies that I feel like could become very nostalgic in a few years and could become classics if they're given more popularity. So definitely make sure to go check them out. I would say that I like the first movie a little more than the second. The second one has a villain, and the villain isn't very well... the villain is not very well executed, but I do love the first one and the second one a lot. They are very, very fun movies, and I would I know I say this multiple times in the video, but I would highly recommend you guys go check out these movies. They are very good Christmas movies that could become classics in the future. What is going on, everybody? LaggingLelandYT here, back with another review. Today we're going to be reviewing Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. If you guys want to know what I thought of this movie, I think it's really, really good. I think it's one of the better things out of modern Marvel of Phase 4. I haven't watched everything from Phase 4 because I've heard a lot of bad things about stuff, and I just decided, why waste my time with that? But Wakanda Forever is actually really fun. It is not, I don't know, it is fun to watch. But I think I like Black Panther 1 more, because Black Panther 1 really felt more like a Black Panther movie. This one feels more like Wakanda the movie. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I would have loved to see more Black Panther. And I know, rest in peace to Chadwick Boseman, they couldn't bring T'Challa back for this movie. And I will say, without spoiling much, they did write him out in a very good way, in a very clever, not really clever, but very clean and easy way. Very easy way to do it without wasting too much time. And they decided to write him out in a very good way. This movie is definitely the better of Phase 4. It's definitely one of like the better things that Marvel's been making recently. But I don't think this movie is as good as the first. I don't know. This movie is very emotional. It's very emotional. There's a lot of good acting. There's plenty of good scenes in this movie. But I feel like some of the action is not very good in this movie. There's a lot of action. There is some action that is really good. I think that there's a fight between Okoye and one of the, I don't know what they're called, the Mayans, the Atlanteans. I forgot what their name was. They're not Mayans, they're not Atlanteans, or I don't know. I'm just going to call them the Mayans. I'm just going to call them the Mexicans. I'm Mexican, so I can call them whatever I want. I don't know if that's actually how it works. See, I don't know. There's a good fight between Okoye and one of the big brutes from the Mayans, and it's a really good fight. I thought that fight really had some like power to it. But a lot of the other fights in this movie, especially the final battle that I'll talk about later, I think, I don't know, they were kind of lackluster, if I'm being totally honest. So yeah, I would recommend you guys check out Black Panther: Wakanda Forever if you're looking for something that is emotional, if you're interested in it because of the passing of Chadwick Boseman, and this is supposed to be like in memory of him. I think this movie does a good job at what do you call it, being, I don't know how to explain that, an homage, in memorial of Chadwick Boseman. The only thing I did not like about the memorial is in the credits, they just say, it legit says in the credits, "Rest in peace to our friend Chadwick Boseman." I think it would have been cooler if they put rest in peace to Chadwick Boseman, the Black Panther, or something like that. I think that would have been a lot better. But anyways, let's get more into the spoilers in this movie. Again, I would recommend you guys check this movie out if you're looking for something more emotional from Marvel. Really good acting, really good stuff. I don't think it's the best Marvel movie. I think there are a few things in this movie that make zero sense, but there is a lot to enjoy out of it. I would recommend it if you like the first Black Panther, or if you want to watch something that's Marvel related. It's definitely better than a lot of other stuff that Marvel's been making. So let's talk about this. Now, I don't want to waste too much time about reviewing this movie. I want to make my reviews shorter, right? I want to make them shorter. So let's just talk about the one thing that I hated about this movie. The one thing that really, really got me mad. And it's the logic in this movie. The logic in this movie makes zero sense sometimes. So they have this scene, again, major spoilers. Namor attacks Wakanda, and he starts flooding Wakanda, and the city's flooded and everything like that. And the throne room, y'all probably know what the throne room is. The throne room is flooded, and there's the Queen and Ironheart, this new character who's going to be like the next Iron Man, I think. Ironheart and the Queen of Wakanda, They both end up getting submerged underwater in the throne room, and Ironheart goes unconscious underwater, and the Queen tries to save Ironheart. The Queen grabs Ironheart's arm and tries to swim up to the surface, right? So they're trying to swim to the surface because everything's flooding, and eventually, after a good while of swimming, I guess the Queen goes unconscious as well, and they both pass out underwater, right? And the next time we see the Queen and Ironheart, they're like floating at the top of the thing. They're floating at the very top of the water. Sorry. They're floating at the very top of the water. And they start doing CPR on them. They grab those lifesavers, those electric things, and they start trying to revive the both of them. But they revive Ironheart, but they can't revive the Queen. And the Queen ends up dying. That makes zero sense. Like, zero sense. It made so little sense that I think I heard this from somewhere. The actress that played the Queen was asking them to rewrite the death scene because of how bad it was, because of how illogical it was. So, let me explain to you why that doesn't work, why this whole scene does not work. Ironheart goes unconscious before the Queen, right? So Ironheart would have had more water in her lungs, right? She would have had more water in her lungs. So why is it that Ironheart was able to be revived, but the Queen wasn't? The Queen had way more time to get to the surface and had a lot less water in her lungs, but yet the Queen died, right? And then it's just, there's so many things about it that don't make sense. Ironheart was under the water more than the Queen was, yet the Queen can't be revived. And then Shuri kind of blames all of this on Namor. She blames all of it on him, right? But I don't think he was directly responsible. Like, if you really think about it, the Queen was kind of asking for all of this when she had Shuri rescued. You're kind of asking for all of this, you know? And so she blames it directly on Namor, but Namor didn't do anything direct, right? I think what would have been a lot better is if the Queen got Ironheart to the surface and laid Ironheart down, but Namor came and decided to drag the Queen to the bottom. If Namor had done that, and he dragged the Queen to the very bottom and told her something like, oh, you asked for this war, you asked for this, you know what I mean? Something like that. It actually would have been really cool because, one, it would have been menacing. Two, it would have actually had a direct reason for why Namor is blamed for this, you know? He would have had a direct reason. She would have had, Shuri. She would have had a direct reason to blame Namor for this. And then, I don't know if I said this before. The Queen would have been underwater for a lot longer. She would have been underwater for a lot longer than Ironheart. So it would have made more sense if they'd done that. But of course they did not, and it just leads to a very confusing death scene. And then, this is another thing I don't understand about the Black Panther movies, right? I do like the Black Panther movies, but I don't understand this. in Black Panther 1, there's this white guy, he jumps in front of them, and in front of our heroes, and he takes a bullet for them, right? He takes a bullet for them, and he gets shot in the spine, right? You think, oh man, spine, that's a critical hit. Like, he might be paralyzed, he might not be able to, that might have hit his vitals. Of course he's okay. They take him to Wakanda, and they put some bead in his back, and they do some stuff on him, and then they fix him up. He's totally fine. Fatal shot to the spine, and he's totally fine. But yet, in the same movie, Zuri, I think one of the elders in Black Panther 1, he gets stabbed. And yet, when he gets stabbed, they treat it like they can't fix him, like they can't heal him. It's a stab wound, not a fatal shot to the spine. I'm pretty sure you can save him from a stab wound. I don't understand that. And then, in the same movie, later on, when Killmonger gets stabbed, Black Panther, he also says, he's like, well, you know what? He's like, we can heal you if you want. We can heal you. We can save you. There's still time. So you're telling me that Killmonger gets stabbed and they can save him, but Zuri gets stabbed and they're like, oh, he's dead. He's dead. You guys saved the guy the guy got shot in the spine. And you can't save this guy that got stabbed? And then in this movie, there's got to be some Wakandan technology that lets you take the water out of somebody's lungs, right? There has to be something that lets you do that. It makes zero sense to me. I don't understand how you can save someone from a fatal shot to the spine, but you cannot save them from stab wounds, but then you can save them from stab wounds, but then you can't save them from drowning. I don't know if there's some thing in real life that lets you take the water out of someone's lungs. I'm pretty sure there is somewhere, but it doesn't make any sense. How is it you cannot save somebody with all this Wakandan technology? You can't save somebody from drowning. That makes zero sense, And I think there's a lot of things in this movie that don't make sense. There's a few things, right, that don't make sense. And the other one, the other major one, is the final battle. I don't want to waste too much of your time, so let me try to get through this quick, okay? The final battle is cool, but it also makes zero sense, and it kind of got me mad, right? Throughout the entire movie, they make it very apparent that Namor and the Mayans, the Mexicans, whatever you want to call them, I don't even care, they show these characters, this race, as being very powerful. And they make it very apparent, and they do a very good job at this as well. They show off how Namor and his tribe, his people, are so much stronger than the Wakandans, right? They have they do so many cool scenes where they show that these people are super strong, super strong. Like, they beat Okoye, they beat a bunch of other people, and even M'Baku tries to hit Namor, and he tries to hit Namor. M'Baku, he hits him, and I'm pretty sure his staff breaks. His whole staff breaks by hitting Namor in the back. That's how strong Namor and his people are. So they have this whole movie presenting the Mexicans, I call them the Mexicans, I don't know, the Mayans, as these very powerful people that are much stronger than Wakandans, right? And then in the final battle, they win the Wakandans. They win in a landslide. That makes zero sense to me. And when they won in a landslide, I'm kind of like, how the actual heck did it come to this outcome? I have no idea. It made no sense because they present the Mayans as these very powerful people throughout the whole movie who are obviously stronger than the Wakandans. The only edge that the Wakandans had over them was technology, but that was it. And even then, they don't seem to use that much when they're fighting. And it doesn't make sense to me because they show off the whole movie that the Mayans are so much more powerful, but yet they lose in a landslide to the Wakandans all of a sudden. It feels like plot armor was put on the characters, right? It really does feel like plot armor. And, okay. Shuri wins, right? Shuri wins against Namor. Shuri makes an artificial heart-shaped herb, and she eats it, she drinks it, and then she fights Namor. Keep in mind, right? She beats Namor, but keep this in mind. Shuri has very little experience fighting in hand-to-hand combat. I'm not really sure if the heart-shaped herb helps you when it comes to experience in fighting. I don't think it does. I know it gives you strength, agility, speed, all of this other Black Panther powers, but I don't think it grants you automatic ability to fight. I'm not sure if it does or not. Automatically, Shuri knows how to fight, even though she has no prior hand-to-hand combat experience. She has fought a few times with like Wakandan energy weapons, but never with the stuff in this movie. This is her first time using the Black Panther suit, and yet she knows how to use it like a pro already. First time using it. And then they show how Namor already has like powers that are equal to a Black Panther, right? It makes no sense. If you have the heart-shaped herb, that only evens your powers with Namor. You have an even speed, even strength, so it evens that out. But when Namor can fly, he has, what is it, like 1,000 years, several thousand years combat experience? That makes no sense. That makes no sense to me. Namor is so much older, has way more experience than Shuri. Shuri eats the heart-shaped herb, automatically knows how to fight, automatically knows how to use the Black Panther suit, and makes no sense to me. T'Challa in the first Black Panther movie, we saw T'Challa in Civil War, and we saw T'Challa, we know that T'Challa had been doing it for several years already. He had been at it for a long time by that point. It makes no sense how Shuri's able to be Namor. Namor, also, I don't know, those weird, like, winged feet, those look kind of goofy to me. I don't know. Namor's winged feet and, like, elf ears just look really weird. I don't know. It's just, is that just me? It reminds me a lot of the feathers on Captain America's helmet, but they actually got rid of those. They just look really, really weird to me. Anyways, with this movie, I just felt like there's no way, there's no way that the final outcome was the way it was. And then Namor has the freaking audacity to say Wakanda's like, after he loses, right, he goes like, Wakanda's a so much stronger nation than us. They're so much stronger. They're the strongest in the world. We need to team up with them instead of being the enemy. I'm like, bro, there is no freaking way you just said that. You were kicking their butts the entire movie. You were actually dogging on them for the entire movie. Then in the climax, in the finale, they get some plot armor and they win against you guys. They get plot armor and they win. And now you're like, Wakanda's the strongest nation of all time. You showed and proved throughout the entire movie that Namor, that your tribe, that your people were so much stronger. How the actual heck do you have the guts to say that that Wakanda is the strongest when you guys are kicking their butts the entire movie? That felt like straight up plot armor to me. It felt like a crazy 180. I'm like, what? Like actual what? I don't understand that. It makes zero sense. None of that made sense, and I'm just thinking to myself, that's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. Like, maybe one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. It reminds me of these clips from, like, these people compile clips from, like, the Marvel TV shows that are not really good, and they'll go say, like, oh, don't be calling these people that. Like, don't be calling them, I don't know. I don't even know if I can say the word on YouTube. They're saying, like, oh, don't be calling them terrorizers, right? And then they show like a bunch of clips of them just terrorizing an entire city, destroying stuff, and like Captain America, or not, what's it called? Winter Soldier and Falcon and Winter Soldier, and stuff like that. It makes no sense. That line, it makes no sense. And I'm just thinking to myself, how did you come to that conclusion? It really is just some of the logic in this movie, and it really is just that final battle and that death scene. Other than that, I think the rest of this movie is really solid. But it's just those two where I'm just thinking to myself, are you freaking serious right now? Like, are you actually serious? I don't know, man. It honestly it rubbed me the wrong way because it's just, it honestly goes against everything that this movie was setting up. It sets up throughout the whole movie that, like, Namor's super powerful, Namor's super strong and stuff like that. And then they give Shuri literal plot armor, literal freaking plot armor with the Black Panther suit. That's literal plot armor. And boom, just like that, she wins. Also, another thing in this fight, I forgot to mention. In that fight, I know Namor was weakened. They had to weaken Namor. They had to, heat ray him so he wasn't as strong. But I still think he would have won. There's just too many plot armor things that, like, Shuri has that makes her win. Another thing, right? Shuri gets stabbed with a vibranium spear. She gets stabbed with Namor's spear. It's vibranium. It goes through the suit and it stabs her. It impales her. Let me get this straight. She gets stabbed. She gets up and still has the strength to go over there and still defeat Namor. Okay. Killmonger gets stabbed. Killmonger is a lot stronger than Shuri. I know Shuri had the heart-shaped herb. There's no way that Shuri gets up from a stab. And I think, like, Namor was, like, moving that thing too. Like, he was, like, impaling her bad. So I think so. I think he impaled her really, really bad. It makes no sense how she gets up, still fights Namor perfectly fine, and then beats him. That makes no sense. That makes zero sense. Killmonger got stabbed, and he decided, you know what, the fight's over. The fight's over. Like, that's it. I can't fight no more. That's what he decided. How is it that Shuri gets stabbed really bad? She gets up and still decides to fight, even though she's not as strong as Killmonger or Black Panther when they had the heart-shaped herb as Black Panther. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. And I'm just like, man, bro, that plot armor is thick. That plot armor is strong, bro. I don't know what you made that plot armor with. That thing's stronger than vibranium, bro. Stronger than vibranium. But yeah, I think that's basically it when it comes to this movie. I think there is a lot of good emotional scenes and a lot of good stuff in this movie. But I feel like it's just those two things that really get me mad. I know some people were happy to see Namor in the movie because of the Mexican representation. I like to see Mexican representation, but I don't really make a big deal out of it like a lot of other people do. I mean, we already had Oscar Isaac playing Moon Knight. I mean, he played 3 characters, bro. He played 3 characters, man. Like, come on. That's 3 times the representation right there. But, yeah, what did you guys think of Black Panther Wakanda Forever? Did you enjoy the movie? Did you have fun with the movie? I thought it was really just those 2 things that rubbed me the wrong way. I actually think I like Black Adam a little more than this movie, not gonna lie. And sadly, Black Adam, I think it's bombing right now. But yeah, what did you guys think of this movie? Did y'all have fun with this movie? Did you like this movie? Let me know in the comments. I would love to know. God bless you guys. If you guys want to give me anything on Fortnite, my epic is LaggingLelandYT. Make sure to like and subscribe if you want to see more videos and reviews. God bless you guys, and I'll see you all next time.